Boop, boop, boop. All right. Let's see if we can do this. We'll try and use the same formula from last night. I was looking at it. Seemed pretty good. Audio's not the best, but when is it perfect, you know? Um, but as far as streaming quality and everything, so this video popped up um, for my channel. And I was checking it out this morning, and I thought it was interesting. I looked at this and I was like, where, and when was this? It's like 9 months ago, and I thought it was kind of interesting. Might have some commentary. Might do some other stuff later. You know, who knows? I'm just gonna watch this fucking video, listen to myself talking to me from 9 months ago. You don't know I do this uh, YouTube thing as much for me as I do for you. So you're welcome, and also thank you. I mean, wait.
Ah, refreshment. Well, that was a week. I'm really gonna get a day off. I have some shit to do tomorrow. Try to fit a stream in there somewhere. I'm back here on the phone. Did not bring my device with me tonight. Probably gonna have to make multiple trips tomorrow, depending on what happens. So I was thinking of this concept of like these what do you call it? Rules of self or some shit like so it's the three that I put in the title. So self preservation first, then you need self care. Self preservation isn't necessarily self care, but they could be like interjoined, right? And then self improvement. You have those three tiers, right? So preservation's like being like the very most basic shit, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean like you're gonna be like on your well being, right? Like so then you need like that self care, time to rest, you know, and then like the self improvement is obvious. It's like always leaning towards healthier habits and always trying to learn and what have you. So it's kind of trying to differentiate between those things, right? The very first thing is you have to have a will for self preservation. If you don't have a will, motivation for self preservation, probably going to fall apart.
Did I say a will?
How the
I think I
audio
said
is looking.
a will for self-preservation. I did. Look at that mustache. Oh my goodness. Um. So yeah. Yeah. Damn patrol trucks came out during the first couple of minutes. I had to run out for a minute. Uh, it's like they're out looking for some kind of crisis or something. You know, sirens on and shit. So, but I'm not gonna bother to go back or anything. Obviously, I think I'm gonna repeat myself a couple of times on that whole point. But anyway, this is from before I even got into my room. Uh, like when I was in and out of the car and the shed and all of that. Um, I'm talking about this concept, self-preservation, self-care, self-improvement, is like the whole like Well, obviously I'm drinking throughout the stream, but I'm talking about like recovery concepts and shit. And I don't remember if I must have journaled this one out, I think, the way that it, but I'm not sure, or maybe I just did it in my shorthand notes. We'll turn. Hello, 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 hello. Shouldn't have any issues with that, really. About this one. Hello, hello, hello. Where are we at? Let's try that. I'm pretty far from my mic when I set it here. So hopefully it's not too quiet. Yeah, there's been like this ongoing drama amongst some peoples I know, and I'm not even sure like how or well, I think I'm pretty much uninvolved with a lot of it, other than doing some commentary. Like my cat and I have talked about it, and William and I have talked about it a little bit, but William hasn't. He's kind of been avoiding coming by the channel to chat about it. So I guess he doesn't want to, taint it with drama unnecessarily, which I do appreciate, but not like something that's. So here I'm referring to the. I think there were a multitude of things happening around that time, especially with like William Freeman and Hillary's emails. A bunch of people were there, right? And then Nakasuchi was involved. I remember who came first, but we're talking about YouTube creator drama right now, which is pretty fucking hilarious. I mean, people are still fucking tripping on that shit. It's off limits. I'm not even really sure who or what, how some people are affected. Like, I was under the impression that Oz was kind of on the inside of this group outing people, but it sounds like Oz got outed by the group too. I'm not sure how that worked out. So, oh yeah, that whole thing with Oz, Nitty, and Stephanie Helm. I don't know if Pocket Locker was involved yet. I think that was before the Pocket Locker incident. I guess we'll find out maybe if I talk about it at length in this video, but I don't think I do. There seems to be a whole kind of culture growing around this kind of reaction of the allies. And yeah, I've been talking about this for a while. People wanting to be allies, myself wanting to be an ally, and then kind of stepping in the wrong direction, putting foot in mouth, or jumping to the defense of somebody that doesn't want or need your help, or what have you. Or found a book down at my public library, actually, specifically on this topic. I'm gonna check out next time I'm down there. I'll show it on the channel as soon as I get it. I know I roughly kind of remember the title, but it's something. So I'll show it out once I have the actual book in hand. But it's on exactly that topic. Simply reacting to the wrong shit, where your heart's in the right place, but you end up defending somebody or whatever just because they are X, and that had nothing to do with the thing that they were actually doing or something. Like it's not addressing the actual question. So I don't know. I've been far too wrapped up in my own bullshit to really get too involved in the drama. I hear things and then it kind of, whoa, what's going on there?
But yeah, I think
Yeah, not much has changed on that front. My guy. Damn, I kind of missed that pipe. Smashed it. Okay. So yeah. I think I'm gonna go back to the other thing I was talking about. I did skim through this quite a while earlier, so.
There might be some topic for William and I to debate on there, because William is on the other side of the abortion issue and stuff like that. So that's
That's
somebody
right.
that I could
Right.
see having like a friendly and robust discussion.
We did end up having a short back and forth. It wasn't abortion. After this, sometime after this, and then obviously the Jill thing. But like I said, like this is a whole baby ago. So
Discussion with and some disagreement. What's up, Melvin? Good to see you. Smoke my little roachy here very slowly. I think that's an important conversation to have, especially for us being in the U.S. It's a very, ongoing hot button issue. It's just not going away. And for someone leaning the way William's leaning, someone leaning the way I'm leaning, to be able to have a civil conversation, maybe actually reach some common ground, some compromise on that issue. I don't know. I think it's always worth the conversation.
yeah, that's a little bit disingenuous. Now, like honestly, like if I'm gonna do an abortion debate, like it's got to be to try to obviously push the pro-choice model and try to like advance the best argument I can. So. Oh, it was not. So, but I think what I was trying to say is like within like reason with somebody that you can like communicate with. It's not going to devolve into something really stupid, like a lot of abortion debates do.
I would just shut him down because he's on the opposite side of the aisle. As long as he's being respectful, then I don't see why somebody would do something like that. But that seems to be what Knock the Raging Atheist is trying to do. Is, I don't know, call out William. I don't. He didn't say anything about canceling or deplatforming. He very clearly stated that he did not like the guy, did not like his opinions. They're not friends. He might have a discussion with him, but they're not going to be friendly, because in Knox's eyes, William is against bodily autonomy for women. But I
Yeah. It was way before the whole pocket locker incident and all that. So at this point, Raging Atheist is in an open room with William. I'm trying to remember the whole thing, but Rage made a video about it. This was long before all the raccoon talk and all that shit. I think. Yeah, I completely forgot about all that.
there's obviously a lot more nuance to that conversation to be had. So but I ultimately stand on, it's going to be her choice at the end of the day, whether to have an abortion or not, or it should. But we should have these other kind of considerations, right? So I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know William's nuanced position on that, so I don't want to. I just know what Knock was saying William's position was, and I heard a few clips of what William had said in particular conversations. So. And I think he also brought it up earlier, but I was in and out of the room when they were having that conversation over at 420 Atheist channel. Jumped in the live stream, and then I realized I had shit to do. I tried to do it real fast, but it didn't work out that way. So hand's healing up pretty nicely. The scab came off. This way. You can't even see it. Down there. I know it doesn't look too bad, but it was brutal. Went end over end on a Razor scooter. Done that since I was a kid.
So I'm not sure. I got into my place in April of last year. The tag on this said 9 months for this video. I'm trying to remember if I had more than one scooter fall. But I know there was obviously this big one. My hand was jacked up for a while. And I do not know if that was the same night that I lost my scarf. If it was, that would mean that I was already down in the Richmond area by that point. So.
Yes. So nothing too interesting at work. Work life has been pretty mellow for the most part. I did do that extra day of work today to make up for some lost time. I got to talk to my kids, so that was cool. He's always in a good mood. Well, not always, but usually when we talk, he's a trooper. He is not like much of a. He's not much for phone calls and FaceTiming and stuff. So he doesn't really show his full personality. He kind of likes to mess around a little bit, which is fine.
So this might be around the last time that I actually talked to my son. I'm thinking from what I can tell here. So that sucks.
We don't have the same depth of interaction as when we're in person, obviously, and he just doesn't enjoy a conversation in the same way. So he'll play little games. He'll say things to me, and his mother's in the room, and he'll say things to me that he knows his mother's going to scold him for, and I guess he wants me to scold him for it, and so, but I'll let him do it until mom says something, and then I'll say something, and then he'll get a good laugh out of that, and then I'm not the parent in the room.
I'm trying to think of like an example of that right now, just like off the top of my head again. Like there are certain things that he will repeat, like phrases and stuff like that. Usually it's something he picks up in a movie. And like either he'll repeat it or he'll ask me to spell the same thing over and over again. That's another one. There's other stuff. I thought I had something else to interject there, but apparently not.
It's also like really mundane stuff. It's not like super inappropriate stuff. Like I'll just say she gets weird about really petty stuff, and my son tends to be very repetitive. So if it ticks her off, he will do it over and over again. It's great. Kind of like me. Now you know why I'm single. Among other reasons. This is so weird right now. So, I got kicked out on my phone, and so I keep trying it, and so now I'm back in StreamYard, and it won't let me enter this broadcast. It won't even let me view it. If I go to like the past broadcast tab or something like that, it says site can't be reached. So I go straight back to StreamYard. It shows my other upcoming broadcasts, my scheduled broadcasts or whatever. And then let's see, can I can't enter. Can I create a new one? Can't create a new one. I can't go to any other tab, so it's just like frozen me out somehow or something. I don't know. No idea what's going on there. So that's fine. That's good. Gotta love that. Oh, hey, Kelby, good to see you. Yes. That was a detuning. I can't, well, I guess I could switch over. I'm just concerned. I can't go on like this. I was using a very specific method to record this. Alright, well, let's see if I can, shit. Sorry, excuse my, whatever language I'm speaking here. Trying to problem solve on the fly. McFly, 70%. Okay. What is up? Look at the trees. Yeah, I was gonna try to open this room up here in a little bit, but now my tech's not gonna cooperate. I just don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I have to just end it all. Needs real tuning. Tune her up. Skip-dee-bap. Want to be do-that. To the storm this morning, without myself another. Time I make for, gotta take another ride down to like a storm. Alright, we'll see what we got here. See, I've restarted my phone. Um, yeah, I'm looking at the date. The bill's not due yet. Not not my personal preference right now. What's going on right now? But it's okay. Might do. The other reason I want to be on the phone so I can be mobile and be back and forth. Oh, there it is. Okay, so now I have to switch everything back. Okay. A second while I do that.
But so many people say that they want to see the light. They want to be enlightened. They want to dissolve into the light of God. Then when they've done that, all over again, the process goes on, and it blows out those mud balls. And here are planets, and here once again, you're a baby, you're a child. The flowers are brilliantly colored. The stars are gorgeous. The smell of the earth, the sound of the rain, everything is marvelous once again. And once again you see the other, the man, the woman that you love, as if it had never happened before.
Is this thing on? Kind of looks like it's on. Okay, I think I'm back. All right. Well, I don't know. Everything's gone sideways on us now. A couple videos here. Let's check this one out. And see, I know I never checked my emails that I needed to check, so we may do that later too. See if this keeps up all right, and then possibly open the stream up.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, whatever time it is, wherever in the world it is that you are. Welcome once more to another live stream of Alexandra Mayer's live, page by page reading and commentary of the modern English version of the Bible. Today we're going to go into the book of Numbers, chapter 24. On a side note, I'm doing really well, really well. If you follow the community tab over on this channel, you'll see that I'm very grateful to have a few more toxic energies out of my life. And that's just one of those ongoing processes and challenges that many of us face when it comes to just living day to day, keeping situations, energies, and people who don't need to be in our lives out of our lives. But I managed to get some people out of my life that I was having a little bit of a hard time getting out of my life. I tried to end the connections gently, and these people just didn't seem to want to take no for an answer. So I had to go a little bit more.
Yeah, then I'm out of your life, because it sounded weird the way you said it, like, you know, like you were trying to get out of your life, or something. Like, I don't know. It was weird.
Extreme with my tactics, but again, I feel good about it because my life is my life, and I'm not letting people who are essentially energy vampires suck the life out of me, and neither should you. So anyway,
Correct.
let's go ahead and get into the book of Numbers, chapter 24. And when Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he did not go as other times to seek for enchantments, but he set his face toward the wilderness. Balaam lifted up his eyes, and he saw Israel dwelling in their tents by their tribes, and the Spirit of God came on him. He took up his proverb and said, Balaam the son of Beor has said, and the man whose eyes are open has said, he has said, who heard the words of God, who saw the vision of the Almighty falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. How lovely are your tents, O Jacob, and your tabernacles, O Israel. Like palm trees, are they spread out, like gardens by the riverside, like the aloe plant which the Lord has planted, and like cedar trees beside the waters. He will pour the water out of his buckets, and his seed will be in many waters. His king will be higher than Agag, and his kingdom will be exalted. God brings him out of Egypt. He has the horns of a wild ox. He will eat up the nations, his enemies, and will break their bones, and pierce them through with his arrows. He crouches, he lies down as a lion, and as a lion, who will stir him up? Blessed is he who blesses you, and cursed is he who.
That was some pretty violent shit. You catch that? You know, tear him up. Like, pierce him with arrows. Like, he's really gonna fuck these guys up.
Curses you. The anger of Balak was inflamed against Balaam, and he struck his hands together. And Balak said to Balaam, I called you to curse my enemies, and indeed you have certainly blessed them these 3 times. Now flee to your own place. I thought to promote you to great honor, but certainly the Lord has kept you back from honor. Balaam said to Balak, did I not speak to your messengers?
What are their names? Block and Blog? Block? I'm not. I have to look it up. Numbers 24. Okay, I'll look it up real quick. Sorry, let this roll.
Which you sent to me, saying, if Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the mouth of the Lord to do either good or bad of my own mind. But what the Lord speaks, I will speak. And now I am going to my people. Come, I will advise you what this people will do to your people in the latter days. Balaam's 4th prophecy. He took up his parable and said, the oracle of Balaam, the son of Beor, and the oracle of the man whose eyes are open, the oracle of the one hearing the words of God, and knowing the knowledge of the Most High, who sees the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having.
Looking at it now, I do see this dude Balaam. It's taking a really long time. I see this dude Balaam, Beor, Agag, to devour the hostile nations. Who's the other guy? Balak. So there's Balak, and then there's Balaam. Balak. Okay, so we got. I found that, and now you know. Oh my gosh, excuse me, I'm sorry. I was trying to mute before that happened. It just came out.
Having his eyes open. I will see him, but not now. I will behold him, but not near. A star will come out of Jacob, and a scepter will rise out of Israel, and will crush the borderlands of Moab, and destroy all the children of Sheth. Edom will be a possession, and Seir a possession of its enemies, while Israel does valiantly. One out of Jacob shall have dominion, and destroy the survivors of the city. Then he looked on Amalek. He took up his proverb and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his end will be that he perishes forever. He looked on the Kenites and took up his proverb and said, Strong is your dwelling place, and you put your nest in a rock. Nevertheless, the Kenite will be wasted. How long until Ashur carries you away captive? He took up his proverb and said, Alas, who will live when God does this? So this is kind of interesting. We're almost to the end, but he's telling what's going to happen. And it's just amazing to me that the people of this time consistently, for the most part, saw physical miracles from God, the Lord, everything that was around them that they couldn't
He's just talking
explain.
about people in the Bible, though. I don't think they're like people of that time. I think like any other contemporary people of that time, contemporaneous or whatever. There's probably like a bunch of there are probably more people who didn't see miracles. They just all happen to be recorded in the one book, right? Which is why it's such a freaking magical book, right?
They saw these things happening, but at times they still doubted. They were kind of like children saying, "Oh yeah, I'm not going to do anything until you make me and show me." So it's very funny to me.
It's in like the first, it's like Genesis that he stops talking to people. Pretty sure it's like super early on that God like stops talking to most people, like except the whoever the his chosen people or whatever. Super early.
I guess it all has to do with tolerance levels. And at different points in history, humanity has different tolerance levels for different things. So let's go ahead and finish. And ships will come from the coast of Cyprus and will afflict Asher and will afflict Eber, and he also will perish forever. Balaam rose up and went and returned to his place, and Balak also went his way. So that's the end of the book of Numbers, chapter 24. Next time we'll go into the book of Numbers, chapter 25. And slowly but surely, we are getting through the Bible, aren't we? Every time I get through another chapter, I feel great. So I've been working a lot lately. I probably will not be back this weekend until maybe Sunday evening. So everyone have a wonderful weekend. Keep up with my projects on alexandrameyers.com. And I'm just pushing forward. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Good job, bro. Yeah. All right. So I don't know. I'm a little bit flustered right now. But Trisha's still live. We'll put on Trisha Licious to subject you to that for a few minutes, and I'll decide what I'm doing here. We'll probably be here for a few minutes. Yeah, decide whether or not we're gonna maybe open the room or go back to that other video so we can get into the part I wanted to talk about. But I want to make sure I wait a little bit longer before I do anything like serious as this gets. Just because still kind of in peak time Usually it gets a little quieter for a little while. I mean, I'm kind of equipped to deal with interruptions, just trying to minimize them.
He looked all fucking crazy. His
Goodness, shoot.
eyes were like, oh, yeah, but he was
Sure.
like, he said
Not me.
something
sure.
about like, I'm gonna have to find a new platform. I don't know.
Looking stream question mark. I hope you're not getting there. It looks like a bathroom. Julia drums.
I think by the time that I saw that
Wonder if she's
that was going on, I went in there and it was already like effing, like really, it could have been like that for hours. So I don't know if that's the stream that you were talking about or what, but oh, I know the shit's been going down with him and his brother and all of that. I mean, I really don't care. I just know, like, I know what it is. It was nice to have that, like, confirmation, I guess, that, yeah, that's what's going on, because I hate when people, like, lie for and enable drug addicts and stuff and people that are, like, fucking crazy, you know, because it's like, you're making people that are sane fucking, like, you're making them be second guessed and shit. Like, don't fucking, you know, don't fucking cover up their dirty little fucking secrets and make all of us that fucking know something's going on, make us look like we're the fucking crazy ones because of these fucking crazy junkie motherfuckers. Are you kidding me? So yeah, that was cool. Other than that, I don't know. I feel bad for Andrew and his dad because I know that dealing with an addict is very heart-wrenching. I think that that's the only, like, if I could describe it in one word, that's what it would be. You know, it's heartbreaking, heart-wrenching. It just really wreaks havoc on your heart when it's someone that you really love, or it's a family member,
Your heart first.
you know, fucking someone that you're really close to. It's really
Okay,
hard.
there.
He was so high and denying it, of course.
The liquor.
He's just the lying and the drugs and all of that, and the secrecy and the hiding things, and then the lies to cover it up and blah. That lying becomes second nature when you're a junkie or drug addict and you're doing stuff like that you can't be honest about. So, you know, you have to
Well, you can't.
you have to start developing that nature where you just become a liar, you know, and a dishonest person. It sucks.
Might be, well, to a certain extent. You know, certain things you probably end up in prison or something.
I love this stuff. It is good for you.
Pomegranate juice.
It is good. It is good. For sure. But
Pablo, is that a
yeah,
rapper?
Charles, these people just have like mental issues that I'm just not qualified to deal with, first of all. And I'm tired of being like pulled into people's weird mental shit and their manipulation and fucking all of that. I am not a kind of person that delights in playing manipulative mental mind games with people. That's like when Good Times was saying that stuff earlier, I'm like, fuck off, dude. I don't have the time nor the care, nor am I that kind of person to try to do that kind of stuff with. I'm not a sneaky person. I'm a very straightforward person. That's why I think most people know where they stand with me. I like to keep it real, as I say, and I like to fucking just, if I have a problem with someone, you're gonna know it.
Like when keeping it real goes wrong.
That's gonna go behind your back and try to befriend you just so I can try to fucking do you dirtier or whatever. I'm not fake like that. I have an issue being fake like that, and there's no reason to be fake like that. I'm not in a fucking Broadway play or something. I'm not acting on Broadway or, you know, like on the fucking, I don't know. So Okay, well, I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying, like, I don't know who you are, Pete Pablo, but okay.
Pretty sure that
I'm sure
sounds like a
you're,
rapper.
I know, I'll
I mean,
give you the
that's not him.
benefit of the doubt. I don't know, but a lot of the people in this, and I'm not talking about chatters, I'm talking about, although probably a lot of the chatters too, no offense to my chat, but just in general, that people that go around and hang out in different people's chats and blah, blah, blah. A lot of them probably are mentally ill or whatever, because then they come out, look at little fucking Jimmy narcissist that I'm talking about. Like, they come out of the fucking woodwork and decide that they're going to become streamers. And then you just, and then the sparks fly and then the fireworks start, you know what I mean? And,
Gang's all here.
it's wild out here, but I'm literally, I don't have the time. I just do not have the time, nor do I care to invest my time. And that's what I don't like about a lot of these people, is like they're like living on hate. I'm trying to like live on love and actually like improve myself, improve my life, spend more time with my family, you know, my daughter, be a better parent to my daughter, be sober, you know, more, so that I am a better parent to my daughter, and just stuff like that. I don't have it in me to be wanting to go around and start
Well, it
a
sounds really
bunch of drama. And I just kind
sounds like she's doing pretty well. Give it to her.
of
Good
inadvertently
job,
do.
bitch.
And it, you know, does it tickle me sometimes when my actions make like people that dislike me or whatever upset? Oh, sure, of course it does. But, you know, I don't live for that. I don't go out there and try to fucking rile people
Well, I guess we'll see.
up or shake shit up necessarily.
Nobody comes. I don't know. Can do whatever. You know how it is.
It just kind of happens. Like, just even me speaking at good times, that's gotten so many people like all up in their feelings. And I think it's really weird. I think it's really, really weird, because I wouldn't even, I don't know. People are just, they make a mountain out of a molehill. It's really weird. It's really, really weird.
True. It's true.
But, you know, I can talk to whoever I want, whenever I want.
That's also true.
That's why I'm single. You know, it doesn't have to be in a romantic sense. Just because I speak to someone of the opposite sex doesn't
I don't see. I'm having
mean
the
that
same
it
issue
has
right.
romantic connotations.
It's like, and I feel like, I'm missing out on a really good friendship with this person, right? Because whatever and whatever, right? Like, but just because we're the opposite sex doesn't mean we're gonna have sex. You know what I mean? Like, unless everybody keeps acting like. Like, and I'm the older person, so obviously, like, I'm the one who looks bad, right? I'm supposed to be an idiot, but it's like, no, we had like a really good thing going, Like, why do I have to, like, we're adults, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any type of sense.
You know, a
Fucking
couple
aggravating.
cocktails with the guy.
Mind your business.
Maybe, you know, do a collab stream and fucking shoot the shit or whatever. I've thought that about other people too, and then I've ended up being very, very wrong. Or I've actually got to know them and got together with them in person, collaborated and said, oh, okay, you know, this person is not the kind of person as cool as I thought they were, basically. You know what I mean? you know, same goes for like Alex. Like I wanted to get together, and I would have been totally down with getting together and collabing with her. Now I feel a little differently about that. You know, now that she's gone off the deep end with this whole like good time situation. And, and I do feel like it's because number one, he rejected her. And number two, because, or I wouldn't even necessarily go so far as to say he rejected her.
I don't
I
know
will
who most of
say,
these people
no,
are. So apparently there's some lag going on now. Hard to tell what's going on between my two devices here. Thought I was like fucking ingenious, which I am. Yeah, I am a genius.
and number two is even the fact that I, in her eyes, had the audacity to speak to her, or him, excuse me, to speak to Good Times, because in her eyes, that's a personal attack on her. I truly believe it's a narcissistic thing. Um, I do believe that Alex is a bit of a narcissist.
I don't know. That sounds like a jealous control freak thing. I don't know about like. Uh, I mean, it could be narcissistic. I don't. But
That there's some narcissism there. Just judging by my interactions with her as a friend, you know, when she got all pissed off at me because I simply just disagreed with her. I had the gall to publicly disagree with her about Vegan Patriot. I don't.
I don't know what to disagree with her. But you could disagree with people like about whatever you want to. Really, that's your right. Agree to disagree, man.
But she went off the deep end about that. Same thing with Good Times with the coconut water. Like I get it. Okay, yeah, he was being kind of an ass. But you have to understand that is Good Times. And if you love the man like you claimed you did, you should probably know who you're professing to love so much and know that, you know, he kind of idolizes Chevy Chase. He's, you know, and he has kind of a weird sense of humor. He loves those kind of old school comedians. He's into that. That's kind of his whole vibe. And he, you know, and some of them are a little bit jerky. Do I think that he's coming, like he's an evil person? That he's coming from an evil place? So far, I do not. So far, not so far. Not so far. From what I know of him, I think kind of almost the way he probably feels about me. I think he's probably just kind of a lonely guy. Um, I don't think he probably gets out much. And I think that's probably because of by choice. And I think that he's probably been hurt a lot
Okay, well, that's all very powerful insight.
in the
This doesn't
past,
appear to be working
you know,
as
and he's,
well as it
because
worked
of
last
that,
time. Pretty
untrustworthy
good
of
last time.
people. I get it, you know, I'm very much the same way.
Tonight, not so much. Ooh, look at the trees just dropped a video. Up. So let's see if we can pull up a link for that video here real quick. Dun, dun, dun.
こんにちは。司令官先輩。一人ぼっちで寂しいの？ならアニメファイヤー最強。
You know, have to click on the video to get the link. Do that. It'll take just a second longer now. drop a like. Links forever. Oh, shit. Of course, I got somebody camped out over here. Fucking, or not camped out actually, but okay. Needed a second. Just been one of those days. All right. We can we can watch a bit of this video here.
What is up, gang? I am back with another knife review from Joker Sporting Knives of Spain.
Nice. I like the design of that
Today
blade.
we
right
will
there.
be unboxing the Nessmuck S. S standing for Scandi Grind. It is a J Sabater design. As you can see, we have a handle made of curly birch wood with a thickness of 0.87 inches and a length of 4.58 inches
It looks kind
with black.
of that link's down there. If you want to go check out this video, I recommend it. Subscribe to Look at the Trees. We did a convo on here a bit over a year ago, I think. Look at the Trees and I. Yeah, it's got to be at least. Okay. So it's been an hour. We'll see. We'll see what's left of that thing I was looking at. I think I was, completely shit-faced while I was making this video. But I was drinking. That's for sure. It's been an ongoing issue. And now I'm on the charger. So this is going to be complicated. Again, we did
$5.80 left in my food stamp card, and I spent a bit of that. I bought a loaf of bread, which I still have a few slices of. I bought one little thing of chili and a little thing of SpaghettiOs, which I ate both at work tonight. And then I bought some salad dressing. So I have the cabbage and the green onion, so I can at least make a cabbage and green onion salad, I guess. Yeah, that's the way it goes. And yeah, I think Mom's gonna help me out with some food tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll get that all worked out.
Okay, yeah.
And
so at this point, right, yeah, I've got the cabbage. Got ate up that cabbage for a minute. And the green onion I bought. Yes. Yeah. So this is right after I first moved into my place. But
but I was still, I think my car was still stuck on the other side of the bridge. So I was only going like to my room like, very rarely because I was using mostly public transportation, which I haven't been doing lately, right? Which I need to actually start doing that again. Although it'll be a lot more difficult in my present situation. So I don't know. I'll have to think of a plan for that. But yeah.
And still have to go to the food bank. Probably just make a regular thing of that. To keep food in my belly, you know, because income's going to be tight. I'm going to be paying off this debt for another 3 months. So those are coming off the top of my checks. And yeah, I'm going to have to start paying tolls again because that's going to become another regular thing once I start driving. Although, you know, the plan is to at least split it up, you know, so I'm driving the car much less often, biking and busing more, stick to that routine, which I spoke with my therapist about, you know, as far as keeping on a healthier exercise, because evidently I'm a person who actually like really requires a lot of exercise. And I always know like that's high metabolism.
Right. So this was the plan, like way before I even got into this program and stuff, like because I was doing it already, like biking like 13 miles after work, right? After doing whatever it was, like just crazy amounts of steps at work. That was already like the plan. Now, as it turns out, maintaining physical fitness. False alarm. Maintaining physical fitness is like literally just as difficult when you get clean. I mean, I would say like there's some aspects of it that are a little bit easier and you don't hurt yourself as much, but for the most part, like getting motivated, it's the same fucking shit, bro. Like it really is.
High energy, and I'm always trying to, you know, pretty much dope myself down. So I smoke all this fucking weed and shit. You know, it's like, I don't know. Sometimes you just make yourself tired by, you know, going out there and doing hard shit and sweating and working out. And I know that. You know, it's hard to stick to a routine. It's much easier to maintain a routine when that routine is a, you know, like part of your transportation, right? Because like, you have to bike and you have no choice to get to work, then you're going to do that, right? But if you don't have to bike, then it's much, you know, more difficult sometimes to force yourself to bike to work when you don't actually have to. But it's also healthier and it's a better routine, and it's easier than sticking to than, well, I don't know, maybe I did have the routine when I was doing the pest control thing and shit, fucking, where I would wake up every morning. I go make my coffee. I pound some water, and I would do like 30 minutes floor exercise, push-ups, sit-ups, a little bit of dumbbell training, and I was doing that every morning. Like, okay, 30-minute floor exercise, coffee's ready. Get a cup of coffee, get in the shower, you know, that whole thing. And I was doing that, but I mean, in some aspects, it was working out really well, but in other aspects, I was failing miserably. So it was just, yeah, that wasn't quite the correct balance, but something like
that, right? Exactly, because actually, I was doing really well in a lot of like different regards, but I was also, you know, not focused, like, and I'm still not. I'm not. We'll talk about this, I think, in a little bit here, right? Because why? What am I really focused on? Like, why? What is this factor for distraction, right? Like, I'm so easily distracted, right? Because I don't have this goal like I used to have this main goal. Like even right now, like I have a project, but it's a project like to bide my time. I used to like set this like massive amount of importance onto the thing that I was doing, whatever it was, right? Like I was writing a story or writing a song or something like that. Like it was very, very important for me to accomplish that and to move on to the next one. The next one was just equally important, right? In each thing. And I didn't really like look at the actual quality of the thing or the experience of doing the thing, right? It was important to get the thing done.
Like that, right? Yeah, makes sense. I thought Kat was coming by. I have a DM though. Well, Ginger Nation, I put the link up there so you could come over. Ah, okay. Smart Alec. I have not seen Kat or Q in quite a while. I know I saw Q on somebody else's stream pretty recently, but I have not seen Kat in a long fucking time. We had seen or heard from Kat. Suppose I could reach out on the Discords. I know there was a stream that I think got taken down, and I don't know. I was searching too in the King Gank Discord server. That's still up. I heard some shit about Will a while back, and I think I was in rehab at the time, and I wasn't really sure like if it was real, man. Should be crazy if it is, but yeah. Maybe, I don't know if it has anything to do with that or what's going on, but yeah. Halsey put up a new video. Halsey is another like pixie, very seductive voice. It's like, that voice, but also the brain. Just that it's the voice and the brain attached to it. But yeah, oh my gosh, that voice. Seductive and calm. I think those two kind of.
And right here. This is my fucking problem. I don't know why I can't fucking stop it, right? I just can't. I can't just fucking
tend to be
stop
seduced
it.
to calming thing. Seduced by
What
calming
the fuck
things.
is going on? I can't stop the video, nor can I stop whatever the fuck is I'm doing here. Like, ever. Like, in my whole fucking life. Like, it doesn't matter who the person is, what the situation is. I can't stop it. Stop it, Trash Monkey. And you know what I'm talking about.
Is that a truth claim? Okay, axioms. What in the hell are these axioms? Oh no.
Okay, so the axiom, make sure we get this right. The axiom is a statement or proposition which is regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true. The axiom that supply equals demand, also known as an accepted truth or general truth. Okay. So the other thing is the maxim. Is the short. Wait, why did it? This son of a bitch. A general truth, fundamental principle, or rule of conduct. It's almost the same fucking thing. Mother's favorite maxim was, don't count your chickens before they hatch. A proverbial saying, so it's a proverb. Mm-hmm. That's right.
Just gonna check this. Oh, nice. Discord notifications for the new. Oh, I can't. No, I can't do that. Oh, what's up, Spooky? You're too invested in the Rage stream. Sorry, I don't think you missed much. You're kind of distracting from the Rage stream. Although they did talk about it a little bit, but there was like a lot of just nostalgia talk and the old days of Will and Cat trolling Knock and all that good shit that we already know about. And they were just, some people were like, "What happened?" And it's like, "Oh, you didn't know? Yeah, okay." And then we let them know, and well, they let them know. I was at the tail end of my shift, so I wasn't able to make it in. And then Kat said that they were going to come over here, and then she's not here. No Kat.
Okay, so we know, and I vaguely remember this, that I was there. I think I was in the stream for a short time from my phone, right? Probably from, I must have been at the bus station, right? I was at the bus station by this time, and so I'm in the stream, and I think, was it Q or they? So I think they got into it with Knock first, and then William came in. I don't know. It really doesn't matter. But the point was that I was in Knock's stream, and I had to ride the bus back prior to doing this stream. And during that period of time, I was like, I was talking to Kat, right? And we were supposed to do something together, whatever it was, right? Because I was doing my I probably still have the sticky notes from it somewhere. I was doing my sticky notes for shows when I was putting this one together. So that's why I was like, I know the way this is laid out. It's like something from my sticky notes. It's not like completely off the cuff. Like there's like bullet points or something going on. So so I think I had a different idea for what Kat and I were supposed to be talking about on this particular evening, which didn't pan out.
But I know people have shit to do. Plus, I'm on my phone, so it's not like best streaming quality or anything. Usually makes things a bit difficult. But I figure, what the hell? It's pretty much going to be out here watching videos anyway. And I had like this whole train of thought that seemed to make sense as I was thinking of it. It does make sense. It's just like, I guess, basic shit. Just the whole like, okay, self-preservation, that's the first tier, just getting by, making sure you're fed and homed and clothed. And you've got self-care where you actually take appropriate rest and also do like appropriate exercise and then all that good stuff. And then you have self-improvement where you're like actually trying to attain, new higher goals or something, or, like there's this thing that I really, or maybe, I want to learn a new vocation or something, whatever it is, And then so once you get on that track, then you're like, okay, so first I have to do self-preservation.
Okay, so this is the thing we're talking about. This is the whole. Okay, so you've got like this 3 tiers of what you're doing for self, right? You have to preserve yourself, and you have to provide care for yourself beyond mere preservation. Then you have to grow, right? And so this is like the process. In the process of addiction, you get stuck, right, in the self-preservation at the very base of it, because you see using or drinking or whatever it is, right, that becomes a means for you of self-preservation. You're no longer getting like the sustenance you need from other like social activities and shit like that, right? And so but it's also in the fact that like mere self-preservation is also like pessimistic, right? Because you don't see there's no progression, right? Which is what you're looking for. It's not like part of the reason. Beat, motherfucker. See, that's why, and that's exactly why. 12:25 a.m. It's now Saturday morning, February 24th. Train of thought completely lost. Okay, so you have to have this progression, right? And this is why a lot of people like my problem, right, is I'm stuck in this cycle where I don't see my life actually progressing anywhere. This is a fucking whole problem with being codependent and what am I trying to get out of life? And it's like, okay, well I've already done X amount of stuff with my time. Like I've already got kids and I've already done all this shit with my music that it's really hard to match that when you're kind of starting from the ground level where I'm at, right? It's not like if I had never done all that shit in my 20s, right now it'd be this whole brand new experience. But because I've already done all that shit, I have this higher expectation now of what the next phase of my life is going to bring, right? Which is not realistic, right? Now you actually need to dial it back, right? Because you weren't super successful, and it's a lot of it's just cleaning up your messes from the past, and but you still kind of have this expectation of fulfillment, oh well, and people say, well, you still have the opportunity to be happy. It's really, what does that mean to you? What do you think? What should that mean to me? What's going to make me happy at this phase of my life, right? Because you're kind of always hoping to progress onto something better, right? It's you. As an individual, you have to level up, right, through these stages of progression. What the fuck? I was just talking about you, Kat. What's up? Oh, that's hilarious. Shifty marmosets over here. I need to change my avatar. No, it's too much shit going on right now. Oh, this fucking spider's following me in here. What the hell was I even talking about? I don't know. I'm just I had me talking about thinking about something. Oh, about how I was trying to level up from one stage to the next. Your ears are ringing over there. You've been summoned. Holy fucking shit. See, what did I say? Oh, yeah. So I was expecting all these things to happen. These really good things are supposed to happen to you, and you start oh, but see, that's the problem, because you don't actually get rewarded for good behavior. That's not actually the way it works. and we forgot that most important. That's the most important thing. So I guess it's trying not to carry on being a shitty person, right? Because obviously that sucks. We don't. But you also like, want to get the shit that you want, right? I mean, I kind of want other people to be happy too, but that's like peripheral. Like I want to be happy. It's me, me, myself, and I. So that's what the whole leveling up thing is about. I don't know, something like that. No idea what the fuck I'm talking about anymore. There's a link. You want to join? My technology is crap. It's absolute dog shit right now. But I'm hanging out over here all night. I'm doing this all night. I like smashing my face against hard objects. No, I'm joking. I don't like doing that. It's not fun.
Reservation, which is what I'm doing now. And I have to do self-care, which is what I keep neglecting, right? And that's the next thing. Once you have those two things down, then you can actually do self-improvement and whatever path you're on, you can find a better way to do that, or go to a new path that suits you better. And that kind of seems to be the place I'm at in this road. It's like a lot of opportunity, right? A lot of opportunity, but no idea what to do with it. I mean, I keep getting all kinds of job offers. A lot more job offers now because of my experience with my present employer. Imagine that, right? Which is what they always say in the online trade, but thank you for letting me know, Speak. I adjusted my mic settings and I am wearing my headphones, but there's in-phone mic and, you can only do so much with those sometimes. But the night is very clear, so I think we get good data connection. Yeah, so I don't do with that. You have to eventually at some point make decisions, otherwise you stay stuck in the same place. And that's the thing that I want to avoid moving forward, so that I'm not still having this same conversation that, yo and myself in 6 months or something, Okay, is there a game plan? How long does it take to get wherever we're going, and where is that place? I don't know.
Yeah. Exactly. And I keep asking myself this question. Like right now, I have no idea what the fuck I've been doing for the last, however long. What was it? October? Fucking October. I went in to go, clean up my shit for a week, right? And now here I am. And yeah, Kat, I mean, at your convenience, it's fine. And now here I am. I'm having this hypothetical conversation with myself 9 months hence in the fucking future. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm literally running in circles. I'm chasing my tail here. It's kind of gotten better, but not really. It's not a lot better. It's not what I would have expected in the gestation of a human child, that span of time or whatever. I just really thought, I really thought things were going to be different by now, but they're not. They're not different. Not very much. Time moves extremely slowly. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it seems very easy to become complacent. To say, oh well, where I'm at right now is very stable, and stability is good for me. And so yeah, I want to do that, but at the same time, how do I make room for allotment for these gradual improvements or changes that I'd like to make? It's the most basic stuff. Okay, again, my own personal stability, financial, and food and housing security, and then for my kid, my kids plural, but my kid singular as far as one that I actually am able to be actively involved with right now, right? But I have to make all the necessary moves so that I can be more involved, as involved as possible, and stay involved. So that's a whole other step that I'm still kind of transitioning into and trying to appease the courts and all of this rigmarole, this red tape around that. So okay, stay on task with that, and then go back to doing the things that I love to do, like playing music. Got a couple bands that I've been involved in, and we haven't been able to play for a while, and it's slightly depressing. But then I'm like, we're all grown ass men. Well, for the most part, I don't know about there might be one or two of us that kind of slipped that news. Is that the right? No, wait, that's the wrong one. Or is that the right? Anyway, whatever. The point is that most of us have to actually support our.
Yes, it's called fucking Arrested Development, and that is what you meant to say, right? Just say it. That's it is what it is. Okay.
Ourselves and our families and live normal everyday lives most of the time, and then we come back in and
okay, now that's a fucking lie. There's not one of us that has a normal quote unquote nuclear family. That is blatant fucking trash. It's gobbledygook. It's nonsense.
Go to the Zen place together. Sometimes it's a bit more like a steel cage match or something, but most of the time it's
right, exactly. And that was the whole thing, right? Because on Sundays, get some of you asshole. So on Sundays, right? Sundays we're supposed to go in and everything else shuts off. We're fasting. You don't have to actually fast. Usually I do, or I used to. But you're there's no phones, there's no distractions, there's no people coming in and out. Everybody gets in the fucking zone, and everybody is all of your mental energy is devoted just to that act of creation and compassion, right? That was the thing, right? The problem is it's never actually been like that the whole time, that I've been. So we've got this ideal for what Sundays are supposed to look like and all of this stuff, right? But it never actually ends up like that. And so you don't know what you're going to get, first off. And then second of all, when you do, if everybody shows up, you get this whole mixed bag of agendas, right? And you never know what the agenda is, but nobody has the agenda of just going in there and shutting off the outside world and creating music anymore, which is supposed to be the whole point. So there's no external influence. It's like a meditation, right? Ideally.
the Zen place, and we're all itching to do it right now. It's just been impossible for the last several weeks, and it feels like forever.
I feel like we've had probably less practice time in this last year than probably in the whole 2 years that I was homeless. In the 2 years that I was homeless, because I was there all the time. I was just able see, and it was a problem, right? Because I was always at the studio, right? But that it was conducive to doing shit because I was always at the studio. So anytime somebody wanted to show up, we could just play music. But the problem was that, yeah, we were crashing out there and shit like that, right? And it wasn't cool. It was yeah, pick up the kids, whatever, do. It's you guys need to go. Okay. So now, this is you're talking about shit that happened almost 10 years ago, right? And we still don't have a key to the studio. So if I show up there on Sunday, everybody else isn't there, I can't just go in there and grab my guitar. I could ask somebody to let me in, but it's not going to be cool for me to just go in there and start recording, or start up a live or something like that, which I'd love to do, right? I'd love to do that because of shit that happened almost a decade ago. Still can't live that one down. right? But I don't know if that's the only reason. Like, I really don't. I feel like there's more to the story, right? We just get the tidbits that we get, right? This is not my shit. I can't. What am I going to do? Demand fucking access to the property? I'm a guest there. You can't do shit like that. It's not like really a joint venture in that way.
Like for somebody who practices ritualistically, with two bands every week, so I'd be practicing at least twice a week, and that's like minimalist for me. I've been doing that for a few years, but I used to do a lot more. But practicing twice a week and going to two different locations to do that, and going from every week to no weeks, or whatever.
This has honestly turned into like almost a nightmare for me. This whole thing with my location, it should be like really convenient, right? But I'm having to travel. If I like last weekend, ideally, if I would have gone up to Sacramento, fine, cool, and then come back down, stop in Napa, boom, boom, straight shot, and I'm only making one trip. If that doesn't happen, or like what happened this last weekend, like I show up in Napa and nobody shows up, well, then I've just made that whole detour for no reason, right? Or I have to go up, make the one trip, which is like 120 miles or something like that, a little more than that, maybe closer to 200, but like 180 or something like that, right? Make that trip, and then make the second trip on the second day, which is like another 80 miles, right? It doesn't add up. And again, I'm the one who's like motivated to actually do this. Like, I'm the only person, I think, in this whole crowd that doesn't like just see this as a hobby. Everybody else is like, this is my hobby. And I'm like, oh my goodness.
It was kind of gradual, but it was pretty quick at the end of it. And yeah, it seems like an eternity. It's probably been like, I guess, 4 or 5 weeks in reality, but it seems much longer than that. I've talked about before when we were in high school. Well, we were supposed to be in high school, but kind of flaked it off. Me and my first bandmate, we would go in studio. I use the term studio rather loosely because it was a bedroom, but we would go in and do sessions, and we would stay up all night on any given Thursday, sleep through Friday, and then we would play all of Saturday morning and Sunday, and then we call that the end of our session, and we go back to doing schoolwork on Monday or something, and we would spend the entirety of those 4 days together, 4 to 5 days, and then I would go home, recharge, and while I was at home, I would make another tape of new songs, and my partner would make another tape of new songs, and then we'd come back in, listen to the tapes, and do it all over again the next week. So it was like that would take up a good percentage of your time, just being focused on that and having somebody to bounce ideas off of all the time. And yeah, it's not so much like that anymore. We don't quite have that same thing going in our older age. Although I do wish that your comment in the community. Probably turn those off while I'm streaming.
So to give you an idea, like how different it is now, I wrote a song 2 weeks ago. I pretty much worked out like most of my parts. I played it with both bands. Thing doesn't get off the ground. I played it, so not just like me and one other guy who could just like write and record all the parts of this, like what I was just describing, right? Like this is me and 5 other people in 2 separate sessions, making 0 progress on that thing, and it's like I don't know what I expect from people. But it's the dynamic is just so much different. Like I can't seem to accomplish even the smallest task, right? And really, for me, like I just gotta not depend on other people at all. It's just not what the dynamics of a group I thought would be like, especially at this stage in the game, because like most of these people are really fucking experienced. You know what I mean? But that's kind of like part of the problem. Like you start getting experienced and you have like this whole like that's what I mean though, like just like with me and my life or whatever, it's like the expectation, the bar is like way up here, but yet we're almost like starting afresh as if none of that had ever happened. Right? Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. Ooh, all right. And Cali King 916 is live. Let's see. No, I don't want that. There we go. Shout out to Cali King 916. I saw Cali King 916 again yesterday or the day before out on Norwood. I would have come to pick you up if I was in town, but I wasn't. So, but I know where you were at, man. I know where you stay, so it's all good. Go. I just forget to do that before I go live, and then you start hearing all my notification ringers and shit. Oh my! It's not too chilly tonight. It's actually fairly warm. So I'm not hearing my leather. I was sweating when I came in. I ride my bicycle down to the 7-Eleven here. So I found the hidden $10 in my Google Pay wallet, but I can only use it. I can only transfer it. I can spend it online, or I can transfer it to my 7-Eleven account. Pay that way. My phone doesn't have a fucking what do you call that thing? NFT reader or NFT tag in it. So yeah, I can't actually digitally spend with this phone. I have to get an upgraded model. So I'm gonna actually correct myself here and say NFC or whatever the fuck it actually is. But I still have the same phone, right? Mind you, this video is almost a year old, and at the time this video was made, this phone had been broken for like 8 months, and I still have the same phone. I'm just saying, I just to let you know, that's how I roll. Still ain't giving a fuck. Still ain't buying a new phone. So, but if you transfer it to a 7-Eleven wallet, they have a barcode that is scanned, so you can just put it up on the screen. You don't need the reader or the tag, rather. Mixed up. I still have that that tag that I bought from a company called Tap, I believe it is, or no, Dot. That you're supposed to stick it to your phone, but you have to be is it NFT or NFC? NFC? I got those mixed up. Yeah, the other one's the non-fungible token. NFC is the contactless thing. That's the thing. And so yeah, and so if you have the Dot, which I have, what it's supposed to do is sync your accounts from your device, like it would sync my YouTube and my Facebook, and basically it would be like a digital business card. And you just tap it to somebody else's phone, and then bing, they get subscribed to your YouTube and whatnot. So, yeah, so I have that, but I just haven't been able to use it. I've had that ever since like August or something. So yeah, eventually I'll get that hooked up, and that's kind of a cool resource to use. Technology is fascinating. They keep coming up with new and interesting things that I never really would have thought of before. But where there's a will, there's a way. Drinking a Lagunitas Maximus tonight, and then I have cheap, of course, Old English malt liquor on standby. So yeah, I found the $10 in the wallet, and I found $2 at work. So I was like, okay.
I will say there's something about those IPAs, man. I mean, it's different than the other beers, and they'll ask you, like when you're in like rehabs and detox and shit, they're always like, were you just drinking like regular beer or like light beer? Was it Coors or Budweiser, or was it an IPA? Like, was it an IPA? Was it, because then like I think they said like there's something about the alcohol content, like especially if those are like 9%ers. Like once you get over like that 5-6% alcohol per drink, which is like your average is like 3-4, then you're getting to like 5-6% alcohol per drink, and all those IPAs are like up over 6% and higher. It interacts with your body differently, I guess, or something. I don't know, or maybe there's just more alcohol in it. Whatever the case may be. And yeah, the IPAs also do like this damage on your stomach. Like, man, it just, but they're so damn good.
Okay, that's cool. Also found $1 on the ground yesterday. That was it. This morning. That was this morning. Anyway, yeah, I need money. I am not above picking $1 up off the ground.
This man is picking up dollars off the ground. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd still probably pick up $1. I mean, I'm not but I do have, I have some money in my bank account today. It's not great, but it could be a lot worse. It was definitely a lot worse when this video was shot.
Ground. Need that money. But as I said, I think my mom's gonna maybe help me buy some groceries tomorrow, so that should be okay. And then I'll just get some stuff from the food giveaway. I have recyclables to turn in here, but the recycling center here isn't open until Tuesday, and I'm planning to go on the fuck home tomorrow. So, like I said, multiple trips may be taking place. Too complicated? Well, yeah, for the most part, like I almost would want to go back to flip phones, except I really need a PC. Like the Chromebook is awesome, but it doesn't have all the functionality I would want for like what I'm using at home. I would rather like carry around a flip phone and my Chromebook, and then I would either have to have like a really good, like I don't know, a data plan or something. I don't know if there's a way you can like stream with the data from your flip phone to your Chromebook, so you don't have to buy a hotspot separately. You know what I mean? Like you have the hotspot, and
so this is, the way I'm operating now. Essentially, like right now, I have my Chromebook here, got the phone here. I'm using the Chromebook to stream the video while using the phone to talk. Right? I got the hotspot here. This whole little get up I've got going on right now, and so I could like whatever. There's different things I could do. It just seems like you should be able to do all of this from one device, right? But in my experience, if I was to be doing what I'm doing right now, but have myself plugged in my microphone through StreamYard on the Chromebook at the same time right now, I'd be getting massive video lag or audio lag on my end or whatever. So this seems to somehow circumvent that, right? The other issue is like not being able to share content from the phone. But I mean, the Chromebook has worked out like pretty well for just like simple stuff like this. It's mostly the connection from the hotspot. I got to do something about. That's like got to be my next step is like figuring out what I'm going to do with this whole data situation or whatever the fuck it is. Because I don't stream other shit. Like I really don't like. everything else I do, like it's all for this. So I just need to find like the simplest plan for streamers and like, yeah, move on with life or whatever. And I have to fucking give my money to somebody.
Internal in the phone, or would I have to just buy the Wi-Fi hotspot? See, I'm ignorant to all this stuff. It's like people are trying to sell me shit, and I'm really skeptical to buy because even when I'm not broke, I still try to be pretty frugal, for the most part. As far as those types of things go, I mean, yeah, I overspend on partying and lavishness and stuff like that, but not those types of things usually. I'm like, I think $100 for a phone is too much, even if it is a fucking smartphone. So this one, my baby mama convinced me to buy it last year, and I did not want to. And it was actually one of the cheaper phones in the store that wasn't a smartphone. But the smartphone they had was like over $100. I was like, that's ridiculous. Or I mean, flip phone, not the smartphone, the flip phone. And so then I ended up with this one, which I actually really like it, but it was like $250, and I was like, that's crazy. Like, it's really not that much better than my old what was it? Not the Samsung. I mean, the Samsungs were good. I had a lot of those, but it was the Motorola. No, I didn't like the Motorola. It was the Samsung. One of the fucking Samsung. I didn't have any Samsung. They stopped selling them or some shit. So I ended up with this one, which is a brand I've never heard of before, and it's actually pretty good. And then the same person who recommended that I buy it took it and smashed it on the ground. So now it's kind of fucked up, but it still works. I also got the shock-proof case, so that helps. Yeah. So after all that, my shoulder's been fucked up for like the last 2 days. I'm still riding around on my bike with a backpack full of shit, so it's not helping too much. So I have to find some time to actually rest and recuperate, which will be today, I guess, as much as possible. But yeah, definitely gonna try and spend most of my time sitting or laying down. Oh, not sitting cross-legged would probably help. I don't think that's helping my knees out. Overall, I feel a lot better. As I said before, at least now when I'm sore, I know why I'm sore.
I'm really not trying to complain. My knees have been so jacked up since I had that infection or whatever, and it's been like something every day. It's not as bad as it was that day. Those 3 days, yeah, it was a Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I was jacked up. I couldn't even get off the couch. Like, no joke. I couldn't walk like 3 feet. It was just so terrible. It was agony. Whatever that was. And ever since then, I've just been having like these weird, like random, like phantom pains and shit. It's terrible. It's terrible. Your knees do not ever improve with age. Just be careful with them. Okay?
Party lifestyles. I don't know if it's a lifestyle though. Okay, wait. So I want to say, okay, there is an aspect of it that is social. Like I have certain friends that it's like ritual. We get together, we smoke some marijuana, have a beer or two, the conversation sparks up. And it happens here too. You just don't notice it as much online sometimes, especially if people are using avatars and stuff like that. Like you really don't know what this guy's doing. No. I could be, injecting heroin right now for all you know. But hey, we're about to have a badass conversation, I guarantee you. No. But
okay, that joke did not age well. I've never used IV drugs, and I've never used heroin. I have used opium, and Oxycontin. I'm just not really experienced with opiates. I don't think the opium that I had was good, but they told me it was opium, and I did get high off it. I don't know, but it wasn't like, it was a one time thing. What's up, Dave? Good to see you. Oh yeah, I do need to call that person. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I've been on the lam, but he probably knows that. I mean, it's fine. Everything's fine. We're all fine here. But yeah, don't. It's not, shooting drugs is not funny. Okay, it's not good. It's not a good look. And especially like nowadays with like fentanyl and all that shit. It's really, really fucking dangerous. Just don't do it.
But really, for the most part, it's like, okay, you have the social aspect to it. But for me, again, managing anxiety and managing, this guy still not wanting to go to sleep, 12:28 a.m. It's like, okay, look, it's not that, out of the, it's not that crazy, because like, you're like restless now because you just got off of work and you've kind of been stuck in this thing you do all day, and then you let out some endorphins or something, or I don't know what type of chemicals, but all of a sudden your brain starts moving again, and then you're like, wait, no, sleep, we don't want to do that. Wait, where are all the party people at? And okay, so this will help me mellow out. But in reality, it can just make the problems worse. It can. But, it can also help a little bit too. How to fix the brakes on your bike? Disc brakes with hydraulic oil? I don't know about.
Shit. See, and I was just repeating myself in that way where I was like, it can. And I heard somebody else doing that, like yesterday. Was it yesterday? It doesn't matter when it was. Anyway, the point is I heard somebody else doing that, and I was like, that is fucking like, what is going on with that person? And now I hear myself doing that, and I'm like, okay. I mean, I know we all repeat ourselves sometimes. It's just like certain things like that. You're repeating it in like a way that's like self-affirming, or like you're not actually very confident in the statement, even though it's like not irrational. Yeah, it could be like a perfectly fucking rational thing. But then it's like you need to, it's almost like, you call it self-soothing. Yeah, one of those.
About that. But yeah, you need to definitely take care of that. I noticed my back one is getting a little bare as well. I just got the bike, so it needs a lot of work. Like everything's rusted out on it, so it's just going to be a matter of replacing some of the rusted parts, trying to get de-ruster on it. But keeping the chain well oiled. It has trouble skipping through the second gear. Sometimes it just skips from first to third, or vice versa. And then when it does, when it goes from third to first, the chain will slip off entirely. And it's not that big a deal. Like, it's pretty easy to reattach, but it's just a pain in the butt to have to stop when you're, just trying to shift down a gear. But it doesn't happen all the time. So I'm like, okay, it's not that bad. But yeah, I don't know too much about the braking system. Something I want to look into, because I replaced the brakes on my last bike. I still have this bicycle in my mom's shed, like getting rusted or whatever's going on with it. I mean, I think, as far as I know, and it was a pretty nice bike. I mean, the last one I had, I lost in storage. And then my cousin got me this one.
and I was going up over the bridge with it and everything. And other than like this one little problem it had, I think it was good. And then I moved down there, and I had left it outside, and the chain had gotten rusted. So I was going to go get a new chain for it. Well, that never happened, right? And so it's still over there, and I just haven't been back to get it. You know, it might be covered in rust for all I know, but I got it for $3. You know, it was like just it's a good bike, man.
Like, and those ones were fairly simple, but this one has like looks like a different type of setup, so I'm not sure. It's not like bicycle maintenance is like another one of those things. Like, okay, if you're gonna do it, you gotta like, you know, learn a couple new skills, like, you know, how to change the chain, how to change the brake cables, right? You got hand brakes, right? And that's a whole thing too. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's a learning curve. I got this Italian Tuscan dressing. It's the
So now I'll be learning how to knit. I think I still have that bottle of dressing in my refrigerator. I might still have that bottle of dressing. No, it might not be the same one. It looks similar. I'll have to check.
the dressing I bought, and it's pretty good. It's actually really good. It's supposed to be like totally organic, I guess, from what that says on the label and stuff. Yeah, I was dumping it on my bread before I got to the bus stop earlier. I got freaking, whatever that is, the base of it, olive oil or something all over the street. People are looking at me all funny. Like, what? It's natural. Natural? You know, you slip on it? No, they'll be fine. Everybody will be A-okay. So I cracked, I didn't show you guys this yesterday. I ended up finding everything. I cracked the mouthpiece of my pipe. Luckily, it's not like really jagged or sharp. I can just kind of work around it. But it is kind of a pain in the butt. It's like a little bit wider hole than it's supposed to be.
Yeah, so I was live streaming on that one. Oops. I was live streaming on my bike ride, as a matter of fact, I believe. Was what happened. And I stopped, I set down my backpack for a minute. And I was looking for the pipe, and I couldn't find it in the backpack. And I was on stream or whatever, I believe. And so it wasn't until I got back, like after that, that I found it in my backpack, and I realized I had cracked it. Probably when I set the backpack down, I'm assuming, or whatever. So.
That happened after we left the bridge last night. Because I took it out and it wasn't like that. And I put it back in the bag. And when I got home, yeah, I discovered that. So it must have been during that time. But it is what it is. These things come and go. It's a pretty sturdy pipe, so I'm glad, you know, it didn't splinter out or anything. That's all there is there. So what's up, Halsey? Good to see you. I have no topic. I'm in a dark room and just being super creepy. I'm not as spooky as Spooky Bed here, though.
if you want to, feel free to hop in. Linky. I'm on the mobile, so no promises on quality, but I'm just trying to figure out what I'm going to do with the rest of my life, man. No, okay. Stability, maintain self-preservation, self-care, self-improvement. And then I think I'm gonna do some reverse psychology here or something. I'm gonna start, instead of if I know something that I do is going to be exceptionally daft, right? Or just awful, right? I'm gonna say this one has the trusty ape seal of approval. It comes highly recommended by 9 out of 10 monkeys everywhere. I don't know, something, right? Isn't that how you conduct yourself? And go from there. What do I want to do? I want to do everything. Wait. Okay, start from here. What do I want to do? Okay, tomorrow we're trying to work on the car. We're trying to work on getting some recycling done somewhere at some point, maybe, and getting food. Food is paramount. We need to get food, stock up on food, get as much food as possible. I can afford to hoard food as long as it's not going bad, because I'm super skinny and I eat the darndest stuff. You could probably preserve in the freezer for 10 years or something. So just keep that stuff and just load up on it. But okay. And then I have to focus on court shit. I know I've got that. Okay, long-term goal. Career options. What are my career options? What's realistic? Okay. My boss seems like a pretty approachable guy. I think I could sit down and ask him, do I have a future in this company, and where's that future going to take me? And I'd probably get a pretty direct fucking response. But I just have to have that conversation, right? Just go for it. Or, to be, quite frank, we have not had that fucking conversation. We have not come close. We have not broached that conversation because, as I mentioned, I had to do this thing or have this whole little shit fit, over the summer, and it wasn't that bad, but it was pretty bad. Nothing really happened, right? Could have still done something about it, right? And so my whole response to this situation. I know the situation. What was the situation? I can't remember what I was shitting bricks about, right? But I had this whole fucking meltdown, right? You got the whole. You guys know the fucking story, right? You were here. Most of you were here. Some of you guys weren't here yet, but a lot of you were. And so all this shit goes down, right? And I'm just trying to go back to work and pretend that my life is normal again, which is not. It's not fucking normal, right? There's nothing normal about this shit. And so and so my birthday comes up and all this shit goes down, right? So this is September, October, in that range. October, my birthday goes down. I go back. This is when I go into detox, right? The first time, because I've never been in detox before, or rehab or anything like that. And I go in. It's October 30th, right, of 2023. And not only had I not had this conversation, I had gone completely in the other direction with it, right? I asked for a position with more responsibility. I got given that position, right? And then I went around and started. That's when I started, doing some really foolish shit. Some really foolish shit. It's almost like the other thing happened. I realized, I was looking back on it. it happened right after I took that CO test and passed. Right, I did that. It was like, okay, like it is, amazing accomplishment. Like you're about to hit this upgrade, like we're talking about. That third step, we're leveling up right now, and you're about to level up, and then you just like fucking boom, like lose your shit, like explode. Like it's crazy. It's crazy the way that your mind will kind of start, I don't know, just throwing shit at you. And it's all in your mind. It's all mental. It really is.
Do it myself. Do something completely different. Where am I going to go? Okay, I need to choose a new career path. I need to choose something that suits me. Or maybe I could do something in a similar field, like pursuing the thing I was already talking about pursuing, Okay, and then there's this whole other thing. Well, now you have to clean your act up, boy. You have to quit smoking, the reefer, at least long enough to pass the drug test. Like, you're not going to fucking fake these people out. You got to do it like
I love how I called it the reefer. I haven't used that one in a while. But yeah, no, that was the idea, right? Quit smoking the reefer, right? You're on the right track, kid. Like nobody ever said this with me. Like nobody said this to me. Not at this time in my life anyway. I've had this conversation before, but not recently, right? I'm having this conversation with myself in my mind, right? Nothing ever actually happened in the external world. Right? Does this make sense to you? Like this is purely mental right here.
at least 40 days or something. 40 days and 40 nights. Like really, really not doing that thing you've been doing for a long time and stuff. Okay. Whew. And they'll pretty much tolerate everything else to a certain extent. I can keep, putting fucking poisonous nicotine and alcohol into my body, fucking as long as, I can get it out of my system, long enough to fucking do a shift, But the other thing, they're just not going to.
Kat, every time I get an opportunity, I burn it. I burn it down with highly flammable, accelerants or whatever those, one of those. I look at, things that are like good in my life, and I just get this crazy urge to just destroy them, like not just destroy them, but annihilate them, obliterate them, just decimate. What are there more words for? Yeah, I don't want good things in my life. Why would I want that? Who wants good things in their life when you could have all of this? I mean, whatever this is, I don't know what this is, but whatever it is, that's what I'm going to do. I mean, look, and I was thinking about this recently, right? Because we had like a very serious conversation, my friend and I, and this was just before like the great meltdown of 2 weeks ago. When we had this very serious conversation about like what exactly I really like actually wanted to do with my life or in life, like not just me personally, like survive, and play my guitar and all that good bullshit, right? But like if I'm looking for something in another human being, say a partner perhaps, right? Like in this hypothetical world where humans have, interactions and partnerships like this, what would you actually be looking for in that person? Like what are the qualities and then the character of that person? And I'm looking at it and it's just like, and I set down this list on paper. And I said, not on actual paper, I was typing on my phone, but it's kind of like writing. But anyway, and so I type out this list of like actual qualities, right? And I sent it to him, but in the text I said it to him, this is not a good list, right? And I wish I could pull it up right now. See, I don't think it's appropriate. I had considered like doing an actual live stream of some of the texts that I have been having recently, but I don't think it would be appropriate, even if I shared them anonymously, to share my private messages with people. I mean, I've really considered. I'm like, you should see some of the shit people send me in private, but I know it would not be what's the word, apropos, or is that right? But so we have this conversation where I'm like, okay, I seriously don't know what the fuck I'm actually looking for in a person, right? And I started to like roll the tape, rewind the tape, what have you, and looking back at it, I was like, really, because I just had this one goal, the thing we were talking about earlier, which was just like to write as many songs in 1 week as possible and get into the studio and record as many songs in 1 month as possible, and then get out to the gigs and like wash, rinse, repeat, like we just kept doing this, right? I was like, how many times a week can we get to rehearsal? How many times a month can we get in the studio? How many times a year can we gig out? Boom, boom, boom. Now, what type of sane individual is actually going to like put up with me doing this? Just being a terrible parent, a terrible partner, just like absolute shit individual. Like I wouldn't, I'm surprised. Actually, one of my longest standing jobs, which I didn't have consistently the whole time, by the way, but I was technically employed, or what's the word you were looking for? Anyway, I was with the same company consistently for like 10 years, right? But I was laid off for like 3 of them, right? I was laid off. You know how those ones go, right? And so, but I was with the same company for like 10 years. I just would blow them off like all the time. I'd be like, oh, you scheduled me for 6 hours, but I'm only working for 3 tonight, or I'm not showing up on Friday because I scheduled a last minute gig. I don't care if you fire me. And they didn't. They never did. For years they didn't fire me, right? But I would hardly ever show up for this job, really. Like, and the guy got me the job. It was, it's banquets. It's, if you like restaurant work and cocaine and stuff, I mean, if that's your cup of tea, then, maybe that's for you. I didn't like it at the time. It wasn't really something I was like well suited for. I was just always so nervous, right? But the point being that I did this job, and then I worked in the front of the house, and I worked in the back of the house in the kitchen. After that whole period of time where I was laid off, or they attempted to terminate me wrongfully, and then ended up having to pay me for 3 years after that. So that was how that one worked out, right? But I went back to work for them after this, right? And then, well, I won't tell you how the whole thing ended up. It's just amazing. But the whole point of that story was that I wouldn't even show up for work. Like, I didn't care. Like, fuck my job. Fuck you. Like, my band is playing on, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday afternoon, and Saturday we have a gig, and whatever else you were doing this week, fuck right off with it, right? Like, that's the person that's putting up with me, because that was the type of dedication that I had, and it was like, it seems like, it's like, oh, it's a lot, like get like some guys together in a room, like, a few hours a week. Okay, that's one thing. They get the gigs together, and half the time I wasn't doing that myself. I did have partners early on, like a couple of the other band members and shit, right? Drugs. But for the most part, like, I'm getting a lot of this shit together, and the point was, to live with me, that guy that was doing all of this stuff, was really fucking. It had to have been really difficult. I mean, I'm not going to say that it was easy. I was probably a moody bitch half the time too, and I was smoking weed constantly. I didn't, like the only thing I really did like all the time was smoke, but I'd smoke a lot of pot, but I didn't really drink too much. I didn't drink on occasion, social occasions and stuff like that. After I turned 18, I quit fucking around with like meth and stuff like that. I would do mushrooms or coke once in a while, but I didn't go out looking for it. You know what I mean? Like it was always one of those things. Like you had it, you brought it to a party, like cool, man. But other than that, I just smoked a lot of weed and drank occasionally, man. That was my thing. That was it.
I'm not going to tolerate that. It's still, we're not there yet, right? So, but you got to just pass like the prelim, right? The preliminary. As long as you get in and then establish yourself, then you don't have an issue unless you fuck up on the job. If you fuck up on the job, you're going to have a fucking issue, right? But most of the time, unless you're like a driver or something, they're not going to just, fucking randomly, arbitrarily fucking test you, and then you're going to get away with some shit. Maybe. A lot of them do. So I've heard. I don't. Okay. Work inside the system. Make change. Be the change from inside the system. So once you're inside the system, well, then what? There's unions. You can work within the unions. You can. Well, I don't know exactly what you can do from inside the correctional system. It's a bit of a. There's some different things going on there. But certainly, as a correctional officer, your opinion is going to hold more sway, right? Like, for some reason, if you have that job, it's like, oh, yeah, this guy's like, he's very well qualified. We're going to like his opinion, unless he, does something really heinous. But, that's neither here nor there. Okay. I could be shooting heroin right now for all you know. I'm going to use that one. I'm going to use that one a lot. It's my new troll scheme. Sketchy Marmoset YouTube Parade is on board. This is absolutely terrible. I was going to try and read Homer to you as well, but that just seems untenable.
Okay, it is. Okay, so this. What? Okay, I don't even know what this person's talking about at this point. Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Restaurant cocaine, Cafe Chaos story. There wasn't that much cocaine. We did some coke in high school. And there wasn't really that much coke until I got with my son's mom. She went out to the clubs a lot. She got coke. But yeah, no, like it wasn't really around that much. So it wasn't really like a big deal, and I never really like was tripping on it. I never went, fiending after coke or whatever. Never really had a super adverse reaction or anything like that. Usually, so yeah, man. Restaurants, man. Fuck that. I don't know. I don't think I'd do that again. I'm a lot more resilient now than I was, but I don't know if I would want to work in a restaurant again, honestly. But I was totally gonna say something big with a modest amount of cocaine. Amazing, yes, that's right. That's closer to the truth, Cat. It's a fact. There's just no middle ground here, is there? Oh, but anyway, I forgot what the other thing I was going to say was, but apparently it's probably not that important if I can't remember now. So, I still don't know how long I'm going to keep doing this. I think we addressed the most important point, which is, well, not sure if my lifestyle has improved in the last 9 months. I guess the jury's out on that one. I don't know. We'll maybe take votes. We're doing this polling thing now. I know we've been doing that. We did it yesterday, and Christian Carpenter participated. So you can put like numbers or letters or whatever, however you do that. Do I bring back the mustache? Because we've been having this issue. I'm trying to figure out whether or not I bring the mustache back or destroy it forever, completely, never to be heard from again. It's a real pain in my ass, but sometimes I just think 5 minutes. It seems so far away. I don't know. Well, maybe okay. I mean, I'll think about it. I just don't know what we would talk about. There's some leper out here in a jeep. It's the only trouble. There's no trouble.
There's nothing I can do to contain myself. Okay, so since I haven't bought cigarettes in like a week, yeah. Yes, I've got these cancer sticks from various places. But I haven't smoked a full cigarette. I was rolling them up, but I ran out of papers. But I have smoked too much today. I was coughing a lot earlier. Like my lungs are really, really fighting, but they let me know when I'm overdoing it. And it's like, okay, they cough up some shit. And it's like, yeah, okay, and it's just like back. But I'm not having like the anxiety withdrawals and the stomach pain anymore as much. Still have some stomach pain, but it's not the same one from nicotine. So that's good. Like as long as I stay on the other end of that. And I haven't taken my Chantix in a little over a week, I think. It's been about a week, 7 days, something like that. If weed is legal in your state, do you still have to be weed free for your job? Right. So no. So for any civilian job, like technically, the job I'm in is still a civilian job. So as long as you're in a civilian in the private sector, then they consider it recreational. They test for the levels, like when you go into a job, but they're pretty clear that it's a non-issue as long as there's no suspicion that you're using on the job. That's the issue. Don't bring it to work. Don't use it at work. Okay. But there's the other issue of medicinal, which we've had medicinal longer than we've been recreational. And the medicinal law actually, for most jobs, with some exceptions, you are allowed to be under the influence to a certain level even while on the job, as long as it's not a safety hazard, because it counts as a medication, right? But it's the same as any other medication. Well, as soon as you go over this level, or we find you to be impaired, then we're still going to fucking shaft you, right? You're just kind of not as liable legally, so that's why there's that slippery slope there. So all the companies now say up front, we're going to test you for it, but as long as you don't get caught smoking at work, nobody fucking cares. Like, do what you do at home and don't bring it to work, right? A lot of people are doing it at work in California. Like, it's a big thing. They're just like, we don't care. We're doing it at work. We're doing it while we're driving. We're doing it everywhere all the time. Like, it is a big fucking movement right now. they're taking it the next step further. They're like, oh, you said recreational? We're just, yeah, it's a little overkill. Like, I'm like, you don't need to be smoking a blunt at the playground while your kids are on the slide, right? Like you should.
Or is that just your right as an American?
Yeah,
Smoke
you
blunts.
should be smoking a blunt while your kid's on the slide. God damn it. That's what Abraham Lincoln died for after signing the Declaration of Independence.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
It was going through my
Probably be playing with your kids and put the blunt away. But okay. And then you get the dudes who are like me, who are security guards, but they're standing out there on the corner smoking weed in uniform, and that happens too. And just like a lot of people are vaping. You get away with it a lot more easily when vaping, and that includes whatever you're doing. Like, it doesn't matter if it's nicotine product, THC product. People are putting freaking meth in the vape pens and shit. Like, you don't know what people are vaping out there anymore. They're just burning shit up in those little electric cartridges all the time. And it's like it's impossible to enforce. Like, with a no smoking ordinance, you tell them to put the cigarette out. With a vape pen, you tell them to put it away. They put it in their pocket, and they fucking hit it again 2 seconds later, and they just put it back in their pocket. And you can't do shit. It's like you still can't do shit with cigarette unless you're like me and you go cowboy and fucking pull the fucking stogie out of the guy's mouth and rip it in half and get into a fucking almost fisticuffs with him. That happened. That was, yeah. It's like, okay. And then I hear the finger chopping machine when you're severely stoned. But okay. But on the real,
I don't know though, that whole pulling the cigarette out of the guy's mouth, that was pretty intense. I don't know if I've had a more tense moment with an individual.
That's definitely a situation that could end incredibly badly depending on the person.
I remember one time I was at a show. I had just finished playing. We loaded the equipment out. I'm standing outside the door. I'm smoking my cigarette, and some guy walks up and he asks me for a cigarette. So no, I don't have one. I had to bum this one or whatever. And he goes, why don't you give me that one? And I'm like, huh? I stood there for a second, and he snatched the cigarette out of my hand. But my friend saw what had happened from, like down the sidewalk or whatever. I walked over to him. I got in this whole confrontation. He was like, you just took the man's cigarette out of his hand. You need to return it to him right now. And the guy was, he flexed on him. I don't remember exactly what he said, but he was about to call him a punk. And as he was about to say that, my friend just took his chain. He was wearing like a gold chain around his neck. Took his chain off his neck, just rips it off his neck, and starts whipping him across the face with it. Just beating the fucking shit out of him, man. Just beat this guy down all across the parking lot. Left the guy. It was like this whole brawl that went down. The guy got a hold of him for a minute. There was a knife involved. At the end of it, the dude he could barely walk out of there. He was like bleeding from everywhere. And he gets like halfway down the street, And the cops pick him up. And they're like, "You see where the guy went?" And he's hiding, of course, in the back of the bar. But they're like, "No, he went, down the street that way or something." And he sends the chick back out. And so they take his gold chain. My friend was still holding on to his gold chain. He said, "Oh, yeah, I think he might want his chain back." And brought it out while he was getting arrested. I was like, but yeah, I mean, that guy, he got handled. It was crazy. I have not seen anything like that before. So I think you need to give this man his cigarette back.
Well, yeah, that is a sacred thing. You don't steal someone's cigarette. Which reminds me, since you brought this up, so I had 3 bikes stolen in the span of about a week and a half. So I had the same bike for like a year and a half, right? Awesome bike. I loved it. It was comfy. An old coworker of mine made it out of spare parts he had. It was great. Someone stole it from my current job, which is wild. I'm working in a restaurant. It's like 8 feet from where I'm working in the dish pit is where I had it. And someone stole it. Of course, right where it is right where the cameras don't see it. So, whatever. A guy who lives in the building where my restaurant is, there's apartments above. He's just like, "Oh, hey, man, you're here every day. I'll lend you my bike." And I'm like, shit, that's wonderful. So I borrow his bike for a week or two, and a coworker of mine gives me one of her bikes. I had it for like 2 days, fixed it up, and then it's a long story. A different coworker, someone stole a bike that looked similar, allegedly. Basically, they just stole my fucking bike because they're cocksuckers. They came to my house because a different coworker told them where I lived, stole the bike, and then showed up at my job to, I don't know, threaten me or rub it in. So the owner of this restaurant is like 80 years old. He's this like little thin Italian guy. And he's like, "I don't know what the fuck you people are talking about. Why are you yelling at me?" I got a ride in that day from one of the waitresses because I texted her and I'm like, "Hey, look, if you see Jerry, I know he doesn't check his phone. He's old. Tell him I'm going to be like 20 minutes late. I have to walk instead of bike." She was on her way, picked me up because I was on the way. I was already walking. And I get there. The fuckers who stole my bike are there yelling at my boss. And then they tell me I stole the bike. I did not. And so this guy, it's just one guy, right? There's a couple guys sitting on the curb. Tells me they stole my bike. And I'm like, "All right, you cocksuckers. So you fucking came to my house, used bolt cutters to cut my fucking bike lock, my heavy-duty bike lock, and steal my bike, and then came here to fucking threaten me?" The guy's like, "Well, I didn't cut your bike chain personally." So, now me being the petty person I am, I brought the bike chain with me, just so I could show everyone. And so I'm immediately at this point, they're willing to threaten a little old Italian man. But then I start taking off my outer shirt and wrapping the bike chain around my arm. And I'm like, "All right, why don't you get all your boys? You can fight me however many on one. Come on, let's go. Come on, let's go." These fuckers left. They walked halfway around the block and then came over where they were safe on the other side of 2 fences. And then started yelling at me.
Of course.
And my boss was just like, I don't know, maybe about a month ago, he was just like, "You really don't seem to get upset by anything." Well, yeah, really, I'm pretty laid back about most things. And he's like, yeah, except that time those people stole your bike. I'm like, yeah, I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit, Jerry. I don't fucking like that shit.
That's like stealing somebody's car, man.
Well, yeah,
Cold.
he saw me. Well, he's seen me be super calm and chill and be like, yeah, man, whatever. Yeah, I don't mind walking in the cold. It's fine, whatever, man. Like, don't bother me none. It's just a bit cold. All right, fuckers. Come on, I'll kill you. I'll kill you all at once. Let's go. I was just like, yeah, all right, okay. Not fucking with you too much, I guess.
Have
Like,
you
yeah,
seen
yeah,
those?
don't fucking steal people's shit.
The bike? Have you seen those videos where they punk
What?
the bike thieves and then they'll tie like the back end of the bike like with like some kind of like long rope and they'll tie it to a fence post or
Yeah.
something like that so the person can come up and take off on the bike and then they'll get maybe like half a block or something and then the bike will just stop on them and they'll get like flung over the handlebars or whatever.
Yeah. My bike lives in our motel room now, unless I'm using it actively. It stays inside because apparently I can't trust people with a bike lock, even. I'm just saying, I probably would have maybe revoked someone's subscription to Life if they actually decided to come fight me. I hate shit like that, man. Don't fucking steal people's shit. Don't fucking steal from Walmart all you want, man. Just go in, grab a bike, and walk out. They don't even fucking just put on a yellow vest and walk out with it. They don't fucking care. They don't get paid enough to care. I'm sorry, Walmart's blue vests, but whatever. They don't give a shit. Do that. Why you guys steal mine, man? I got work to go to and shit.
Imagine how terribly inconvenient it must be to be like one of those people who like steal the license plate and then go out and like commit a bunch of crimes. They've got like your license plate and then they're like,
that would be the worst. That's like on the same level as stealing someone's gun that's registered to them and then killing someone with it.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, people are terrible.
Yeah, I've recently learned. I mean, well, I always knew that, but I just sometimes you need a gentle reminder of how bad things really are. Just
yeah. Gentle reminder.
We haven't spoken in shit.
It's always
a long time. Well,
I know, it's been a hot minute. I've been past couple months. For a while I was working 7 days a week. I'm down to 6 days a week, which is nice. I still somehow don't get fucking 40 hours. I'm not entirely certain how that works, but that's my life. I still don't have an ID. I did get arrested. That was fun.
Ooh, what'd you get arrested for?
Stealing food.
Oh, nice.
Which in New York is a misdemeanor. It's not like a civil, like, pay a fine. It's like you could go to jail for a year. I'm stealing food. Stealing a 2-digit dollar amount of food can send you to jail for a year? From a multi-billion-dollar company that sells water? Free water. They put in bottles and upcharge? That's a crime. Taking food when you're hungry is not. What the? I mean, I understand it's literally a crime, but it fucking shouldn't be. That's... Yeah, luckily, well, apparently they only actually caught me doing it once. They couldn't prove it any of the other times because I'm good at it. And honestly, it's one of those things. I'll just take my lumps because God knows how much shit blankets, clothes, food, beer, shit like that I've stolen from stores over the past decade and change. But like, oh my God, I got leeway because, you know, I was like, oh, I'll never do it again. I'm sorry, mister. Look at me, I'm poor. Like,
Yeah,
I
plus
had
they
to
don't
pay
want
for the...
to get over that. Like that's like cost benefit. Like it's going to cost way more to incarcerate you and feed you in jail and all of that. You know.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous because it's like the public defender was just like, God damn it, because the fucking grocery store chain apparently does this a lot. And like I told the guy because it just showed up as shoplifting misdemeanor offense, something like that. And I told him I wasn't fucking stealing TVs or PlayStations. I stole food and a couple of beers. Cause like if I'm stealing food for two people, I might as well steal beer too. Cause if I'm gonna get caught, fuck it. They don't charge you with a higher thing for stealing beer too. You know what I mean? Like yeah, I was like,
telling the guy about the guy at the detox center that I was at. I was telling him about my last shoplifting run that I went on, and I was in a kind of small town, but my aunt lives like right in the middle of town, like it's like a very small for by California standards, to where you can walk from like fifth to Third Street, you know what I mean, and you've like covered like half of the main part of town, right? And so I go down. I do this. I walk from Second Street up to Fifth Street, and I hit the 7-Eleven. I grabbed 2 beers there, walked out of the 7-Eleven, and I went down to the end of the block, pounded those 2 beers, went down Fifth Street, went into the Safeway, went to the Safeway, and I got like one of those pre-made salads and a couple other things, and a couple more beers, and I just walked out the door. And then I went down to 7th Street, and so I'm literally like walking in like 2-block increments. I like hit one store, hit another store, got beer, got groceries, got more beer, and I'm sitting there underneath this tree, and I see the cops roll by on 7th Street, and I'm just thinking, okay, this is it, they're going to jail, and they just kind of slow down for a second, and they just keep on going. I'm just sitting there underneath the tree, eating the salad or whatever, drinking my beer. And the guy was like, he was horrified. This guy was telling the story. He was like, "Don't you feel like terrible?" I'm like, "No, the fucking Safeway. I don't care. Like, what are you talking about? Why would I feel bad for taking a salad from a Safeway?" Yeah,
yeah,
I was hungry.
yeah. Why would you? They have billions of dollars. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I take $10 out of the millionaire CEO's pocket? Oh, wow, I'm so sad. Like what? What?
I think you're stealing directly out of the employee's paycheck. That's
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
They're always going to take it back to the employee. You know that
Well,
because you've been employed.
yeah. the whole system's fucking ridiculous because it's like, even if I wasn't working, food is still a human right. Like, just take it. Like, it's not. Which, once again, I'm not sure if I actually have a problem with people who steal TVs from Walmart and shit like that. Not really sure I actually have a problem with that, but I really think it's hard to make a reasonable defense that stealing food should be bad or should make you feel bad.
Yeah, see, now I think like it's like food, water, any natural resource. It's like, okay, there's like two options here. Like either you have to have that resource available and you have to be able to go and get it, right? So like
Yeah.
without restriction, or it has to be provided for you, right? Like it's one or
Yeah.
the other. Like anytime like you need like a hunting permit or a fishing permit or something like that to go out and get food basically. Like I guess you can gather natural berries or something if they're available. That's a food source. Right? But anything other than that, it's like, okay, if I can't go out and just gather it or hunt it myself freely without restriction, then the government should be providing it for me. Right? It's like one or the other.
Yeah. That's pretty much like, and water. You have to pay for water in a lot of places. You can't just get free water. Like a lot of gas stations, even. You can't just get a water cup. You have to pay for the cup, which is the same price as the fucking soda. Like, what? It's water, man. Fine, I'm just gonna fucking take it then. Drinkable water. Or like blankets, coats. If no one's providing that for you and you're in a cold climate, kind of need those things, man. It's wild to me that they've criminalized not dying.
And it's like, it's not just not dying. Like you can't, it's not acceptable for people to survive. Like we've had people like that for years, whether it be like hobos and train hoppers or like different types of people who either try to live off the elements or just live on the streets, live as beggars, right? And it's like society doesn't accept people just surviving. Like you have to be putting something in the machine, otherwise they're gonna like roll over. You know what I mean? So that's usually the way it ends up going.
Yep. Oh yeah, your beautiful state of California has criminalized homelessness now to the point where they're handing out fines to homeless people that are more than a month's rent. What possible purpose does that serve?
I guess it isn't a reason to jail them, right? If they don't have any other reason.
Yeah, that's all it is. Like, so I imagine, I would have to imagine that California has got to be like New York in this way. New York has exactly 0 state prisons. They're all private. So
yeah, that's the way we are as well. Yeah, I think we have a couple left, but yeah, I think they're mostly private. We're actually no. If I remember correctly, we still have. I think we're highest in state prisons. Like now that you've said that, might have like the most. Let me see. Hold on. Okay. List of them. I wanted the number. gate.
I don't know, but it is wild. Like, I don't know, the way everything's going, it's going to shit. It's going to shit more than it was when it was going to shit. I mean, I almost missed the 2008 market crash.
Yeah. 2008, man, that was a great year to have a kid. Okay, so we have 34. I don't know, compared to other states. We have 34 states.
That's infinitely more than New York, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong. There might be one in New York, but as far as I'm aware, there are 0 state ones. It's all private.
I guess we could ask that question. State. Texas.
Yeah.
Well, Texas has the highest incarceration rate, but that's not what I'm asking.
I think in Texas you get incarcerated if you don't have a gun.
Yeah, right. You don't have the right not to exercise your rights.
Yeah.
You gave me the same answer. I asked a completely different question and it gave me exactly the same answer. What is going on?
I will say, my most recent arrest experience was by far the most chill. Because, like,
Really?
I knew because the employees were confronting me. I knew that meant that the cops were already almost there or in the parking lot or something. And I was
Right,
like,
of course.
I'm not running from the cops today. I'm hungry and I have a limp. I don't want to do this today. So I was like, all right, fine. Here's my information. And then they're grilling me because I don't have an ID. And I'm like, I don't fucking know. The cops come. And I will admit, I was legitimately shocked because I didn't know it was a misdemeanor in New York.
Right.
So when they put me in handcuffs, I was like, all right. Guy's like, yeah, that's not the end of this. We gotta take you down to station to book you. I was like, okay, sure, man. Yeah, whatever you want, man. And I mean, they had the decency to put the handcuffs in front of me. And the one they had one giant cop and one who was like my height and half my weight. And he tried to do the thing where he pulls, like, you know where they pull the handcuffs to get you off balance?
Yeah.
Yeah, honey, that you're like 135 pounds. I'm like 280 of concrete muscle and go fuck yourself. I don't like don't get me wrong, I got a beer belly going on and everything, but like I bike everywhere, I lift heavy things. You're a cop, you ride around in a car all day. I'm like, I'm already going with you. I'm complying. I don't know why you feel the need to do this. But yeah, it didn't really work because, you know, I'm already always off balance. I have a limp and one leg shorter than the other. Other than that, perfectly fine. They were decent. You know, I was just like, hey man, shit happens. And then the big cop was like, yeah man, shit happens. And then like I went there, got my picture taken and everything, and I'm like, yeah, can I just text my partner? Like, oh, were they with you? I'm like, no, just I want to make sure they know where I am. Guys like, yeah, waiting for their bologna sandwich, huh? And I'm like, yeah. And like, all right, we'll get this done. Get you out of here. Super chill. Maybe half an hour. It was great. Wonderful. Just like, yeah, man, here's my information. You can look me up. I'm this person. I know my fingerprints are on file. You'll find me. Super chill. I didn't get threatened with anything. I don't know, they didn't randomly leave me in a cell for a day and a half just because they can. It was great. I liked it. It was wonderful.
I had was it my last arrest? No, I guess it must have been the one before the last one. So second to last. I've been arrested a few times now. My last drunk in public, I think it was. No, was it? Yeah, it was the last one, not the first one. I freaking I had like a similar experience kind of with the cop put me in cuffs and kind of hadn't said that I was being detained or anything yet. That was the first thing. And I'm like, okay, but he puts me in cuffs, and so all I did was turn to like as I'm talking to him, like I wasn't moving, I wasn't pulling my arms away. He already had the cuffs on me. He did that whole thing where he skewed me to one side. He was like pulling me by my elbow or whatever.
Yeah.
And so pulled my shoulder, and that was I kind of freaked out on him a little bit. I was like, I turned to his partner. I was like, why is this guy fucking manhandling? Like, what's this fucking guy's problem? You know what I mean? Can you do something about your partner here? Look, and I made this whole little scene about it, had him call out the watch commander and all that shit. And it wasn't until after, when we were in the car on the way down to the jail, that I was like, what's the dynamic? Are you like, you're good cop, he's bad cop? Or like, what's going on here? And I was like, oh, okay. No, he's the rookie. You're the training officer. And the cop just looked back at me and he smirked. And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
But the dude, he got into this whole, whatever semantic argument with me on, in the back of the car and everything before the watch commander got there and all that shit. And so we had that whole thing go down. Yeah, he didn't say a word after that the whole ride back. But when I called him, I was like, he's the rookie, you're the training officer. He just looked back at me. Mm-hmm. I was like, why is this guy fucking pulling my fucking arm like doesn't make any sense?
Yeah. When the tiny cop pulled to here's I very obviously have a limp. Okay? Hey man, I walk at a normal speed. If I'm walking with a weird gait, I'm not trying to trip you or stab you or do anything. You have everything I own on your possession. You checked all my pockets, man. I don't have anything. I'm handcuffed. Why? And I just stopped and stood still, and so he just yanked. When he yanked, I just stopped, and I know me and the big cop. I was just like, I kind of shrugged. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm already getting in the car. You don't need to yank. It's just I mean, come on. I'm already compliant. I don't know. And the big cop was like, I'm like, yeah, okay, you get it. Fucking retard here is trying to fucking flex his shit, and the other guy. I swear to God, he was 6'8" and 350, just big boy. And of course, the tiny one's all aggressive like a fucking chihuahua.
Exactly.
It's okay, just
well, that's the thing,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, even in cop training, whatever training they do get, like, they're not, actually like trained to really fight in any meaningful way. They're trained to subdue people, like, but they don't know. I mean, unless they like, take it upon themselves to learn that, they don't know how to like actually deal with like hand to hand combat or any of that shit. It's like,
Yeah, it's like, hey, tiny cop, like, I could eat you. Like, I understand you have a gun and I'm handcuffed, but like, we're so close to each other. Your gun don't mean shit. If my fist hits your head before you could fucking grab it, I'll be on top of you before you can grab your damn gun. What? Why? Sure, you might shoot me, but if I'm the kind of crazy person who's gonna attack you, is getting shot gonna stop me? If I was so inclined to hurt you, why would you antagonize me? Especially when I'm twice your size. Are you looking to shoot someone? I don't understand what the thought process is there.
see,
It's like,
sometimes I do feel like it is that though. Like they're gonna do something to you that's going to make you naturally, like, your natural inclination to that movement is going to be reflexively move away, right? You're going to move away
Yeah.
from that movement, and then they can say, "Oh, you're resisting," and then they can do whatever they want. And I feel like that is
Yeah.
the tactic. You know what I mean? To see if you, just move away in the slightest bit from that little bit of force. Oh, resisting. Now I can pull whatever weapon I want.
Yeah, it's I literally told them, like, I'm like, all right, you got me. Whatever you need to do, we'll do. You won. I'm not looking to have no problems, right? Do whatever you just do the thing. Why? Why provoke at that point? This is an easy win for you. But I think it's the ego thing. And also, I'm a dirty poor, so I don't know. We're not real people. I don't know if you've gotten the memo yet. We're not real people. The crustier you are, the less of a person you are. Them's the rules.
I can see that. Yeah, I mean,
If you don't, go ahead.
if you don't. Oh, I was just saying that it seems like you're less likely in some ways to get busted with like a lot of just what you call that, like yeah, like if you don't look like you can pay the fines, like they're not gonna give you the infraction, so to speak, right? They're gonna wait till they actually have something on you. And it's not worth it to just anything else, like that's for the wealthy. Like that red light ticket, they can just pay that. Boom, boom, boom. Just keep taking revenue.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. If you have money, it's not against the law. If you have money, you're just paying the premium subscription to do whatever the fuck you want. If you don't have money, then, well, you're getting fucked tonight. Sorry, we ran out of lube. So, alright, cool. Also, when I got my mugshot taken, I offered like 3 times to take my hat off. And they told me to leave it on. The next day, I don't know, 14 hours later or something, they're banging on my door I'm at work. I told them where I worked and when I worked. I'm like, if you come, like, I have a job in the next city over and I fucking bike everywhere. So, like, you know, I'm not going to be at home from like 4 until like 11. And of course, they come to my house. I'm at work. I explained to my boss, I'm like, I got arrested again. I'm like, it's been a few years since I've been arrested. I got arrested for stealing food. Which, by the way, he was an absolute champ. He's just like, oh, you are not allowed to turn down food now. I am feeding you every single day, whether you like it or not. I'm like, okay, fine. But they showed up to my fucking motel room and scared the shit out of Bugs by banging on the door and being like, oh, you better come out now, we're gonna take you and we're gonna bust the door down, blah, blah, blah. Shit like that. Freaked Bugs the fuck out and then didn't call me. So I had to call them. Because Bugs called me in fucking tears. I called them and they're like, oh yeah, we just messed up on the picture. If you can come down to take it. I'm like, I'm at work. I'm like, oh, that's okay. Just come on down by. Oh, I'm like, I'll be done at like, I can be there by like 9:30, 10 o'clock tonight, right? It's a slow night. I'm like, oh, that's wonderful. Just come down, buzz in on the thing, talk to the dispatcher. We'll be there when we can. It'll be fine. I'm like, why'd you have to do the fucking show of force and threat then? What was the point? You terrified my partner just to get your jollies off? It was the same cops too. So it's like we just talked about where the one cop comes into the restaurant I work at multiple times a week. He knows where I work, man. Why? You have my phone number. Why didn't you just call me? You fucked up. So you scared the shit out of my partner. Why? That's a waste. Like, they should be charged with that or have to pay the fucking gas and like the time they used. I'm paying your salary, and instead of calling me, you did this shit. Cool. You fucked up, and it's my fault now. I know it's okay. I like that. That's cool, awesome, fantastic.
These resources, yeah.
It was so funny because when I went in there, the big cop was like, "Yeah, this is my fault. I read on the thing. Take a picture exactly how they are. Took a picture exactly how you were. You were right. You should have taken your hat off." And of course, little cops all mad in the corner, and I'm like, "Fucking okay, man. Whatever." Like, thank you, thank you. Fuck you, tiny cop. Kill yourself. I didn't say that. I didn't want to die, but I thought it.
Yeah, it's the one thing they can't take away from you. And
They might try. I mean, hey, fucking, they have brain chips now they're installing in people, so who the fuck knows?
you're staring at the city from across the bay. You got a lot of brain chips over there.
Yeah? I don't know if that's a reference to something I should know, or if they just have a lot of fucking weirdos who do that.
Yeah, well, California shit.
Yeah. I don't know what happens in California. I know there's a lot of meth in LA.
That's true.
Um,
There's a lot of meth here too.
I was in LA for less than a week. Buddy of mine, hey man, you're coming out this way. Come on, stop by. It'll be great. Give you some weed. It'll be awesome. We can hang out. Yeah, I was there. Well, the traffic, first of all, I think it took 8 hours to get 1.5 miles down the highway. I wanted to kill myself the entire time, and I'm like, no, I am getting out of here, and I'm just gonna hitchhike to San Diego and work from there. Getting out of the state. I hate it. That was my experience with California.
Jeez. I don't know if I guess you have, maybe you've heard the story. I don't know, but we haven't talked since then. I ended up finding some meth at the bus stop back in October on my birthday, kind of leading to me going to detox and rehab. So I was in rehab from the end of October until the beginning of January.
Woo!
So, yeah, that was all because I found some meth at the bus stop and decided I was gonna give it a try. Why not? It was free.
Okay, here's the important thing. Was it crystal meth, or was it like the pills? Like, was it like a Thor's hammer or something?
No, it was crystal, and it was good. It ended up being pretty good. Because I was at first I thought, well, I'm gonna sell it, and I was like, oh, I should check the purity on it. And then I had a little bit, and oh man, I was so jacked up. And then I ended up, so I just tried a little bit, and then I saved some of it, and I planned the whole thing out. I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to outpatient treatment, but I'm still gonna sell these drugs, right?
Yeah.
And so that was I saved the drugs all week. Went to outpatient. I wasn't drinking or anything I was still smoking weed. But I told my doctor, I was like, yeah, I've still got a decent stash of crystal meth. So you need to get rid of that shit. And sure enough, the last day of outpatient, they kicked me out after 5 days. And they kicked me out. I went and I got a case of beer, and I got a freaking glass pipe, and just started going to town. I was like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll get you. I think
I'm guessing like $60-$80 worth of meth.
Yeah.
That's how much I was gonna try to sell for.
Yeah. I think it's good for you. It builds character. Rehab does not. Rehab is no fun. At least what I've heard. I've had the fortune to never have to be there.
Yeah, I didn't have to go in. I chose to put myself in there, at the end of the day, but I don't know, it had its ups and downs. I know, right? It's like, you chose to go to rehab? I mean, I like a lot of the people that I met there. I'm still connected with some of them, but some of them are still causing drama in my life. So I don't know. There's I mean, I guess, you're trying to psychologize yourself or whatever. I understand a lot more about why I do some of the stupid shit I do. It doesn't stop me from doing stupid shit, but at least I know why I'm doing it. You know what I mean? Or whatever. It's
that thing, rehab, I don't think would be any worthwhile to me unless I was I don't know, hopelessly addicted to ketamine again or something. Because it's oh, no, I do this because I want to. I am actively choosing to, specifically for this, and this reason. And I know that, it's also having these negative effects. However, I have weighed the pros and cons, and I have decided dopamine go burr. Right?
Well,
It's like, hey,
I mean, I got having like these fucking constant panic attacks, and that was kind of my thing. Was like, at first I thought it was like the medication I was on. I stopped taking the medication,
ooh,
and then it's like it's definitely like to the point where like I got to the point where I had convinced myself that I couldn't do anything without like smoking weed first, like or even like drive down to the grocery store unless I smoked some pot first. Like otherwise, it's like I don't know if I'm gonna lose my shit just making this trip or whatever. And so yeah, like really had to like readjust some of my thinking about that type of stuff. Like okay, like because it's like been so habitual for me. It was like the thing of like dehabituating all of that. Like even though I've relapsed, like I don't have that feeling like where I feel like if I don't have it, I'm gonna like freaking explode.
yeah, yeah. Well, that is good. I mean, I'll say if I don't get my 2 beers, my two, they're the big ones, and they're like 8%. If I don't get that 3 or 4 nights a week, I'm upset. And then I'm like, well, that's life. Sucks. Because I don't know, my brain's all kinds of fucked up at this point. So it's just, I'm like, yeah, I really want this. But then, fine, whatever. I'll just take a nap. It'll be fine. So I don't even know what the fuck mental nonsense is going on in my brain.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, I definitely find like other things to focus my attention on. That's what I mean. Like if it's not like even like when I was when I've been sober, well, I've been sober most of my time out. Although right now it's kind of like whatever rocky ledge or whatever. But like most of my time since coming out of rehab has been like devoted to other people that I met in rehab, like especially like specifically like one friend I had who was like strung out on fucking fentanyl, so it's kind of like
Ooh,
pretty serious, like
yeah.
and very young, and so when they got out within the first couple of days or whatever, and they ended up in the hospital, and I had to find out through another person and all that good stuff. I finally got a hold of them. So then I was like, yeah, like I'm fucking bugging you every day because I didn't talk to you for a day and a half, and the next thing I know, you're in the fucking hospital.
Yeah.
So, but it's like I could be like pretty intense like that. I'm like, okay, so I'm like, oh, I don't understand. It's like, well, of course I'm gonna fucking take it seriously. Like, and it doesn't matter if I've known only a couple of months or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the important thing here. But a lot of people, they don't understand that. They don't like. They don't know how to deal with that type of. I don't know. I've been told I'm a little bit obsessive or whatever.
Ah. Yeah, I've been told I'm a little bit obsessive about weird things. That's I have a purpose, and I have a plan. I have a purpose. I'm going to do the thing. This is the thing I am doing. There is nothing that God or man can do to stop me from doing this thing. I don't care if I have to warp space-time itself. And that's weird or something. I don't fucking know. I do what I want, and I don't do what I don't want. But what I want, god damn it, it's gonna happen.
I keep trying till I die.
Yeah. Fail it till you nail it. Yeah, that's what I say. I mean, I don't think I've nailed it yet. I've failed it a lot. Also,
Yeah.
fail
Hmm?
it till you nail it does not work with the lottery. Pro tip.
Wait, you broke up for the first part. What was the first part?
Oh. Fail it till you nail it does not work with the lottery. Pro tip. It's entirely luck. You can't just keep on doing it and eventually get $1 bajillion. Hello. This is officially the Shit Cat show. Oh, you're back. Shit. Teeth. Why did I go to teeth? Let's go on down to the teeth store, because meth makes your teeth get all weird. I blame Spooky for this. This is Spooky Bed Hair's fault. And I would like compensation for my teeth. I don't know why, for the first time in my life, I chose to feel socially awkward right now. I've gone 30 years without having that experience, but today is the day that I experience being socially awkward. Yeah. So this is fun, isn't it, everyone? We're all learning new things about ourselves.
Damn it, Joe.
Incriminating stories! Psh, all of my stuff has already been settled in a court of law. It's not incriminating. The court's already decided I did it. So, and I took my lumps and moved on with my life. It's not incriminating. It's just, it's a statute of limitations. Yeah. I did nothing ever in my entire life. Actually, I've sat in a box the past 30 years. This is factually accurate. I was just eating soup. I was just eating soup, man. The sketchy marmoset here. Incriminating.
Thing is not working.
Whoop. It's we've surpassed sketchy marmoset and we're into like, oh, I only drank one beer. How am I seeing double? What the hell? I don't know, these are not my pants. These are not my glasses. I don't know you. Don't touch my purse.
Hello, Ed. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you sound a bit far away, but yes.
Oh no. I'm
You
not
can-
very
no,
far
no.
away. I'm just right here.
Okay, I can hear you better now. I'm deaf in one ear and mentally challenged in the other.
You see, I might be able to do something with the microphone. Sometimes I'm able to touch buttons, and
Oh,
yeah, touching the buttons sometimes does things. Sometimes it makes it
I'm a
worse.
loud person. What?
It might make it worse.
Yeah, you should ask chat about that. You would think I'm hearing it and having conversation and I would know better. I don't. Okay. Chat says you can be heard decently.
Well, that works then. Just
Yeah.
stick with that one. Just go with it. So when was the last time you think, before bugs of course, like when was the last time you think you were like infatuated with someone? Like really infatuated, like just head over heels, just
My previous partner, and then before that, the one before that. So I guess 3 years ago and 6 years ago? Yeah?
I guess I just don't get it that much. I mean, I did have it with my last long-term partner. I didn't really have it too much with the people I dated after them, and I didn't have it. Yeah, I didn't have it like with my my children's mom that way. It wasn't the same thing. So yeah, it's really crazy. Like, I feel like I haven't really felt that way since probably like high school age. Around high school was the last time I kind of had
Yeah.
a similar thing. So.
You're kind of drifting off a bit. I mean, I can hear you. I don't know. You're kind of quiet a bit, but
Let me see. I'm not sure.
okay, that's better again.
Microphone is this one. Let's see. There was a noise going on outside, so it might have been the noise limiter.
Oh yeah, that might have been it. Yeah, I am not often infatuated with people. Quite frankly, I often do not like people. I actively dislike most of the humans I come in contact with.
Oh yeah, totally. I relate to that.
So I think it's just a thing of, I like you. This is mine now. I think that's just how my brain works.
I mean, that's what I told this person because it's like, like obviously, like whatever. Like I'm not trying to be pushy about it or whatever, but I was like, you're like, one of the few people that like I really like enjoy talking to, like with some frequency, like to where most people would like annoy the shit out of me after whatever X amount of time. Like that didn't happen, right? So I was like, oh, and I said that, and then it was like, oh, okay, and they're like, oh, well, I don't. So I'm not sure. Like I feel like that's something rare when you come across it, but then if it's not like a reciprocal or whatever, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. I mean,
But I didn't think
I'm
it was
lucky
weird that I made a point to like tell them.
Yeah, I don't think that's weird necessarily. It could be weird if you're like creepy incel levels, which I'm assuming you're not. I don't think you would be, but like it would be weird if you were just like, I love you. I love you with all my heart right now. I am so infatuated with you. I want to live with you forever, and I don't care what you want.
No, it wasn't
Right?
like that.
Yeah. I'm assuming it's not. That would be weird. Just being like, hey, I really
No.
like you. That's not weird. I know for a fact, if you try hard enough, you can make anything weird. I'm an expert in it, actually.
See, I think that's the problem. Yeah. I try really hard and I make everything weird. Yeah. Did you see this one?
Yeah.
It's a great one.
You need a chiropractor,
Yeah, fucking
What just happened?
bitch. Nah, but Bucks is giving me shit. There's a recent inside joke from a trip to the ER yesterday where a crazy doctor told Bugs their chest pain isn't chest pain, their abdominal pain isn't abdominal pain, and they need to see a chiropractor. And then yelled at me and threatened me because I said chiropractors aren't real doctors, which they're not. So he was like,
"How does that work out?"
"Oh, I don't know. It's wild. They're not doctors." He yelled in the middle of the ER that chiropractors are real doctors, and he said they are a doctor in chiropractic, which by definition is not a doctor of medicine. Which, one, they don't have doctorates, first of all. Two, even if we give that, they don't have not a doctor of medicine. I don't know. Bugs was just like, you sound like you need a chiropractor in there. Making me pissed off. I almost killed a fucking doctor yesterday.
Oh my man, I'm just killing a doctor.
Yeah. Okay. So I tried. Bugs called me and I left work because the guy was like over talking him. And I don't know, making shit up. So I left work. My boss said I could go. I walked to the hospital. And I got back in the ER. And I waited. And I went to be like, hey man, I don't think it's a back problem because. And he started screaming immediately. And started yelling at me. He's like, I don't like people with you and your smirks and giving me the eyes. I'm wearing a mask. He couldn't see a smirk if I had one. And second of all, what he thought was a smirk, I have fucking brain damage from getting hit in the head. My one eye is squintier than the other. So, out of nowhere, attacks my fucking disability because his dick is small. And my response to that is, wow, you're incredibly rude. And he shoves his finger in my face. And he's like, no, you're incredibly rude and you don't like me putting you in your place. I almost broke his hand off his arm. Like, you know,
Oh yeah.
a couple years ago, I would have removed all your teeth, locked you in a basement somewhere, and forced you to live off your own shit. Like,
He's gonna be centipede shit.
it's like, who the fuck are you? Fucking get in my face. It's like, you made my boyfriend cry twice. And you're mad at me. It's okay, we have the paperwork already. He's getting. Also, we looked him up. He's an acupuncturist.
Oh, see, that's why he's
How?
recommending his chiropractor, buddy. They're in like a fucking fraternity.
Yeah.
They're like, it's like dentists and orthodontists.
Yeah.
They've got this little thing going on,
Yeah.
you know.
Yes, however, he has a real medical degree, but he's a crazy woo-woo person who pokes people in their back to cure their cancer at the hospital we were at. How the fuck does he have a medical license? How is he allowed to you poke people with needles to cure their cancer? What the fuck?
A little woo-woo. I mean, I could see like acupuncture, like I could see how it could be like really beneficial like that. I don't know if they have like evidence, hard evidence for it, like really fighting cancer, but like anything like that could be like, okay, well maybe like now you're like opening up different, I don't know, parts of the porous system and stuff that's like not usually open and whatnot, but
yeah, the guy had the audacity to say, yeah, but like you could go to a chiropractor if you believe in it, it'll work. I'm sorry. That's not how medicine works. Look, man, it doesn't matter what I believe, right? If I have a mild fever and I take some Tylenol, my fever will go down. If I have pain and I take morphine, I will no longer have that pain, right? It doesn't matter what I believe. If I poke myself with a sharp knife, I will have a knife wound. That's just... If you believe it, it works. I'm sorry. I'm still incredibly pissed off about that.
I think that there are like, if you're experiencing like extreme psychosis, there might be a possibility where like you could like stab yourself with a knife and not feel it or something like that. Like it has to wear off at some point, but I mean,
But you would still have the wound. You would still have the physical wound there. Yeah. It's like, in what mental state do you have to be? We're pretty sure Bugs has either a gallbladder problem or some other organ-y shit. In what world is a chiropractor adjusting your back? You know what else this fucking retard told me? He said that your ribs are attached to your spine.
Oh, well, not by bone, but by
No.
By other stuff.
Yeah, but by that logic, your toes are attached to your eyeballs.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? If your ribs were attached to your spine, you couldn't bend over.
I was just talking about like muscles and tendon and all of that stuff, right? I mean,
yes, but that's not what he said.
Like, you're right.
Yeah, adjusting your spine then wouldn't help anything inside of like your gutular region.
No, that doesn't really make sense. No.
Like your ribs. And then if it was nerve pain in your ribs, adjusting your spine still wouldn't do anything because those aren't your ribs. Like, God. That's like, I don't know. Doing surgery on your optic nerves to clear your sinuses. Yeah, they're attached. They're right the fuck there. They're right next to each other. That does not mean blowing your nose will make you see better. I don't know. Maybe I'm completely wrong and
I'm
I don't
trying
know
to
how
think.
anything works, but
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to imagine how things might be interrelated, right? Like the whole case of the spine and ribs thing. I was like, okay, is the pain related to, like, you're saying, like, okay, if like you stretch something, say like in your like your mid back, and it may be that you've like pulled a rib, right? But where you're feeling that is like closer to your spine. You know what I mean? Like it's because it's that like
yeah,
attaching ligament or whatever that's been stretched.
yeah, yeah. But like a chiropractor can't fix that. What are they muscle surgeons? Are they back surgeons? Can they splice it together? No? No. Oh, cool. They don't practice medicine? Oh, wow. So that's the problem, but they're gonna crack your back and you're gonna magically be better. Cool. That's how that works.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they can heal any actual injuries, but I have had some good chiropractor sessions, I will say, right? You just walk out of there feeling a lot better, but I don't know.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, and that's the thing. Some chiropractors, they just crack your back and like pop your hip back into place and you're good and they're good. Some chiropractors will be like, hey, we got this cool thing called Miracle Mineral Solution, right? It'll make your kid no longer autistic. You just have to squirt this bleach up their asshole every day. Because chiropractors do that too. They sell homeopathy and allopathy and shit like that. AKA not medicine. Like, ooh, how is that legal? How can a doctor recommend a not doctor for a medical problem? That's like if I needed to have a tooth pulled and they sent me to GameStop. What are they gonna do? Sell me
You
the
can
new
have
Legend
your
of Zelda game? Like, I'll feel better.
you
I'll
can
feel
order
better
your
having the new Legend of Zelda game, but I still need my tooth pulled. Right?
right. Maybe. I mean, it might fall out while you're playing the game.
That's true. Well, and once you go to GameStop, you're gonna buy a game, and then you're gonna be like, well, since I was already at GameStop, I better buy some Mountain Dew. And then you drink that while playing your game, and then your tooth falls down. No, I overreacted. He was right the whole time.
We don't need no dental work here. A reminder: you can buy your trusty Abe magical healing crystals at the Patreon page. We'll be doing healing crystals and tarot readings in the near future. I was trying to think of something else. I just pulled tarot out of my butt there.
I mean, there's a lot of weird things. Turpentine. Some of these weirdos drink turpentine.
Sounds like it
And
gets you high as fuck.
It does.
Isn't it like paint thinner?
Yeah, it gets you high as fuck. And they think that means they're like they stop having pain, and it's like, yeah, because drinking turpentine's the forbidden ether, man. Like ether will kill you. Turpentine will kill you. I
That we've been looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Have you done DMT?
People do weird shit. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
I
was struggling to tell the story, but no, go for it. Go for it.
Oh, I was just gonna say it was super fucking wild, and I did not see the fucking Chinese space dwarves or whatever the fuck everyone else sees.
Yeah, same here. I didn't, but I did have a crazy trip. I was talking to the stars, the actual stars in the sky. They were speaking back to me. But yeah, I was so blasted off of that stuff. And I remember going back to the guy who had given it to me, and he was sitting in the driver's seat of his car, tinkering around or whatever. And I went up to him, I looked right at him, and went, "You're trying to kill me, man." And he just laughed at me. But it was crazy. It was crazy. I was trying to tell a story. I couldn't remember what fuck DMT was called. I was trying to tell that story before. One of the most intense things I've ever experienced in my life. Uh-oh. Cat has disappeared. This person texting the same thing out over and over again? Yes. Trying to kill me. Oh no. Cat is gone. Hello, William. Welcome. Welcome, sir. Talking about you earlier, too. Subject of many a stream appeared, and then talked about themselves randomly. Can't decide what to do with me. Oh, for real? That's so. Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello. I live in a motel, and the internet just decides it's gonna stop working, and I have to re-sign in. Is my audio quality okay?
That happens. I hear you now. Yeah, you crackled for a second. Now you're good.
Oh. All right, good.
You snap, crackled, and pop like
yeah.
the chiropractor or something.
So,
You got a wascally waccoon waving at you over there in the side chat.
Oh, jeepers. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's Nox's worst enemy. Oh, God.
The anti-Nox. I think Will is everyone's worst enemy at this point, except for ours. I don't know. For some reason,
Yeah.
we're all right here, but
Oh, did
like
you
this whole
hear?
circle of people.
Knock is unsure if I'm trans or not.
Uh-oh. Are we back on that kick again? Didn't we already have this argument like a while ago?
Yeah, like 3 years ago about my ex. Yeah, now I am questionably like Knock has known me since 2019, 2018, something like that. I've been out for years, man. What do you what? I don't know. I went into his stream because I wanted to talk to him about like, hey, so what is with you and the whole religion thing? And he chose violence. And I responded in a cool, chill way.
Wait, what did you say?
Fucking Cerberus Hex asked him if he would consider me trans, and Knock wouldn't answer the question. So I started screaming, "Answer the question, you coward." And he tried to say something else, and I'm like, oh, or is this the time? Remember that time we did that with my ex? Or is this like the time? Do you remember the time that, you said I was on a stream that I wasn't, and you said I was saying things that I objectively never said? And he's like, but you did, though. I screamed, I was just eating soup. I think he disconnected me at that point.
I was just eating soup. Oh my fucking god.
I know it's 6 a.m. Yeah, I was just eating soup in the one stream. It was just soup, man. But yeah, that was my most. I haven't talked to Knock in months, and it ended with me screaming.
I went back off the grid. He went, he turned into a Taoist or something?
Yeah, he had a weird stream, which he took down. I wish it was still up. Like, all of his old videos are taken down, except for a couple. And he had a stream months ago where he talks about, like, I don't know, he met a drunk guy, and then he got new boots the next day magically, and said the drunk guy was Jesus. Yeah, Knock's back. He's been streaming for the past, like, I don't know, week or two. But, like, I don't know, he had some weird mental breakdown or something. Became a Christian or a Taoist or a deist or a something, and then dropped off the face of the planet again, and now he's back on the Raging Atheist channel. And I just wanted to know what the fuck's up with this whole religion thing now.
Yeah, I remember the whole deist conversion, and he started a new channel. Oh, I'm muted. I'm not just talking into it. Okay. Yeah, and then I mean, because we've been friended on Facebook for a while. I see an open room one day ago.
Yeah,
with
that he.
No views? Really?
Yeah, because he never showed up, like Sandy in the side chat saying.
Oh, that's what Sandy was talking about. Okay.
Yeah, it was for like 7 p.m. Friday night or something like that, or 7 p.m. Eastern, and he just didn't show up or do nothing. Which, I mean, I've done that before, but I mean, come on. If far more concerning when it's not, because I worry about him.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying though. I mean, like we're friended up on Facebook and everything. I usually see like his notifications on a pretty regular basis. What's up, John Hudson? Good to see you. Yes, we are speaking. We're speaking the trash. Rebuke and reprove in the house. Yes.
Drill.
8-man walking.
Hashtag Jill gets pegged.
And I've got like the subscribe all button on Rage's channel. So I'm like, okay, this was 9 days ago, 6 days ago. So he's done like a lot of streams that I haven't gotten notifications.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like crazy. I'm glad to see he's back streaming. He seems mostly okay, which is good. He's got a job. So he's got money. That's good. I'm glad for him. He doesn't seem completely shit wasted, which is also good.
Yeah, it makes most streams better. Sandy, you can send the link. I don't know what we're talking about, but I mean, hey, let's start it. Let's do it.
I don't think I'm starting shit.
No, I think you're just joking.
Oh, look. Sometimes people think I'm starting shit just because. Okay, I do that. It's my fault. I do that. It's just weird to me when I'm not. And then people are insistent that I am, and I'm like, no. This is one time I'm not. At least not intentionally.
Yeah.
Okay, it is a joke. Okay.
Not this time. Just this one time I am innocent, right?
Yes.
Like every other time you would have been right about me.
Yeah. That's accurate.
Send Jill a link. Wait, send Jill a link to what? Now I'm kind of confused, but I'm intrigued as well.
I think to this. Jill can get a link to this dick. Oh wow, there's a lot happening in chat. Jeepers crepes Alfrighty, bud.
John isn't saying. Oh, I see. John isn't saying.
I only have one brain cell, and it doesn't work well, so.
What would you say? What are we talking about now?
I think he's accusing you of being Mark Wahlberg from that weird remake of Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am the Marky Mark Wahlberg.
You know.
No. He's just saying I'm not a warlike ape. You know.
Speaking of Mark Wahlberg, you know there's a Catholic like devotional Bible app that's voiced by Mark Wahlberg? You can have Marky Mark sans the Funky Bunch narrate the Bible and like devotional shit to you. In case anyone's interested.
That's interesting. I wonder if that's the I saw a YouTube ad for
Yes,
something or other. Is that for what
it
you're
is.
talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, because I was like,
I've
this is
known about
weird.
this
He's
for
like
a
Mark
while.
Wahlberg in a.
Yeah, Bugs just got an ad for it. What, last week? Last week, yeah. And I'm like, yes, it is Mark Wahlberg. Yes.
It's crazy. I just watched Ted for the first time while I was in rehab. By the way, I can't
Oh,
believe I'd never seen that fucking movie.
it's pretty good.
Yeah, it
I
was funny.
enjoyed Ted.
And then I'm like,
Yeah.
now I'm just trying to imagine Mark Wahlberg actually reading the Bible. You know what I mean? And just these things.
Yeah, because there's that scene in Ted where Ted's just like, I don't know, I might be Jesus Christ. I'm not saying I am, but I might be.
But it might be.
Marky Mark's a very strange person. He got what did he get arrested with? Hate criming an Asian guy? And then just
Really?
got away with it? Yeah, like pre Marky Mark, pre Funky Bunch, I think.
Oh, that's a long time ago.
I know. And like no one brings it up ever because he's just like, yeah, I'm a piece of shit from Boston. Yeah, Marky Mark.
Huh. This is multiple racially motivated attacks as a teenager. Oh,
Ooh, multiple. Yee.
there's a full list. Digging up the dirt on Marky Mark.
Yeah, we're breaking the story. You heard it here first on Terrestrial Podcast.
Full list of the actors racially motivated. History of racially motivated attacks has resurfaced after the actor was accused of hypocrisy for sharing a post supporting the Black Lives Matter movement. The TED star shared a picture of George Floyd, whose death sparked protests across the United States. Okay, we know the fucking story. Come on. In 1986, a then 15-year-old Wahlberg and 3 friends were charged for chasing 3 black children and pelting them with rocks while yelling, "Kill the ends," until an ambulance driver intervened. The next day, Wahlberg harassed another group of mostly black children around the age of 9 or 10 at the beach, gathering other white men to join in racially abusing and throwing rocks at them. So these guys just fucking throwing rocks. A seemingly unrelated second incident occurred 2 years later in 1988 when Wahlberg attacked 2 Vietnamese men while high on the drug PCP. Nice. He's like, well, that one I had an excuse for, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's look. PCP, come on.
Yeah. He called one man Than Lam a Viet effing S fucking shit. Is that what a Vietnam fucking shit? Is that what it says? I guess that's what he's.
Slut?
Like he must have been fucked up. You Vietnam fucking shit.
Yeah.
Vietnam fucking slut. Oh. And knocked him unconscious with a 5-foot wooden stick while punching another man, Army veteran Johnny Trin, in the eye later in the same day. Officers reported that Wahlberg used racist slurs to describe both of them.
Wow.
This is amazing. In the end, Wahlberg served only 45 days in prison of his 2-year sentence for attacking the Vietnamese men.
Yeah, I told you, you got away with it.
Basically.
Yeah, and like no one brings it up.
And he got a pardon?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no, he attempted for the second attack and have it wiped from his criminal record. But he later dropped his request.
Oh. You know, that's probably the closest thing he's going to do to taking accountability, so I'll take it, I guess. I did nothing.
Yeah, we can do it. Ooh, Sandy's making coffee. I want some. I'll be over here with my Monster energy drink.
Yeah, I mean, they're terrible.
Sponsored by Monster Energy.
But, you know. Mark Wahlberg, sponsored by Monster Energy. Come on, he looks like he should be wearing a...
bunch.
Yeah, I know, right? Maybe, is that what he meant by good vibrations?
Like you should be wearing what? What were you gonna say?
Oh. He looks like he should be wearing like a stained wife beater and like a trucker hat, holding a can of like Monster Zero, like with like Jinko jeans or something on. Like, you know, whatever a Kyle is.
Yeah.
He looks like a Kyle.
Not a Kyle.
Can that be a movie? Mark Wahlberg, the Kyle.
The Kyle. It would have to be like no, see that not that one. See, I thought of something and I was like, nah, probably not that one. We could try a different one. We could try no. No, we shit.
I don't. Oh yeah, baby.
No, hold on, wait. It's not you, it's me.
Anyways, well, since it's just me now, I will say I used to have the Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch CD. I unironically fucking bumped that. It was the best. When you take a walk on the wild side. It was such a brilliantly bad album. Like, the beats were fine. It's something about the combination of everything in it that is just... Because, like, everything separately is fine. And then together, it's actually not bad. But then when you add the fact that it's Mark Wahlberg, it suddenly just becomes so comically bad. It's... I think it helps that, like, it originally came on a cassette, and the one side was, and I quote, the smooth, SMOOVE side, and the other was the wild side.
Smooth side.
Yeah, and there's only like 4 songs on each, which makes it even more comical, because, like, I mean, the one song is like really long, But even with that, it's still only like a 35-minute album? I don't know. It's
That was
funny
like
to me.
standard back in the day, wasn't it? Like somewhere between like, I mean, I think 35 minutes might have even been like a little bit long. Like, you want
I don't know,
running
man.
time between like.
No, but that was on both sides, though. Like, it was 35 minutes total, not like on one side. Or like, because I know I have cassette tapes. Well, I had cassette tapes that would have like 30 minutes-ish, give or take, on each side.
Right, right. Because if you think about it, like the long ones are like 120 minutes, and those
Yeah.
usually have, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, it wasn't like a comically short. I think what makes it funny is it wasn't comically short. It was just like 5 to 10 minutes shorter than what you would expect, which means like he just couldn't think of another song to put on there. And that's what's funny to me, I think. I think that makes it better. To me, on a personal level.
Sometimes they hold those ones back, though. Those are the B-sides, you know.
Yeah, it's true. I want the B-sides of that album so bad. The B-sides are probably, oh God, he's got the B-sides are the you know, that last song that was never in there was probably just like a song where he's like, yeah, let's kill all these Vietnamese bastards. Or something like that. Just something heinous. And like one of his brothers had to be like, now, Maki, you can't do that. I don't know why he's a Chicago Italian, but I can't do the fucking Boston accent, so Maki, you can't do that. That's what you get. I don't know.
Let's say howdy, Halsey. Hello, Halsey on a country.
Oh, it's Kaiju.
Kaiju. How do you say that?
Kaiju?
Yeah.
What?
Like, it sounded like you used like an accent, though.
I mean, I could put on an accent. It'd be weirdly racist.
Just weirdly racist. Not like when I tried to do a Scotsman, laddie. Yeah.
You know, every so often I try and do an accent and lose it after like the first word. And once again, it becomes weirdly racist. Where I'm like trying to describe something the owner of a Chinese restaurant said to me, and suddenly he's Italian inexplicably. And at that point, I just have to go with it.
If you're trying to do anything that's like English and you can't like, it's not just like the different dialects of like English, you know, you got like the Cockney and Scottish and like Irish, and then you're like, okay, and then you bust into like doing something like Australian. You're like, okay, can't decide if I'm British or I'm Aussie now or something, you know, like
Yeah.
just meld them together.
Yeah. There are some accents I can hold indefinitely, but they're usually ones I've grown up around, so yeah. Yeah, I know, and you get people who go around, talking around like this, oh, they're just saying all kinds of things. Yeah, no, yeah, huh? Oh, so I'm going on down to the Quick Trip. You want some of them glazers or no, yeah? Right. I could do that all day. I don't want to. They talk so goddamn fast and say so little.
Hmm. Oh, there you
Wow.
are. Okay.
Oh,
I
I
heard
do.
you up
I'm
until you
still.
said, I don't know, it like cut out right at the end. I was like, I wasn't sure if you were done actually talking. Um, but, uh, but yeah, no, I have, like half of my family is like New Yorkers, and like some of them still talk with the accent, even though they haven't lived there in years. And then,
Yeah.
like, I got a bunch of my family that uh, is from the South, basically. Well, a bunch of them lived in Arkansas. They kind of spread out, but that's where I was born.
Ugh.
And I could never
I
like
knew that,
imitate
but
the New
still.
York.
Ugh.
I could never like imitate the New York accent, but I could still do a pretty good Arkansas accent. You know, like a shit kicker accent every once in a while. Put my mind to it.
I don't know why, but the angrier I get, the more my accent devolves into like this weird mixture of, because like where I grew up is like equidistant from like super like, oh Haiti Heidi ho there friend, and like Chicago. So it just becomes this weird mixture of both. The more angry I get, so I'm like, look at here, you fucking cocksucker. I can't do it when I'm not mad. I turned British when I tried to do it. What the fuck?
Yeah, like, ahoy, bitches!
Fucking Chicago. Chicago's kind of the worst, though. I mean, LA's the worst, then New York City, but like, Chicago's kind of the worst. I mean, blues music, lots of blues music happened there. There's a huge, like, blues movement and everything. Parts of the town, super awesome, amazing. But then it also like Chicago. I mean, they have far too many Italians there.
Fucking wops ruin everything. I could say that.
Yeah.
I am Italian.
Well, okay, here's the thing. If you're in an area where there's Jews and Italians, and you're either a Jew or an Italian, you're fine. You're just going to shout at each other or something because Jews and Italians are both loud and talk with their hands. I mean, and we will argue about anything and everything. But if there's just Jews or just Italians and you're the opposite, then it's just a bad time. You can't have the friendly yelling at each other. Instead of the, we both hate each other, but we hate everyone else more. It's fuck this guy. I'm Maki Mock on PCP. I'm gonna beat this Jew up.
You know what I think's the worst is is it Mexicans and El Salvadorians? You ever heard them go at each other?
That is wild. They, whew. Yeah,
and
I
what's
mean,
funny is like most white people can't like distinguish one from the other either. So that's the you look at
it's the best. That's my favorite thing. I used to work with a guy from Guatemala, and everyone kept on calling him Mexican. And every time he would get so mad.
Reminds me of this time we were fucking spun out, man.
Super nice guy.
Oh. Yeah.
Hmm?
I didn't know. I heard you, and then you. I
My
didn't know if
internet
you
cut
heard
out.
me.
Hello?
No, I still hear you. Oh, there.
Oh no, I heard you.
Oh, okay.
Carry on.
Me and my super spun out. We got a bunch of stuff from this moving job we did or whatever, and we get this fucking box. And I was like, whatever. It was like a nice wooden box, like carved or whatever. So we thought, oh, we're trying to like sell this stuff, see if we can get some money out of it. I take it to my friend, and he's so we had been up for a few days, right? Like a little bit, and we go over to this guy's apartment. I'm trying to sleep. The two of them. So my friend had my ex, or whatever, my former friend had my ex on the phone for like 2 days with this guy. It turns out he was making this whole story up about how the box was an ancient artifact of Guatemalan ninjas, and it was really like from Banana Republic, I think. Anyway, we got into a fight showing up at his house with a sword, but like I was gonna use the sword on him. This is the same guy who beat up the guy who took the cigarette from me, so I was kind of scared of him, because I'd seen him whip some ass. So yeah, but when I showed up there with a sword, and I was like, he wouldn't come out of his house, so.
Yep.
But that was after the whole like Guatemalan ninja box, which I thought was fucking great. Like I was mad because my ex wouldn't leave, and she was like convinced she was gonna make some money. She didn't realize that he had just been fucking with her.
Huh.
And so once our other friend told me what had happened, like then I was just ticked off. So
Okay, I've been incredibly intoxicated on more than one occasion in my life. On a lot of things, on a lot of one thing, on a combination of things, on a lot of a combination of things that shouldn't be combined. I don't think I've ever been so twisted up that I would believe a box of Guatemalan ninjas. Where can I get that drug is what I'm asking.
I guess, the claim was made that he had Adderall, so I don't know. We were just on speed, man. I didn't believe any of that bullshit for a second. I was like, okay, you're gonna send this to South America, whatever. Like, for this whole side story with the ninjas and all of that, I was just like, whoa, man, that's like out of this world. But then to come find out, like, I thought at least he believed his own bullshit, but he was just snowing my partner at the time. For no other reason than, just as a gag. He just thought it was funny.
To be fair, it is pretty funny.
I guess in hindsight, it's kind of funny. Yeah, it's a little funny. But I mean, it wasn't funny for me. I was over there trying to take a nap, for like 2 days. But it was just not fun. I was pretty pissed off.
Yeah.
It wasn't just the whole backstory was like one thing, but like the fact that he went to the elaborate length to make like fake phone calls, like that was what got me. Like, because I saw him, he was on the phone with somebody. He had to have set it up, right? Like supposedly the buyer and all of this stuff, and so there was like that whole part of it, but it was just the whole thing was really sus. But the Guatemalan ninja thing was just the whole thing just fell apart. I was like, what are you talking about? Because this was relayed to me through another person, through our other friend. Because I didn't know he had said any of this shit. I was like, as far as I know, we're just trying to sell a box to some dude in South America or something. And he's all, oh no. And then he showed me the text that told me what the guy had told him. What the fuck are you talking about? I was so fucking mad. I was so mad.
That's like the time I got a call from one of those telephone scammers telling me that my grandson, mind you, I was like 20, I think at the time. No, a little older maybe. It doesn't matter, early 20s. My grandson was in jail currently, and I needed to bail him out or something. I needed to wire them money. They made up this whole elaborate scheme of my non-existent grandson stealing cocaine from Mexico or something. That's what that reminds me of.
Nice.
Oh, I was high when this was happening, by the way. So this phone call, any other time, I would have either fucked with them or just hung up. But I was just genuinely so confused and invested in this story about my non-existent grandson stealing cocaine from Mexico and being detained at the border. And why does this man have an Indian accent if he's the FBI? I never sent him money or anything. I'm not stupid, but man, it
I
was
feel
better
like
than
I've
any movie.
that prank call before. Like I have been on the other end of that phone line. Hello,
Yeah.
sir. Hello,
Yep.
sir. I don't know if I'm doing a good. Probably not a good Indian accent. But.
See, what you got to do is you just got to get like the Gujarati accent down. Then you too could own a microtel. This is a weird deep cut reference I'm not sure anyone's gonna get, but hey.
Give it a shot, grease us up.
Yeah.
Wait, what is it?
All by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself. I actually don't know the rest of the words of that song, so insert yakety sax here, I guess. Oh.
No, I'm just joking. That's just. No, I was trying to put you in solid one. Does anybody know the rest of the words of that song? I don't think they do. I think like that's the only part that everybody knows.
Yeah, It's like that fucking George Michael song. Never gonna dance again. At best, people know like 2 lines of it, unless they're like weird. You know what I mean?
Have you heard the? I think it's Seether, the rock and roll band that does a cover of that song. It's actually pretty good.
Oh, I'm aware Seether exists. I don't think I've listened to one of their songs since 2008, but yeah, they're not bad.
Let me see here.
What the fuck's the guy's name? Leo Mastacholi or Leo Maracchioli or something. He's like Swedish or Norwegian or something, and he does metal covers of a bunch of songs. Would recommend. Like the song Let It Go from the movie Frozen in like weird heavy Swedish metal is genuinely let it go, let it go. Like it's great, it's beautiful, it's wonderful.
I've heard a couple of those. Like there was a couple of male fronted and a female fronted band that did that did that song.
Yeah.
All pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Varying degrees. Yeah.
A guy I was in jail with burned me a CD of a bunch of that guy's covers of things back in, God, fuck, this was like 2014, 2015? What had to have been 2015. Yeah. Yeah, no, I like weird covers of songs. Also, hot take, Weird Al, musical genius.
Was that the end of it? No, yeah, I agree. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that really just, he deserves a lot of awards that other people get, quite frankly.
I mean, not just Al. He himself is a genius, but he's got like the best musicians too. Like everybody in his band is fucking amazing. Like it's just like those guys are like
John,
super.
Bermuda, Schwartz. Yeah. He said most of the people who play with him have been playing with him since before his, well, I guess it was just Bermuda Schwartz, but he was playing with him before his first TV appearance. Like, that's a long time ago. That was like the 70s, I think? Like, damn. Yeah, everyone involved with Weird Al is fucking brilliant and amazing, honestly.
Yeah, and not
like,
just the way like they can, perform like other people's music like perfectly, but they can, actually like transform the music itself. Like the way he started out doing like another one bites the dust, he's doing another one bites the bus. And he's playing on it's just accordion, and a freaking box. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, and by the way, Weird Al's original music also banging. Like, hot take, Weird Al's song Hardware Store, 12 out of 10 man raps faster than Eminem. It's great. It's beautiful. It's amazing. It's not a parody of anything. He just wanted to make a song about being excited about a hardware store, and it's great. It's silly and serious at the same time. It's a relatable experience and goofy, and it slaps, man.
It's like one of my favorites. I think it's at the end of Bad Hair Day is The Night Santa Went Crazy. I don't know if that's an original, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure that's an original, yeah. I think.
That one's really.
If it's a parody song, I'm not familiar with the original.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you get those, you're like, hey, maybe it's better than the original. Must have been.
I also like, he does like DJ remixes where he like makes real songs. He does the same lyrics and music and everything. He just makes it all polka. And like does the DJ thing of like have multiple songs run into each other. Those are also great. The man can do anything musically. Like, if you could take I Say She's a Gold Digger and make that into polka, come on now.
Have you heard of this guy, Mark Ribbolett? Mark Ribbollet or something? Mark Ribbolett? He's
don't know.
Loop Daddy.
He's a what daddy?
Loop Daddy.
That sounds familiar, yeah.
Yeah, he's great. He does it's just like a one man thing, but he just let's see it. Something up here. Obviously his specialty is just looping things.
Yeah.
So then you'll see like like out there with like his turntable and his thingamajigger, and then he's got like another thing, and he's insane. This guy's just freaking off the hook.
Sorry. You know,
This is pretty short. I'm serious.
I know two different people. I went to high school with them. Two completely different people. Both tried to be DJs, failed at that, and became correctional officers. And I don't know if that's a pipeline from DJ to CO, or if that's just a weird coincidence that I'd have two nickels. I don't know.
Not sure. Not sure about that one. Kind of hilarious.
All right, look, if you used to be a DJ, you have to tell me. Are you a DJ? It's like being a cop.
I have never been a DJ. I've never done electronic music. I mean, I've done keyboards, but I've never done like any real electronic music.
Exactly what a DJ would say. I don't know how DJ stuff works. Oh.
Get the fuck out of bed, bitch. Go. Get up, get up. Okay, they got go. Time to wake up, bitch. Get up. Get up. Get up.
So this man is obviously my spirit animal.
Yeah. I get it. I get it. The man, okay. We used to have this pair of guys. We'd call him Raul Duke and fucking what's his name? Fuck Dr. Gonzo, right? And he kind of looks like if both of those dudes combined, you know, Raul Duke and Gonzo from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
We had two guys who I don't know, we had a huge brown dude and a weird scrawny little white guy that both looked trapped in like 1979 inexplicably. Yeah, they would try and go into the wrong doors in the grocery store that was 24 hours at 2 a.m. Just, they would pick the one doors that weren't open and just stare at them while fucking blasted out of their mind on shrooms. Nice guys. I talked to them a lot. But that guy looks like if you combined both of them together, kind of. I like it. It's a good look.
Yeah,
Good
right.
vibe.
And I mean, he has multiple robes, which he performs in, right? Which, I mean, obviously the one he's in is great. And that is like a 57-second clip out of like a 10-minute long you know, piece of the, you know, and he could just do that shit for hours. Like there's
Yeah.
the latest one. I think I was just looking at it. Like Daddy Does Venice. It was like him like doing like, you know, I don't know, an 8-hour party or something like that. So it's fucking ridiculous, just out there. Drinking. Whoop, whoop.
Jesus.
You got to be on a lot of good drugs. That's all I, you know. I would be if I were him. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be on the drugs. You'd, you know, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've
You
never
know,
really gotten into the party drugs. You know, like I took pills when I was younger, but I never got into ecstasy or you know, any of those other types of, you know, like I took mushrooms, but I didn't even take acid until a few years ago. You know, I never took any of that shit when I was young. I just went from like weed to meth. You know, and you know the
right.
coke, obviously.
I'm just gonna say, shrooms, people, shrooms are not a party drug. You want to know what shrooms are? Shrooms are hanging out with a buddy or two. You're all on the same wavelength, and you watch some weird fucking movies, or you play the whole "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared" playlist on YouTube. You know, maybe you go for a weird walk in the forest, and you just experience life, and you just see grass, and you talk to the grass and shit, man, because you're like, hey man, you're really good grass, I really appreciate you being here. That's what shrooms are. Stop taking them to parties and handing them out, people. That is not what they're for.
I remember when I was young, I was probably about 13, 14, and we had a party. It was this guy's birthday party. It was the same thing like you're talking about. He got a big old bag of shrooms. He was handing them out. Everybody was tripping balls and drinking and everything else. And we leave. I go home. I come back the next day, and there, you know, whatever. I'm gonna help him clean up the house or something. I don't know. And I come in, and he's hiding in the fucking closet. He was like,
yeah,
oh, the rest of the shrooms are in the kitchen. Oh, you need to take them. I don't want them anymore. I don't want them anymore. He's freaking out, dude. And so I took the shrooms, and I stayed high on those things for like almost a week. But I couldn't even keep track of time. It was crazy. I just kept eating them and eating them. But I was just taking like a little bit at a time. You know, I didn't like eat them all. Like
hey, look, I get it. The people who like microdosing or taking small doses of shrooms. Yeah, I don't. That's just. I don't know. It's kind of like paying a prostitute to just like fondle your balls and then leave. I want more. I don't know. I want the full high. God damn it.
Hey, maybe some of us are okay with ball fondling. Okay, maybe that gets us off, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And to each their own. I'm just saying, me personally, I'm gonna need like 2 grams shrooms, like as a start, a baseline to see how strong they are. That's
How often
me,
do
though.
you take shrooms though?
I don't think I've taken shrooms in like 4 years. I haven't in this state. The first dose I ever took was 2 grams. And then I started drinking and smoking weed. Maybe that's where I went wrong. I started too high.
Might have been, yeah.
Yeah. First time I did acid was also 2 tabs of double dipped acid. It was fun though.
First time I took acid was one of those gels. I thought it was tiny, but
yep.
He said it was I don't remember how many milligrams he said it was. He did tell me how many milligrams it was, but I wasn't paying attention. Took that thing. And then when I took those 2 hits of blotter acid, man, that was sprayed,
Mhm.
and it
Yeah.
didn't look like anything.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, you gotta make sure you have actual acid though, because if you get one of those research chemicals like 25I or 25C or 25INBOME or 23C or anything like that, I got one of those one time. Which here's the thing, they're fine if you are aware of the length and effects of the high. If it's sold to you as regular LSD or some variant of regular LSD, you're not expecting to be high for 14 hours. I I I don't want to have a full acid level trip for 14 hours. That's me personally. Like I like my 4 to 8 hour range. That's nice. 14 is too much. Some of those they'll keep you high for a day straight, like 24 hours.
yeah, so
30
you mean like
hours.
a 14-hour peak, right? Like not like because I've been. I mean, yeah, it was like it's closer to 2 days, but I wasn't peaking the whole time, obviously. But when I had
Yeah.
the liquid, it was like closer to 2 days that I was banned. But I wasn't peaking that long. I was probably peaking for maybe 6 or 8 hours.
Yeah, yeah, that is too much for me. I mean, I would like to peak on weed for that long. That'd be great. Just barely able to move, like a nice indica peak where I'm like barely able to move, watching a YouTube video on my phone, trying to find the coordination to get a can of soda to my mouth. That would be great for 6 hours, 8 hours. Oh, they could find that technology. I'll be the guinea pig.
We had that one time. We had me and my partner. We had rolled up a big old and blunt. Well, it wasn't really a blunt, but whatever. Big old joint up on the porch one morning, and it was like I want to say it was maybe quarter ounce or something. I don't know if we had weighed, but anyway, I fall asleep with this fucking joint in my mouth, huge fucking joint, and I wake up and my shirt was on fire. My shirt was like actually on fire. It burnt a hole right through the center of it. I had like a nice little burn right in the center of my chest from this big old spliff. And I just sat there on the couch and just like my head tilted down and it just sparked up my shirt.
Oof.
But it was like that kind of high, like couldn't even like pass the fucking joint. So
That's how
relaxed.
you know when you're supposed to pass it, when it lights you on fire.
Yeah. I think he was passed out too. I think my partner was passed out too. We were both sitting down right there on the couch,
Yeah.
But it was, yeah.
I don't know. I got from I miss him already. The chef we had at work for a while. Oh God, he was great. He was insane. He would randomly be like, "Hey, kids, sometimes I think the earth is flat and they're all lying to us." And I'd be like, "Okay." And he's like, "They're keeping litter boxes in schools for the faggot kids." And I'm like, "All right, sure, man. Whatever floats your boat." But then also, other than that, he was a really cool guy. He would just randomly have insane out of pocket political takes for no reason. But he'd be like, yeah, I don't want to sweep my area tonight. So you do that and I'll cut you half a slice. I'm sorry. Half a slice to do a little bit of sweeping and take out 2 bags of garbage? Sign me up. Sign me up. And he's prescribed this stuff. He's been prescribed this stuff for years. So like I'm getting like FDA approved weed. I still have some, and he's only been gone for 3 weeks, and I miss him so much. Everyone else is incompetent. I have to do more work, and I don't get weed. But, dude, he got Skywalker, is I think most of what I have now. Jesus, the first time I smoked that, it's like we got a bowl. It's like a little bowl. It's not like comically small, but it's, slightly smaller than average. I smoked 1 bowl. I got like 2/3 of the way through, and I'm like, Jesus, I can't feel my face. It was great. Beautiful. Wonderful. I love legal weed.
Skywalker.
It's great. Yep.
The concentrate they make with that. Have you tried that?
No, I have not.
Oh, it's really good. Yeah.
Was that like... Is that essentially just like dabs? Like
yeah,
like
it's like a vape
in the
cartridge.
pen. Yeah. Okay. Fun story about dab pens. First time I used one, right? I'd used vapes before. We used to have a communal vape. It was like a vape where you know the ones that were like the box vape with the hookah hose. You ever had one of those?
Yes, I do. I do recall those.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Because that's what we had when we were kids. We didn't have the fancy vape pens, especially not the ones as small. I had a vape when I was 19. I think I bought a vape 18, and it was like I'm pretty sure I could have fucking, if I hit hard enough, I might have cracked someone's skull. Like they were long. The thing was like a foot long. Like, it wasn't small, but a friend of mine, I was hanging out with him, and his little sister had a bunch of friends over, and this kid who's in like high school, barely, has this fucking dab pen, and like once again, I'm in my early 20s, and I'm like, hey, come on, whatever. Oh, you think you're weird? I've been smoking weed since you were shitting your pants, kid. Come on, you give me that. I took a regular-sized hit off that. Good enough. He was right. Cause you probably remember, dabs was dabs. We used to smoke it off the head of a pin. And that was the day I saw God, Ken. I was already drunk, and I just took a whole double lung full of dab pen. Also, kid took it like a champ. I have no idea how much money that was worth. But, I guess I bought him alcohol anyways, so I guess it's fair trade. So.
All works out in the wash.
Yeah. Also, he got to see me inconsolably high, so that was probably fun.
Oh, I had that about 2 weeks ago.
Ooh.
I didn't have any fun though.
Yeah.
I had to go to work. I felt like I was like, it was one of those like where you have to drive, and
Oh no.
and you're like, yeah, you think like every car behind you is a cop, and then like
Mhm.
it was like I got to stop for probably like 5 minutes at the stop sign or something, like some ridiculously long length of time.
Every
I finally
shadow
got
gives you
to
a heart attack. Yeah.
And I was like 5 minutes early, and I was like staring at my clock. It's like, I don't know if I'm going to pass out before it's time for me to actually walk in the door. And then, like, from like opening the door of my car to actually getting out of the car seemed like it took like an additional 20 minutes. And I was standing there in front of my coworker. I got my sunglasses on, and I was just sweating my balls off. It was crazy. I could feel it, just the perspiration pouring off of me. And yeah, it was crazy. I do not miss that.
Like a year and change ago at my old job, I had bought some edibles from the gas station before I went to work. Because, they're not open when I get back from work. It was a Friday, and I was minding my own business, and I'm like, it's a slow day. Now, I'm going to take one of these little gummies. It was a different brand than the one I normally got. So I took one whole one. I was way too high to be doing anything. Fucking, I don't know, Satan, Allah, God, Krishna, I don't know who fucking intervened, but I was the person they selected to go home early. I needed that because I so uncomfortably high watching stickers run through a machine. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. It was taking me 7 times as long to do everything. I didn't want to run the machine too fast because I was paranoid. I was looking around everywhere. It's like, I work in a corner where no one can see. The cameras can't even see me. I could be beating off here and no one would know. Well, the one camera would, but I mean, it's just a little bit of a show, Come on.
What?
You gotta treat the security guard. Give him something to do. Like, yeah, they let me go home early, and they're just like, I mean, if you want to stay, you can. I'm like, no, I'm going home now. Nope. The bike ride home was terrible, by the way. And of course, the bike ride's 45 minutes, so right near the end of it, I stopped being high and then just
Did I tell you about the retail site I worked where we were watching the cameras, and they had, well, they've got, I've worked a few of these, but we had a team of their people that were watching us while we were watching the camera. So they had a camera pointed at us working, and they had another team of people just watching us, watching the main cameras in the building. And so there was one night I was in the bathroom, and they called me up, and they're like, "You've been away from the computer for more than 6.5 minutes." I was like, "Yeah, I'm taking a shit." And then, and then there was another time when I actually did like fall asleep for like, maybe 30 seconds or something like that. Like I nodded out, like I was like sleeping, but
yeah.
I was like sitting next to the lights on and like started to doze off, and then the phone started ringing, and they were like, "We just noticed that you needed," or okay. But it was so weird. They had a whole other team of people.
Yeah.
They were watching the cameras. They were watching us watch cameras.
Yeah. There was a job I nodded out at a lot because I worked 2 days I worked first shift. 2 days I worked second shift. Occasionally I would work a second shift, pick up the third shift, and then have to go back into the first shift because the first shift person wasn't there that day, which would normally be my day off. Well, no, it would. The point is, I'd wind up working something ridiculous like 30 hours straight, and I'd nod off. But it was, during first shift and everything is usually when I was nodding off because I just worked I'm on my third shift in a row. And like the special needs people who were there, it was, work rehabilitation, vocational rehab, whatever. Hire special needs people in prison, whatever. That place.
Yeah.
Like every time there was a trans guy I needed to walk past from one building to another. They had other problems too. I just remember they were a trans guy. And some of the rougher individuals bully him for it. Such a sweetheart every time that was happening. Instead of just being like, fuck. Drop my phone. Instead of being like, security guard's piece of shit. They should fucking kill themselves or fuck sleep on Jack Sucker piece of shit. He'd just be like, I'm like, oh shit, I'm so sorry. Yeah, give me 30 seconds. Gotta slap my face, down my energy drink, grab a cigarette, we'll be good. I'm like, thank you for being the best and not getting me fired. I appreciate it. Because security jobs are so fucking boring. You nod off. And if you're not nodding off, you're not getting up to any good. Let's be realistic. You are actually doing the opposite. You are getting up to no good.
Yeah, well, it's like it's one or the other, right? It's like it's not enough or too much. The other end of it. So he always wants you to do a bunch of extra stuff. Like I remember there was this website where they were like trying to have us do, and this was for like a little, rinky-dink company, not like one of the big ones, but like one of those little hole-in-the-wall companies. And they were trying to get us to do stuff that was like actually illegal. Like you realize that we're not. Yeah. Not only are we not supposed to, we're supposed to report illegal activity, but we're definitely not supposed to be. And they're like, well, no, it's okay, right? And so there were times when I was there. I witnessed it. I didn't. I don't. I'm not admitting any type of guilt or anything. I'm just saying I witnessed. Guards. Like breaking the law. Doing cop stuff and all that good stuff. Whoa, man, it's crazy.
Well, in some states, like, okay, so if the company owns the property, right? So how it works in Wisconsin is incredibly weird, and I'm entirely unclear on the exact specifics. But nearest I can figure, if the company owns the property, and like they hire you, you are essentially the police on that property to a certain extent. Like, if someone gets violent, you can punch them in the mouth and zip tie them and wait for the cops to come. But like, if someone isn't willing to leave, you can't punch them in the mouth and zip tie them. And like there's a level of like where and when and what you can do. I had to zip tie a guy's hands once, and it was because he was high on meth and trying to stab everyone with a box cutter. And I zip tied his hands and locked him in a room.
It's like, it doesn't matter anywhere you go. Like, it depends obviously on the situation, the person you're dealing with, right? But like, as far as for a security guard, that's the whole thing. You're a private security guard, right? And that's why you're not like a member of law enforcement. You're not a peace officer. You're not with any of those types of kind of higher official ranks, right? So you're still a private citizen. So regardless, wherever you are, private property, but you have the same rights as any other private individual, right? The difference being the expectation is if you are hired on a particular piece of property to protect said property, then you might do more within the bounds of the law, right, than most private individuals would, right? Like,
Yeah.
you might inclined to try to keep a vandal on the property to try to make sure that the police find them, rather than like any other person who just be like, well, I don't care or whatever, like this is your job now. So now you're inclined to actually try to do that next right thing, but it's still within the same parameters under the law. So you can't do anything as a guard that a private citizen can't do. The problem is like,
well, in some states you can detain people.
Well, but I'm saying any private citizen can detain another citizen under certain.
I guess, yeah.
Like, yeah, it's just not commonly done, but it's legal. It's still a citizen's arrest. Like in California, I think in almost any state, like you're still making a citizen's arrest because you're not a law enforcement official. You're not a peace officer. You can't make a legal arrest. You have to make a citizen's arrest, regardless of what state you're in, right? So that's like one of the things, that knowing when you're allowed to do that and how you have to do that. Like,
you honestly, most jobs I had were me wandering aimlessly through empty warehouses, like for like regular like security guard stuff. I mean, like I had jobs where I dealt with people, but most of it was me being like, all right, fucking Johnny the janitor left this door unlocked. Okay. I'm not gonna stop. You're mid shooting heroin. I'm not gonna stop you. Get it done. Pass out and piss yourself, whatever, and then leave. I'm gonna be back in 30 minutes. If you're here when I'm back, I'm gonna have to call the cops. Neither of us wants that, so some more paperwork for me.
Yeah, and that's like 99.99% of these jobs. I mean, that's kind of the issue. Like, the most meaningful ones I've had are generally the ones where you're actually like it seems like least appreciated, like doing healthcare or something like that, right? Because it's the only one where you're actually in a position to intervene in any meaningful way, right? But if you do it wrong, I mean, you're a real dick. Like, you're coming between a person and their doctor. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Oh yeah. When I worked at the fucking vocational rehabilitation center, that was great. That was incredibly rewarding. I got to be nice to people, and because I worked all 3 shifts at different times, I got to be nice to people. I got to help people. I got to fist fight people. Like, it was great. It was everything I wanted. There was nap time, there was fist fight time, and there was being nice and like making the community a better place. It was if only the hours were at the absolute worst. And my day off being Tuesday and Saturday.
Yeah. No, I did the clinic. When I first started the clinic, for the longest time I was doing like 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. But it was like a Tuesday to Saturday gig or whatever. But like, it wasn't guaranteed that it was always 12 hours. Like, I would show up the same time every morning, open up the building and all of that good stuff. But like, I could go, it just depended. Every night was different, just depending on who was working. Some of the doctors want to work late and they wouldn't say anything to me. So I just have to sit there and wait until they left. And then, like, if they left and I didn't know it, like, I couldn't, like, go sit in the other room. Like, I had to be sitting there watching the door the whole time because they wouldn't come and say anything.
Yeah.
And of course, then I'd just be sitting there, waiting for no reason, right? Like, why did you leave late? Well, because I didn't know that somebody walked out of the building, right?
Yeah.
And I remember the doctor on one occasion. It was I think it was the week before Christmas or something like that, because they went on vacation. Stayed one night like 4 hours over, so I was in there until like almost 9 o'clock at night. It was crazy. And then and didn't say anything to me, right? Like beforehand. So
Yeah.
it came up like after they came back from vacation or whatever. Like, oh yeah, sorry, I kept you there until like whatever. That's fine. But you could at least acknowledge the person who has to stay and wait for you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna tell them what's going on. You'll never think that way. Like, oh well, the security guards just stay here indefinitely. Like they have no other life outside of this job.
Yep. No, they don't. I mean, when I worked in a hospital, so the what do you call the guy? Anesthesiologist, right? I used to work in the operating wing, and at any given point in time, two nurses, an anesthesiologist, a tech, and an on-call doctor or two in case of like an emergency surgery. And I worked like afternoons into the night. So like I'd clean up like the last surgeries of the day and everything like that. And then I would clean all the shit that just needs cleaning daily. Bathrooms, the room where they keep all the medicine and the sterile shit, and the patient aftercare unit and shit like that. And the offices that are in the operating wing, the anesthesiologist office, it was shared by like four people, I think. So it's this like little room. They have a couch. And it's like, yeah, most of the time the guy was just in there asleep. Well, I found out why he was asleep. Motherfucker. He had vials. Well, I found it because I cleaned it. I clean it. It's what I do. He left an empty vial of fentanyl in his trash can. And I was like, okay. So you're shutting it up. Okay. I hunted him down later that night when he was there, and I'm like, okay, buddy. This is yours. Please don't leave these where I can find them. So no, they don't have lives. They just hang around and do drugs. I think that's the moral of the story.
I had this lady. I like her too. She's like, I'd be like, she's a friend of mine. She's not a friend of mine, right? But I know her from around. Anyway, and I'm downtown, right? I'm working at the food bank down here. This is 2 weeks ago. Yeah, this is like right after I went back to work. This is almost a month ago now. And this lady, she's over here. She's yelling at another person who is like, she does this often. You're kind of used to it. She's like, okay, she's on one of her things. She's like yelling some bullshit again. I think somebody's robbed her purse, and she's going off. It's like, okay, sitting there watching her, and she reaches into her purse. And mind you, like I said, we're like sitting like right in the middle of downtown, across the street from the Walgreens, and she's on like one of the main streets, and I'm in front of the food bank that she hangs out at, doing security. I'm in uniform, and she pulls out her frickin' meth pipe on the corner. I walk over to her and I'm like, hey, you can't smoke that shit right here. So what? What are you talking about? This is medicinal. I said, no, it's not. You can't smoke that here. And she got so mad, and she started yelling. She said, this is my medicine. You can't tell me I can't smoke my medicine in public. I can smoke this wherever I want. And then she throws her pipe into the gutter. Like right for like she like threw it like at my feet, just broke it. I'm like, okay. Like all I would say is like go around the corner, you know. And she's like had this whole fit and like threw it at me.
Yes.
Which is like when you see people like, you're like, what are you gonna do with them, man? You know, it's like I'm not even being an asshole to you. I'm just like, hey, you can't like smoke meth right there, you know, in front of me. And they're like, fuck you, pig. Oh, you're like, oh shit.
I'm gonna say 78 to 85% of working security jobs is telling people, could you not do that in front of me? And then getting yelled at. Oh, fun story. So, have I ever told you the story about the time that I found out that operating rooms have cocaine in them for legitimate medical purposes?
It sounds fascinating. I'll hear it again. Oh.
Okay, so they have cocaine. It's literal like the coke like you would buy. Like it's like they took a coke and like broke it up into a nice fine powder and put it in a little baggie. Right? It looks like someone with OCD bought it off the street and label makered it to say that it is, right? Like what dosage, the exact weight, like everything about it. And it's they make medical cocaine because for certain people they can't use like anesthesia and shit. And certain surgeries they have to use like a real high grade like topical anesthetic. They can't be put under anything, and they can't have like they're allergic or react badly or whatever to the injectable stuff. So they take this cocaine and like mix it with some other shit, make a paste, and rub it over where they have to like cut open and everything, right? Now, I didn't know that. I just found cocaine, like powdery, like some stuff fell off onto something else, and I was like, this is cocaine. Like, I reported it to my supervisor. And I was cleaning up an operating room. I'm like, this is cocaine. This is 100% cocaine. And then the doctor came in and was like, yeah, that is cocaine. And I'm like, great, awesome. I should get a raise. And then everyone was like, how'd you know this was cocaine? And I was like, there's no cameras in the OR. I didn't rub any on my gum to check. I know cocaine when I see it, boys.
Watch a lot of YouTube videos.
You're what? Yeah, I learned about it. Dude, that was the same thing. Like, I've worked security jobs where people have dropped baggies of pills and I found them. And, like, my boss wants to know, like, what it is and how much it's worth. And I'm like, all right, well, this is a Thor's hammer. It's methamphetamine, actually commonly sold as ecstasy. This is Hello Kitty. It's a pink Hello Kitty specifically. You know, once again, we're assuming that, you know, the colors and stamps are correct. And I just, like, listed off a bunch of things. I'm like, this is Special K. And he's like, how do you know this? I'm like, Googled it. And like, you haven't looked at your phone in 10 minutes. And I'm like, Googled it ahead of time. Just don't ask questions, okay, Chief? Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. I always tell that to employers. I tell it to everyone, but employers, employers and partners. I combined employers and partners in the one. Employers and partners specifically. Do not ask questions you don't want the answer to. That's just don't do it. If you know you're not gonna like the answer, don't ask it. Then I don't have to lie to you. Really, it's just better for both of
Oh, got somebody in the backstage.
Hello.
Oh,
Hi.
How's it going?
Wild Heart.
How's it going, Cat Gussie?
Oh my God. Oh, the light of my life. Oh. Welcome back to the land of the living. My God.
They finally let me out.
Look, you're looking fucking spiffy too. Jeepers cripes alrighty, man. You have a nice, well-groomed beard.
Yeah,
That is full as fuck too, boy.
Yeah, I was enjoying the story on the cocaine and the drugs, so I thought I'd join. That was very funny, actually.
Yeah, we've had some cocaine around these parts. We've had some gorillas with cocaine. Did you guys see that? What was that movie, Cocaine Bear? Did you see that one?
I've not seen that. No.
No, but I want to. I plan on it at some point. The best part is it's loosely based off of a real story. Very loosely. But like, to be, what do you do when a bear is high on cocaine? I think you just leave, right? Leave and hope it doesn't follow?
Oh, so that's what the film's about, a bear being high on coke? No, I'd say it. Yeah.
Yes. Cocaine, not heroin. A bear high on heroin, you can have a party there for the next 2 to 6 hours. What do you mean? Bear high cocaine, on the other hand.
Yeah. Just don't give him a high five. Yeah, he might not go in.
I didn't drop my phone. Oh, no, it's vibrating now. Cool. Cool. Oh, hold on. Give me 1 minute, folks.
Cat's got to go for 1 minute. Now, if I can wait that long.
Yeah, let's get the clock up. Just give her 1 minute exactly. So you didn't go into us yet? Good to see you, man. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm all right. I've had better days, but tonight's all right. I mean, I'm not like gonna complain about it or anything. I've got an hour and 30 left on my shift, so I'm just out here. I gotta. This is the big one because I have to actually make the call and raise up the gate and do all the important stuff this morning, which I've messed up the last 2 weeks in a row. So I have to make sure I get it right today.
Oh, so you're at work?
I love you. Sorry.
Yeah, still at work, yes.
Can I have scissors back? Oh, okay. Sorry.
I don't know if Cat meant to unmute. Cat, we can hear you.
Sorry, I was talking to Bugs. I forgot I unmuted and then I kind of muted and unmuted myself again.
Okay, yeah. Oh, we might start hearing some, smushy kissy noises or something over here.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I was sober.
definitely
I
not
was
that.
sober for like 100 and how many days was it? Well, I mean, minus. Okay, so I did have like a relapse when I first came out, but I had wait, hold on, I got this whole thing written down. I have like a timeline here. I had a. Oh no. Okay. No, not quite. Okay, so it was 90. Wait, got in here 95, 96, 97. So I guess it's the 97th day.
Wow, that is good. That's good.
Do you count cigarettes and being sober?
No, yeah, I'm still smoking cigarettes and drinking lots of caffeine. I was talking about like weed and alcohol, man. Yeah, weed and alcohol.
Okay, fair enough. That really sounds like hell as far as I'm concerned. But I'm glad you're living your best life.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was a couple weeks ago. That was a couple weeks ago. I mean, so I'm not saying, like right now I'm doing better. But, like I had a couple like really, really rough weeks and stuff, but I had gone to this, like I was telling you about the thing earlier, Kaz. This was Total Wild Heart too, because I went to this this detox program back in October. I was going to do this like 10 days, go do a detox for a week, like try to get my head straight, come back. And then they convinced me to go to the rehab. So I went to the rehab for like 2 months after that. And so yeah, I was like, yeah, I was in like program, like in treatment for like almost 70 days total. They were trying to keep me longer, but I was like, I'm gonna go back out on the street and kind of like see what happens. Like, I can't stay in this place forever.
Was it better or worse than jail? Like, did you get to watch TV and have tasty snacks?
Well, the detox place was like a resort. Like, the only thing you couldn't do was get high or drunk, but they had like 5-star chef. They had a hot tub in the back. Like, it was beautiful. It just, like drinks on tap. Anything without alcohol, obviously. So the detox place was amazing. And when you went out to rehab, like that was a little more like. Well, I didn't have to spend anything. It was either whatever wasn't covered by my insurance, they waived the fees for. Because people like me. I'm a likable person, Like I just go in there, I tell them I'm broke, and they're like, "Well, fuck it, you don't have to give us any money." You know what I mean? And that's the way these things go. But but so I go from this like amazing, like beautiful detox house with like 8 bedrooms to this like rehab center, like out in the cuts. It's like literally on a farm. It's like it's co-ed. Well, they both were co-ed, but this one it had like I think they had like 38 people max.
Are you on Ram Ranch?
No. I don't know if I'm allowed to disclose the name of the location. It's semi-famous. The doctor just put out a book.
Okay. You don't know what Ram Ranch is. Never mind it.
No.
Ignore me.
But I went out there and it was a lot rougher. Like no hot tubs. Like the food was good, but it was buffet style. You didn't have TVs in the bedrooms. You had to share bedrooms. So I went from, like having my own private room to having a shared bedroom with like a twin size bed or whatever.
I would have complained at that point. I'm in rehab and there's no hot tubs. What the hell is going on? You know?
And then it was like highly structured. Once we got out there, we had to none of it was. They don't say anything mandatory out there. So like they can't really force you to do the program. They can just like, kick you out if you're wasting time. But basically, like if you want to graduate the program, you know you have to be in their courses from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. So you have to get up early, do the breakfast routine, all of that, you know, and it's like being at school. Like you've got like, you know, 10 minutes between classes, you're going from this group to that group and then they have the 12-step meetings every day and stuff like that. So it's just like the whole 9 yards of that, like having an established routine. And it was like they couldn't force you to do anything, but if you weren't participating, they would kind of harass you a little bit. They'd be like, what's going on today? Like even if they knew you were sick, they'd still like come in your room and be like, yeah, how severe is it? Can you come to group? And so it was a lot less comfortable in that sense.
And I don't want to worry you, but I think you might have a midnight backstage. You know what I mean? Sorry about that.
Oh no. I see. The hell on midnight.
Go ahead, Kat.
I can confirm. Yes, they exist here. Yes.
Why, thank you. It's always good to get validation for who you are as a person. Thank you, Shitcat.
Shitcat.
I mean, that's her name.
It is.
Yeah.
Did I? Okay. Midnight, did you see the knock stream where I just decided to change it back to? I just. Did you see the knock stream where I was screaming?
No.
Say it, you coward!
I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but no.
Knock wasn't able to answer the question, do you think Cat is trans? With anything other than Cat is just Cat. And that led to me having a totally cool and chill response that totally didn't involve me yelling and being upset and screaming, answer the question, you coward, and bringing up everything that's happened in the past.
I mean,
totally, I didn't have an issue at all.
Well, okay, you did that, but I mean, it's an easy question to answer. Hey, Midnight. Hey, Midnight. Is Cat... Echo.
Oh shit, that's me.
I heard the echo. Okay.
Okay. Hey, Midnight, is Cat trans? Yes. Moving on. Was that so hard for Knock to answer?
Yes, and that is why I have the shit at trademark. I changed it midstream, by the way, so I just haven't changed it back. This is so yes. Hello.
Yeah,
to me, hold on. To
no,
me,
sorry,
it
no.
doesn't. I could be wrong here, but to me, it seems like Knock has not changed at all. There, I got it out. Thank you, Wildheart, for letting me get my, for letting me get my thought out without stuttering.
But I was just going to ask, Shitcat, is that based on Kit Kat? Do you have Kit?
Yes.
Do you have Kit Kats in the US? Yeah.
Well, God,
yes,
whoa,
yes, because yes, that was the name Knock gave me.
Yeah, but what just said? No Kit Kats up somebody's ass. Somebody has that fetish.
I never mentioned
no comment where they go.
I never mentioned asses. I was just asking you if you have the chocolate bar Kit Kat in the US. Yeah.
So you did mention asses. Oh, you're such a weird fucking guy. But like I said, to me, it seems like he hasn't changed at all. Maybe maybe someone else actually saw something that I'm missing because I'm blind as a bat.
Well, I think it's just he doesn't get the same level of attention when he does like relatively normal things. Like when he flips his fucking lid about like nothing burgers, like all of a sudden his channel blows up because people are just like, this is so fucking entertaining, right? And then any other time they're like, what? Knox not an atheist anymore? What happened? Because he's just he's just being like normal, and it's just not that entertaining for people anymore. I don't know.
Well, yeah, when people think of the raging atheist, they expect him to rage all the time. The raging atheist implies that he's always raging, and he's an atheist.
It's a brand. Yeah, it's true.
Okay, I would like to address something that he said in a recent stream, because he was saying he wants to win his old audience back. Right? The people who watched him when he was doing the girl-defined videos and shit. Knock, I am your old audience.
No, you're not.
Nakasuchi, Nacho Sushi, I have been watching you for years, man.
I mean, so
I
have
watched you unironically. I unironically watched Knock. You're not gonna win me back, man. Like, I don't know what you're doing, but it ain't winning me back, man.
Well, I think Knock is still harboring. Yeah, I think Knock is still harboring these this bullshit about past events that happened, and it's like, cat, grrr, midnight, grrr. I don't know.
Can just interrupt. I think Richard Madsen wants a link in the chat. Yeah.
Oh my god, whose dick did I suck to get all of these wonderful people in at the same time?
Well, hey,
Kevin, you
it
summoned
was
me for a good reason.
It was fortuitous that I happened to find this lovely gentleman or ma'am. I don't know whether they recently became trans because I'm just looking
Kev
at the
Nolan.
avatar. I don't know, but I found this chick. Actually, I've been subbed forever, but I noticed he was live. I noticed you were on. I noticed this guy, the British guy, who was on. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll join.
Yeah, no, we've all got Trusty yet to thank for it. Thank you very much.
That red dot, that red dot is staring at me.
I've never run a live stream before in my life. I don't even know what's going on here. I don't know how you people arrived at this particular location. Hello, Richard.
Peace and respect. How's everybody?
Hi, Richard.
I'm super sexy. Thanks for asking.
All right.
Easily. That goes without saying.
So what lies
Richard
are we
was in
telling
that
today?
team.
Well, the lies
Richard
that
left
involve
before
talking about
I
another
lost my
YouTuber
shit.
called Nacho Sushi or Nacho Gushi. I don't know.
That's not your sushi. That's my sushi from my favorite Chinese restaurant.
Well played.
Godspeed.
Love you, Cat. Miss you.
Yeah,
I miss you too, Richard. You're a wonderful human being. I love everyone here. This is great.
I think you're wrong, but I do appreciate the compliment, and I want to be a wonderful human being. I want to be. I fail all the time.
Okay, you're on your way to becoming a wonderful human being, but you're falling short. Is that better?
Somewhere over the rainbow,
way up.
It would be so fucking weird if isekai is actually happening in real life. Like, you fucking die from a heart attack. All of a sudden, you find yourself in a world full of demons and dragons and get superpowers. But nope, they only happen in anime.
Do you think people are inclined to be better? Like, do we get better through a natural process, or do we have to work at it?
I think
I
the
mean,
key to being a great person is actually just accepting truths, even the ones you don't like. Like
Yeah.
if you know somebody and you think they're actually crazy, right? Well, a lot of people will like fight with that and try to make them not crazy instead of just accepting that the person's crazy. But if you accepted they're crazy and you just acted appropriately, then both of you would be fine and have a friendship, you know?
Richard, I'm crazy. Do you accept me?
That's fine. It's okay.
There you go. See? Easy.
Yeah. Like if someone's a thief, don't leave money on the counter when they're at your house. It's really simple, actually.
Well, if somebody's a thief, they'll find other things to steal besides money.
You
So,
see what I'm saying?
yeah, I
You see
do.
what I'm saying? Meet them only in public and make sure you have zip up pockets if your friend is a thief. It's just do what makes sense. It's easy. It
But
took me
how
the
will that
longest
work?
time to accept that Jill is just dishonest. It just took me the longest time. So I used to get upset with him. Now he's fine.
Yeah. No, you do give Jill far too much credit. You're thinking there's a decent person behind Jill. I'm not sure you're correct. To be honest.
Well, in my defense, I do think it's 3 layers deep, that he's a decent person back inside there somewhere.
Yeah, deep inside, there's a good person just screaming to get out. Because everyone has the potential to be a good person, but not everyone is. And it takes time to actually better themselves to become to become a good person.
There's always they have to want to be.
That's true.
They'll
Yes.
psychology joke. How many patients does it take to change a light bulb?
Yeah, no, I want the answer to that joke.
I said it wrong anyway. How many psychologists does it take to change a light bulb? Well, it only takes one, but the light bulb has to want to change.
Want to change.
I love that. I could just imagine a psychologist, like standing in front of a light bulb and saying, I need to change you. But why? But I don't want to change. I am happy being myself. But we have to change you. Otherwise there's no light. Well, fuck, it's you could go so many places with this. It's fucking beautiful.
That's why that's what makes it so good.
Yeah.
You're not fulfilling the destiny of what you are. That's why you should change.
Yes. I'm waiting for the color to return to your logo, Spooky. Will it ever? That is a good point. Spooky, you've been in mourning too much. Too many years. Then again, there's no set time for mourning or grief, so never mind. You keep your icon. Get in!
Get in!
I hate this
Just
motherfucker
out of
right here.
curiosity, I have to know where "get in" actually comes from because I actually thought it originated with Wildheart, hearing him saying it first. Then I saw it. Then I saw it other places on other British stuff.
Yeah, it comes from football, or what you would call soccer. You know when someone scores and it goes in the back of the ball goes in the back of the net.
Yeah.
You say "get in."
Okay, well that's interesting.
It's talking to the ball.
Yeah.
I thought it was just a wildism or a wildheartism or whatever.
I thought so too till Jimmy Carr said it.
Yeah, no, I can't claim credit for that. No.
All right.
You should. You would say like, I came up with it first. Where's my royalties?
And Jimmy Carr, he's amazing. He's really funny. Yeah.
You know, Wildheart, you're
reminds
amazing.
me-
Never forget that.
I'm just saying, Jimmy Carr is like
if John Mulaney was British and not recovering from being incredibly strung out,
I just wish I knew who that was. I'm gonna have to go look. What was that name again?
John Mulaney. He's a
John
comedian.
Mulaney. Okay.
There, I don't know how to describe it. Maybe they both have dark hair. I don't know what it is. Something about their mannerisms reminds me of each other. See,
Yeah.
Richard, you would get it. You might be the only person on the planet who gets anything I say. You weird, strange man. I love it.
Yeah, I think you'd fit real well into my family reunions, actually, Kat.
Oh, that would be so fun. I want to go to a family reunion. I don't have any of my own, so that would be fun.
Well, it's all about sarcasm and never letting anything go and correcting people and telling them why they're wrong and fixing their memory. That's what a family reunion is in my family. We don't pretend we don't pretend to be nice or anything like that. We just honest with each other.
Yeah, I can see why he reminds you. They do look very similar.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And they kind of have some of the same mannerisms, not a lot, but they have a few of the same, like, and I don't know if that's just a comedian being a comedian and acting and using their body. Or what? But like they have like 2 or 3 of the same mannerisms.
I can tell you my favorite Jimmy Carr joke. Say what you want about Hitler. He killed Hitler. You know? Yeah, very similar. Yeah.
I think the funniest thing about Jimmy Carr is his backward laugh.
Oh yeah, that is amazing. Yeah.
When someone really gets him, yeah, he will burst out in a laugh, and he's sucking air in to laugh.
Yeah.
So odd.
As someone who both laughs and snores on the inhale, thank you for appreciating it.
You actually do. That's funny. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it depends. The harder I laugh, the more it's laughing on the inhale, and well, Bugs is in the only other room in our room, but he could definitely attest to the fact that I snore on the inhale. I snore like a psychopath. I don't. Other people like breathe in, snore out.
You snore like a psychopath. Kat, you are a psychopath, so you're just snoring as yourself.
Well, yes, but like the scary kind. No rat. It's not an intentional thing. I'm unconscious. I'm just saying. It's not like a weird threat. It's not like leaving a horse head in someone's bed. It's just that's how I snore. Leave me alone.
Wait. I just got to know. Do you just snore like?
Yeah, like that.
No. Okay. Hold on. Let me demonstrate to the best of my ability. So, all right, I will exhale normally. That's how I snore.
Okay. I'd be worried that you're dying constantly. I don't think I could lie beside you, but it does sound like a psychopath.
Everyone is. Yes, it does. And it's just, I have a very, very, very deviated septum. and I breathe through my nose a lot.
Uh-huh.
So that's just what happens.
Okay. Didn't expect this, did you, Kevin?
Yeah.
I never know what to expect at this
Having a
point. I mean,
conversation with yourself in the past.
Dear former self, I would like to say that you were the biggest asshole in the world, but I thank you for your service. Because without you, I wouldn't be here. There you go.
How about letter to future self?
Dear future self, I will meet you
that's the next
halfway.
one. Yeah.
Well, not really halfway, but yeah, interesting.
Can you meet me at 3/4? 3/4 of the way.
You know, I would like to play something, but it's video I already played on Wildheart's channel, and Wildheart didn't like it because I used anime. This
No,
motherfucker hates anime.
yeah, no, you found no. I only hate it in order to wind you up. I don't hate anime. It's just funny to wind you up. But anime is fun.
I mean, if you think I get wind, if you think I get wound up just because you don't like anime, you don't know me at all. You haven't seen me wound up.
Should I try?
No.
Go down. Do it right now. Ready.
Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say, Cat?
Oh, I was
Everyone
just
and their
joking.
mother has
I said, let's do it.
Well, I asked Cat what she said, and she was interrupted twice.
Yeah, well, what's his face? The sketchy marmoset, the shifty lemur. Oh fuck, I fucked up. It's shifty marmoset and sketchy. Fuck. Yeah, Kevin. Kevin has a bit of a delay. I think Kevin's simultaneously on 2 separate devices, or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's Android. I think it's phones. They never work well with StreamYard and YouTube.
Nope, they are in mobile sucks. Like if you're okay, look, if you're on mobile, right? If you're on StreamYard, your phone will become a nuclear power reactor if if it's low on battery and you're still in StreamYards. I have had this happen to where it got so fucking hot. I had to be like, I need to keep it. It got bad. Like, what the fuck? Why does StreamYard take so much fucking resources on mobile?
Mine doesn't get hot, but it drains battery. I am at 16%. I had my phone charging for an hour and a half. Sorry to Bugs for me being out there talking for an hour and a half. But yeah, I got it charged from 14% up to 17%. And now I'm in the bathroom and it's down to 16. I was at 86%.
My phone got hot when I was at like, I guess 10% and still in StreamYards. You know what I mean? But was it fun? I don't know. I remember I had like very low battery and it was still in StreamYard, and my phone was a nuclear reactor. It was getting that hot. I was like, I need to turn this off.
Oh,
have you tried a bag of frozen peas?
No, but that would be the next thing. That would be the next thing I buy for dinner.
I mean,
I know that's a non sequitur.
That's probably better than the medical advice we got last night. So that.
Okay, what's the medical advice?
So, Kevin's already heard this, but my beautiful, wonderful, amazing boyfriend is in the ER. We believe there's gallbladder issues. The ER doctor I was at work, by the way. I had, the actual literal Hitler, Will Kincaid, come and pick up Bugs and drop him off at the ER. And I
I know,
left
right? He's
work
so
to
evil.
go.
Hitler is so evil. Like to
I know,
do that for you.
I know, I know. And he was so wonderful and nice to my boyfriend. You know, he hates trans people so much. He hates everyone. He's a terrible person. But I called him up on his one day off where he has to spend with his wife and his son. So, you know, to get my boyfriend and drop him off at the ER. I left work. My boss was like, "Yeah, you know, you're in early anyways." I work at a restaurant. I was doing fucking cleaning shit, and he was like, "Yeah, well, you pretty much finished everything you need. You go." And I went there, and I was there for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I'm like, "All right, I gotta go back to work. We're about to open. I gotta do the opening shit and all that shit." So, you know, Will picked my boyfriend up, dropped him there. I met him there. It was great. It was awesome. Will did a good job. You know, we waited there for a while. I had to go to work. Bugs waited there for a while. Had, you know, finally got to see an ER doctor who wound up over talking them and saying what he said wasn't what he said and making up things. And then told him he needs to go to a chiropractor.
Wait, what?
So, yes, a chiro, right? And
Okay.
I,
Well,
when Bugs told me all of this, I'm like, "Hey, boss man, look at this shit. I gotta walk." And mind you, it's like 2.5, 3 blocks away to the hospital. So I'm like, I'm gonna go walk there. I'll be back. But like, I know I did this earlier today. But like, look at this shit. And he's like, yeah, go. And I'm like, okay, thanks, awesome, wonderful. And this guy, oh, okay, actually, this is a key part I forgot to mention. I called him Guy instead of the doctor because he was trying to insist. Yeah, he lost his fucking mind and started threatening me immediately because I called him Guy.
wait, the doctor or your
Like
boss? I'm confused.
the doctor. I got
Okay.
to the ER. I got in the back, and I'm like, this is a back problem that needs a chiropractor. I didn't even get to finish my sentence before he started screaming at me. He screamed at me, made fun of my squinty eye, and said I had a smirk. I have a disability. I got my eyeball knocked out of my head, you cocksucker. Like, I got hate crimes, and you're making fun of my disability. By the way, after berating my wonderful, beautiful, sweet boyfriend who's never done anything wrong to anyone. And, anyways, so he made fun of my squinty eye, and my response after his weird tirade was, wow, man, you're incredible. Hold on.
Then the phone died.
He did this, pulled up on the bed in pain and almost crying. There, specifically ignoring Bugs' pain.
Cat, you're breaking up really
And
fucking
over
bad.
talking him and shit up. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Only from
hold
he's
on,
so
hold on,
sweet and he's
hold on.
never done anything from to anyone. And I still don't know what the actual ailment was. And of course need the wrap up to the doctor's reaction.
And the way the doctor acted seems so unprofessional to me. I mean, I'm sure there are asshole doctors out there. I just never ran across one that just made fun of me. I don't know. But go ahead.
Is this better?
Yes.
Is this better? I'm trying to fix my audio.
We'll see.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So Bugs was curled up on the bed and in pain. The guy was saying he wasn't. Also, the entire time misgendering him. It's on the file that he's trans and uses he, him pronouns. and that he's been on and off testosterone for what, fucking 5-6 years, some bullshit like that. So that was fucking annoying too. But like, guy made fun of my squinty eye that got knocked out of my head, and then threatened to kick me out immediately because I was called there specifically to advocate for my boyfriend. You know, because Bugs is a sweet little fella, and I am big and. So after his weird tirade, my response was, "Hey man, you're incredibly rude." And then he lost the shit again and shoved his finger in my face, which I'm just saying he's real lucky he didn't run into 3 years ago me, because he wouldn't have any fucking teeth left. They'd have to surgically remove them from the back of his throat and pump his stomach for the busted up pieces that were left. Like, shoved his finger in my face and said, "No, I'm not rude. You just don't like people like me putting you in your place." Which, holy fuck, wild response. I am the first person to admit when I'm an asshole. I've always owned up to it. I was planning on being an asshole. I hadn't even hit that point yet. I got through half a fucking sentence. And then he kept on fucking yelling. Okay, so the point is, he recommended a chiropractor for a gallbladder issue.
That's not very good advice.
Yeah, that's not good.
No. I don't know if you know this. Chiropractors aren't doctors. They don't practice medicine. And I brought that up, and he yelled at the top of his lungs that they are doctors of chiropractic. One, let's just give him that they have a doctorate. They don't. They don't. None of them do. Right? So let's just give him that. Definitionally, a doctor of chiropractic is not a doctor of medicine. Right?
Well, it's not the same thing.
Right.
Obviously, it's got different titles.
Yes. And like, he was suggesting getting his back readjusted would fix the problem. That's not how that works. And then,
well, you know,
and here's the thing. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, Mr. Evil didn't go to doctor school for 8 years just to be called, you know, he needs to be called Dr. Evil. That's what I'm saying.
$1 billion.
$1 billion.
Man, it's the fucking acupuncturist. The guy who is in an ER, he does acupuncture on cancer patients to cure their cancer. And they have him working in the fucking ER. Like, he's got a medical license, but he's also an acupuncturist. How can you have this guy in the ER preying on vulnerable people and such an aggressive fuckwad who believes in crazy woo-woo nonsense in the ER? It's okay. The terrible literal Hitler Will Kincaid.
Wait, Kat, saying that acupuncture is woo is not completely accurate. Here's why. There is the placebo effect, and people do have actual, real, verifiable benefit from the placebo effect. So if someone believes in acupuncture, it might help them.
Oh my god!
I agree
So
with
that's
Richard.
exactly what he said. That's exactly what he said about the chiropractor. He said, if you believe in it, it will work. I'm sorry, sir. We came here for medicine. That is not how medicine works.
Yeah,
This is a hospital.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, to be fair, the placebo effect also works if you take actual medicine and you think the actual medicine will help. You know what I mean? There is that aspect of it. If you have a negative disposition and the doctor is like, here, take this medicine. Okay, it may work, but it may not work as efficient as if you believe that it will actually work and help you.
This is true.
Yeah, but Richard, Richard, just because it works as a placebo doesn't mean it's not bullshit. Just because the placebo works doesn't mean that the actual medicine isn't bullshit. That's a different thing.
Right. You know me, but I'm aware of human bias. Like I don't endorse that kind of taking advantage of human bias, but for some people that's maybe what they need.
Yeah. I agree it could work under those circumstances, but it doesn't make it not bullshit. It's definitely bullshit.
Also, even that's not a prescription. That's not anything a doctor should be. When you go to the doctor, they should. I'm going to use this example again. If I need a tooth pulled and they send me to GameStop and I get the newest, like I get Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, I will feel better.
Nice.
But my tooth still needs to be pulled, right?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
forget
yeah,
about the
yeah, but
tooth.
you'll be busy. You'll be more busy playing a video game than focusing on your tooth. So see, it works.
Yes.
Pay me money.
That's not. I'm sorry, and like, that's not why we came here. I didn't come here
Cat.
to
I'm
get
the only one who
prescribed Tears of
stutters
the
here.
Kingdom.
Okay, I'm the only one who stutters here.
Wait a second. I have to know, does the Legend of Zelda, the most recent released game, does it come with any oral dam to stop up the tooth problem so it doesn't hurt? Does it come with that or not? Because if it does, just saying.
I'm guessing not.
No?
Okay.
This will hold on. This will never happen. This will never happen.
Maybe.
I guess.
I don't think most video games come with like prescriptions for like drugs. I don't think so.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. This will never happen. But imagine if you buy a video game and with it you get a subscription for Xanax or antidepressants or some fucking reason. Like, look, I just want my game. I don't want this medicine. Too bad. You have to buy the game with the medicine. Okay, it's like it will never happen.
Midnight.
Of course.
Midnight, please don't be insulted by Cat's extreme delay.
That's fine. I'm not insulted. I was just making a joke, but
No, you're good.
now I feel bad. Now I feel bad for making a joke. Thanks, Richard.
No, you're okay. My stutter is not a real stutter. It's just my brain processing, and I'm stuck on the one word.
Yeah,
I guess that is.
Yeah, I think that's how my brain works too. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this 3-pound asshole.
It's only when I'm worked up. Normally, I have no stutter. If I get worked up, then my brain short circuits. It's probably because I got hit in the head about 17 times. But the whole point of this, like, bugs on their medical record, it shows they have like PTSD and they're trans. This fucking weirdo doctor pulled the blanket that Bugs had off of him and just started randomly rubbing his back like a fucking creepo. If I wasn't there for that, if I was there for that, oh my god, I would be on the fucking national news for ripping a doctor's face off and shoving it up his own asshole. Like,
right, but
you can't do that.
See, Cat, Dad literally would have done nothing but leave Bugs all by himself while you spend 20 years in jail.
Oh, a guy I work with, he just started working there. I'm like, oh yeah, I think I'm gonna have to kill a fucking doctor. And he was like, yeah, man, but like, what's that gonna do? I'm like, I don't know, put me in jail. I was like, yeah, but jail's not fun, is it? And I'm like, I get food every day. And he's like, yeah. What about your partner, man? And I was like, shit, fuck, asshole, you're right. Fuck you.
I have to ask or notice that if you get worked up and that causes a stutter, doesn't that make, like talk dirty to me an impossible request to fill?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Talk dirty to me. You're
the person who takes money for sex.
You're a whore.
Yeah. Yeah. Bugs also wants me to say, it took him years to get the guts to see a doctor because of abuse and medical neglect, and this whole everything has sent him back again, and he's afraid of medical help now again. Well, more than he was before, which is fucking awesome. Yeah.
What'd you say the actual problem was? Something like a pancreas or something?
It's either the pancreas or gallbladder. We're not sure, and it's been causing him extreme pain. Like, he didn't sleep more than an hour for a couple days in a row. We've been to the ER like 4 or 5 times this month about it. And
can I ask a question? Can you not sue for Can you not sue for like medical malpractice? If he has a kidney or a liver and he's sending you to a chiropractor, is that not like massive?
That is the plan.
Yeah.
This happened just yesterday. Well, okay, I guess Thursday. Thursday night. So, Will Kincaid, the literal Hitler, already got us the forms to make complaints about the guy, and I'm going to be speaking to a lawyer the instant guy I used to work with at the same place I work now. He just left for a different job a couple weeks ago. Actually has a lawyer who sued the same hospital for fucking him over. So, oh.
Hey, Cat,
you get millions of dollars.
I don't think
Cat, I don't want to sound like I obsess about someone's well-being, but when you're talking about those kinds of internal organs and that extremity of pain, what's being done to make sure this person survives and is okay?
Going to a chiropractor, apparently.
No, but seriously, is Bugs all right? And what's being done to make sure Bugs is okay?
We're going to a real doctor this week at some point, depending on when we can get a ride there. I'll figure that out over this weekend. Might be Monday, it might be fucking Wednesday or something. I don't know yet, but I'll have it happen. The only reason we haven't gone to a real doctor is we get insurance through the fucking county, and they changed it and just decided not to send us new insurance cards. So,
okay,
which is super cool. Love that. Awesome.
Do you guys have you guys have family history on Bugs, right? And you know that this is not this is atypical for their family. And
no, here's the thing: gallbladders. What is it? Your dad, your mom, your sister, Yeah, dad, mom, and sister have had their gallbladder removed for the exact same thing.
This is why you guys think it's gallbladder.
Yeah.
That's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, and in the notes, the acupuncturist, I refuse to call him a doctor, especially since he got upset because I called him Guy. I'm Midwestern. We call everyone Guy, buddy, pal, friend, fella. That's what we do. Okay, fuck you,
Fella.
cocksucker piece of shit. Yeah. Second of all, like, he's an acupuncturist. But, like, he wrote in the notes that there's thickening in the wall of the gallbladder. Yeah, he didn't say that to either of us, but he wrote it in the notes. And just refused. But he neglected to say that in lieu of, oh, you want to know what the best part is? You can go to after I was angry and saying chiropractors aren't real doctors. He got up in Bugs' face and was like, hey, if you go to a chiropractor and you believe in it, it'll work. Sir, that is not how medicine works. Yeah. Which, by the way, he didn't say believe until I got there and called his ass out. He just said, yeah, no, chiropractor will fix it. And then I got there and he I don't know, he has a small penis or something, so he's pissed off at me. He was threatened. He was threatened by the trannies, I guess. I don't fucking know what his issue is.
So he actually had to go to the patient as well. It wasn't just you. He actually had to go to the person who's like bent over in pain, presumably.
What?
He actually had to go at him, them as well. That's good.
Yeah.
Here's a joke that's not funny. Wildheart, would you happen to know what the special name is for someone who goes to medical school and graduates at the absolute bottom of their class?
I don't know that now.
Yeah, it's the special word is doctor.
Oh God.
I said graduates, right?
And yeah, I'll be right back. I am just eating soup. That's all I'm doing. Just eating soup.
No, you're not eating soup. That's slop. You're a horse. I'm kidding. Go eat your soup that you probably stole or made. I don't know, man. Just
what?
I don't know.
Where'd that come from?
My twisted fucking brain early in the morning.
Okay, now while it's true that he sometimes absconded food out of necessity because he spent too much money on alcohol, he's not spending so much money on alcohol anymore.
That is true. Wildheart, proud of you, buddy. And I mean that.
I actually, yeah, I've been reminded. I was at probation on Tuesday.
Look at how healthy the man looks compared to how
Hey, Kat, I love you, but your microphone is absolute trash, and we're catching like a sound of a part of a word about every 10 or 15 seconds. So as you're trying to talk, communication is not happening.
Yeah, no, Richard, don't mean that. I think you just said, look how healthy Wilder is looking. Don't ruin that.
Yes.
I'm gonna say that.
Yes, you're looking.
Well, that's true.
You're looking very healthy, very sexy, very suave.
And if you're right, I don't know how you gathered that because I didn't get anything out of it.
For the whole eating soup
Is
bit,
this
I
better?
thought that he was doing like a jab.
For now.
Oh,
yeah.
yep, there you go. I heard that one.
Yeah, but I was reminded the last time I went to the probation that I did try and steal, alcoholic hand wash.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow, that is really bad.
Get in.
That's bad for you.
Hand wash. Wait, what?
Yeah. You know the hand wash, the alcoholic hand wash.
Were you planning? Were you planning on drinking that?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Jesus Christ, that's
Yeah.
no.
It was a while ago, to be fair. I'm better
Well,
now.
still, it doesn't matter. No, do not do that again.
You do
attempt
know
to
that's
again.
not this. You know, you do know that you did know at the time there are different kinds of alcohol, and that's not the kind you're supposed to drink, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of.
No,
You notice the
nobody's-
word alcohol. I need this. That was his reasoning.
But I'm not gonna.
You're in a blender again. That's not working at all.
Yes, that's the correct response. I heard that.
Yes, we heard shit very clearly. The
Of
rest,
course, it.
no.
Well, it wasn't that clear. It sounded like this.
Well, we heard that. Yes.
To be fair, it did say like 70% alcohol, which is what, you know.
That still leaves the other 30% of being nothing or not nothing. You know, Richard, you take this.
But what? But Wild Heart, there's different kinds of alcohol, and some kinds of alcohol, actually 2 out of the 3 different kinds, are poisonous to us, and has really. Now they still make you drunk, but they have severe side effects.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. Another story. Sorry about this. When I was in prison, in Liverpool prison, someone like sold me an alcohol gel, and I drank the whole bottle, and I was like hallucinating, and yeah, shit got weird for a couple of days.
Yeah,
it was quite bad. Yeah, that makes sense. No,
you know that ran a pretty good chance of killing you. You know that, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, man, I thought it was crazy because when we were in detox and in rehab, they wouldn't even give you the hand sanitizer wipes. They said some of those guys would get so bad they would try to suck the alcohol out of hand sanitizing wipes.
Jesus.
I was like, how desperate do you have to be? That's
Very,
insane.
very, very desperate. So yeah, there you go. I need food. I need alcohol. Where's the alcohol? Oh, here it is.
I did that as well. The 2 places in the prison what had alcohol gel were the chaplaincy, which I went to quite often, and the gym. So I would just put down to go to the gym and the chaplaincy, the church part, like just to drink the alcohol. Yeah, sure.
Oh, well, that's why it's called an addiction, bro.
Mm.
It's not about what makes sense.
Plus, it was a foam as well. It wasn't even a liquid; it was like a foam, so you had to.
I mean, okay, hold on. I'm sorry. You tried to steal like alcohol, and am I hearable?
Yes.
Yeah, you got
Going quickly.
Okay, so
No.
you tried to steal Vicks Vapo Rub alcohol?
No, you know those hand sanitizers that you have on the wall?
Oh, the gel.
The gel, yeah. But it would come out as like a foam. So I would like, plus there were like guys watching you all the time. So I would squirt like 5 or 6 things on that, just go into another room and just drink the foam.
You don't do that, man. I mean, if you're gonna steal isopropyl alcohol, at least steal it in its liquid form, you fucking weirdo. It's still not good for you and will kill you, but like at least it's a liquid. Jesus fuck.
You know he was incarcerated in the time he's describing, and it's not like he could just go down to Walmart and get a bottle of isopropyl. He couldn't do that.
Okay, see, when he's, I swear he said steal it.
Yeah, he was stealing it.
And
yeah, no, I stole it from the probation office when I got out. I stole it from although I didn't really steal it because they caught me, so I didn't really steal it. But Yeah, no. Also
Okay.
in prison, I would drink it from the hand sanitizers and all.
All right, fair enough. I thought you were doing this at the fucking Tesco, and I'm like, what are you? That's weird. That's a, they have regular alcohol there, sir. Okay. No, I'm tracking now. I'm tracking. My bad.
But I prefer to want to go blind. I mean, eventually, I want to drink wood grain alcohol.
Yeah, some nice Malort.
Reminds me of something I saw recently. He says, it's a masturbation joke. He says, well, if you keep on jerking it, you'll go blind. He says, well, can I just keep going until I need glasses? Yeah.
I'll stop then.
Okay, so I'm about to robot. Am I better now?
No, it's getting worse now.
Anyone?
Yeah, I'm tired of people seeing my flaws. So I really want a girlfriend that drinks isopropyl alcohol so that she goes blind and doesn't see all my flaws anymore.
Jesus
I think
Christ,
that's a good
Richard.
start to a relationship. It really helps the relationship.
God
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah, you find that one. Yeah.
All right, so you know the whole joke of like you get off too much, you go blind.
Yes.
I have a buddy of mine. He has one arm, right? He lost his arm. It was the whole thing, but like he's a nicest guy, sweetest guy you'll ever meet. But like he's got a fucking his limp is worse than mine. He's missing one of his arms from just below his elbow. He's got face scars. He was in Iraq and Afghanistan and shit. We were at a party one time, and we're hanging out at a mutual friend's house, and some kid walks up to him. He's like 10, 11, maybe 12 years old. And okay, I didn't see this, right? So I'm going to tell you what happened. My buddy Dan, why don't you grab us a cup more beer? From the living room out into the beers, talked to him, came back with the beers, and he was talking to a kid in the living room, and then the kid ran off. And then 2 or 3 minutes later, now Dano's giggling to himself. He did something evil. I hear this lady shout, "He said what?" So, what happened was I walked off to get beers, and this kid ran up to Dano and was like, "Hey, what happened to your arm?" Dano, being the fucking psycho he is, brings him off to the side of the living room. He's like, "All right, son, well, you're about this age, you're feeling things, maybe you're exploring yourself. They tell you, touch yourself, you might grow hair on your palms or go blind. That's wrong. Touch yourself too much." And apparently he waved his stump arm at the kid and went, "It'll fall clean off."
Okay. Now is that stuff? Is that something he actually?
The beat it off makes your arm fall off.
Is that something he actually did, or is that? What the fuck?
No. He.
And holy shit,
he does that kind of shit.
Yeah, but you don't tell like a 6-year-old that that's the reason why your arm fell off.
He was 10. He was 10 at the youngest.
Well, okay, 10. It's still like wait till he's 14. At least.
That doesn't make it better. But like, hey, it was fucked up, but it's funny.
What the fuck?
The guy never
just like that,
masturbated.
and just like that, your friend was banned from ever interacting with the kid again.
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't even know whose kid it was. He just told a random child that. Like, I don't. To be fair, it serves the kid right to walking up to a cripple who's missing an arm and being like, "What happened to your arm?" I mean,
I mean,
enough to know better.
Okay, a few observations. You found a way, because it was self-deprecating, to make a disabled vet missing an arm funny. So congratulations on that part. That's difficult enough. I don't think
I didn't.
people
He
should be
did it.
shamed. Yes, I see that, but you recall the story. So
Fair enough.
The next thing I would notice is that Midnight, if you think that an 11-year-old doesn't know, what's going on sexually, it's because that's just a sign you're getting old. Because sexuality is becoming. Sorry, guy. It used to be we were 13, 14, not anymore.
I was 8.
Not...
Okay, I was 8 when I was being
okay,
sexual.
so
fuck you.
Yeah, but you might have thought your experience was unusual. Yeah, yeah, that's probably close to nowadays. Anyway, I don't know what masturbating too much means exactly. I need a count on that. Like, it was the 1,342nd time.
Okay, let me
that I masturbated and my arm just fell off.
Let me put it this way. Richard, let me put it this way. It gets to be a problem when you're masturbating during work. You're finding excuses to go to the bathroom.
Well, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. If boys were not, because if it was socially acceptable to masturbate at all times, men would and young men would just be walking around masturbating constantly.
Or
so you got to do something
other.
to restrict it. Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So you got to do something for society and just for production and for the gross national product. You have to limit that somehow.
Yeah. It's just so fucking.
Plus, I want to delve into the hairy hands thing. I can kind of see where the going blind thing would come from, but why hairy hands? What about?
Hold on. How can you see the blind thing? To me, what?
Yeah.
What are you saying? Masturbating with too much energy?
Hit yourself in the eye.
So that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, sperm in your eye will not.
It's a projectile weapon.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, yeah. Okay, I can see the blindness thing, kind of. But as Richard just said, getting sperm in your eye is not going to blind you.
I mean, unless the person that you're masturbating happens to be Superman and the force is just too much, that could just blow a hole right through your head.
I went to high school, right, with a girl, and she got cum stuck in her eye and had to go to the ER to have it suctioned out because it was affecting her vision.
What the fuck?
I laughed at her. And then a few years later, that happened to me. I saw her. Yeah, I saw her later in life and was like, you were right. That was an actual serious thing that they need to do.
I mean, I'm sorry for laughing, Ken, but yeah, I'm sorry for laughing.
I deserved that 100. I deserve every laugh that comes at that 100%.
Aim higher.
Wait! I got questions. I got questions that need answered here.
All right,
now, large volume viscous fluids don't normally get under the eyelid. Like, for instance, I've been underneath. I'm a mechanic. One of the things I've been.
Yep.
And underneath of a vehicle, and I've had engine oil, I've had transmission fluid, I've had brake fluid directly onto my eyeball. At no point did I have to get some vacuumed out at an emergency room. So I'm wondering, what is the angle and style in which you wipe your eye that causes an air gap under the eyelid, sucking viscous liquids under? I just got to know.
Okay. I will explain in cat words roughly how it was explained to me. When I wiped it out, I did a thing on my lower eyelid where I pulled my eyelid off of my eye
Yeah.
See?
And it like, so like, you know how like you could pull your lower eyelid down?
Right.
Yeah.
I did that accidentally, and it got like
That's what
right
I'm thinking.
in between the eyelid and the eyeball. And like, it's not like you can put a paper towel in there to scoop it out, and there's only so much blinking can do. It's like it will eventually get out, but you're gonna have like days old,
I'm just saying you and your
weeks
friend
old
need to work
cum.
on your. You and your friend just need to work on your eye wiping method. That's all I'm saying.
Yep. Oh, hey, I never did that again.
Oh, so you did learn. Cool.
Yes, I did.
Great. I'm happy.
Yep. It was super easy, super quick. They just take a little thing, they pull your eyelid down, they go, and it's gone. It's great. Yeah, don't do that. If you're gonna get cum in your eye, just blink. Don't move your eyelids around. It's a bad idea, bad time.
Good advice. Thank you very much.
What do you think about the chicks who snort cum up their nose? Have you seen that? That doesn't seem like it could be healthy. That seems like it's got to be really, really, I don't know, uncomfortable at least.
You know, sometimes I come on these channels and I have great conversations. Sometimes I come on these channels and I learn things I didn't want to know.
Why not both? Get
Yeah.
those whistles.
And I like the way you said you come on these channels. Do you know what I mean?
Giggity.
See, now that didn't even enter my mind. Didn't even notice I did.
Did it enter your eye?
No, not that either. I'll tell you what. One time, I asked her about it later, and she wasn't trying to block it and stop it from happening, but she had her 4, extended fingers wrapped around and the thumb on the top, and she caused extra pressure, like sticking your thumb against a water hose. You can make the water go further.
The sprinkler.
I'm telling you, man, it went like 10 feet above the bed, onto the ceiling, onto the wall. It was pretty damned insane.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
You know what, Richard? I love you. No homo.
I love you too, bro.
But why no homo?
Because he's not gay or bi.
What?
As far as I know.
No, I'm not.
There you go.
I'm actually, I list myself as boring.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I'm saying, yeah.
The only way in which you are, Richard.
When they ask you your like
By the
sexual
way,
identity,
also,
whatever.
I cannot believe Kevin has been alive. Kevin has been live for 6 hours, 39 minutes,
Mark.
37,
okay, 6 hours and 40 minutes, and now there we go, 6:40.
No, it's not. You're 15 seconds ahead.
We might be breaking a record here. I don't know. This may be a record breaker for the channel. Not sure. We'll
For the
see.
channel, maybe. For YouTube, no. This motherfucker once went 30 hours. I mean, the rest was cut off by YouTube, but this motherfucker went 30 hours.
36 hours actually.
Well, okay, 36 hours. God damn.
You go wild, man.
He is wild.
Are you trying to say you don't trust the computer program that's generating that number counter? Are you saying that you believe time has changed since this show began? What do you mean by I don't believe?
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever...
YouTube is absolute. So when Midnight said it was 6:40 and it wasn't 6:40 on my screen, it must be midnight. What is wrong? YouTube is absolute. He's my highest.
I mean, I am literally looking at the live thing at the upper left corner, and it's going 6:41. 7,
Yeah, it's now
8,
at Mark
9, 10.
Mark 10 seconds. Yeah. So yeah, but what is it you don't believe about it?
Like YouTube must be right. YouTube is always right. Therefore, when Midnight gives me,
But he's unconvinced.
This is StreamYard, first of all.
Yeah.
It is a StreamYard program. That's true.
Yeah.
Is it because you're a B theorist of time? Is that why you don't believe that time clock, or you just think it's inaccurate, or?
I just don't know how it can be different. We're both in StreamYard. The clock is in the top corner.
Mm-hmm.
When Midnight was 15 seconds ahead of me, I would rather mistrust Midnight than mistrust StreamYard.
Okay, well, fuck you too, buddy.
To refresh
Maybe you should consult the chiropractor.
That's going to be.
Excellent.
That's going to be.
Good
That's
job,
going to be. That's going to be the. There's going to be a running joke on everyone's channel. Have you seen a chiropractor about that? Everyone was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" You know what? Fuck it. I'm using that joke. And today I'm gonna use that joke. Have you seen a chiropractor?
You can only have running jokes about like long distance and sprinting and hurdles. Chiropractors, it's more of a twisted joke.
Well played, Richard. Well played.
Yeah.
That was good. That was
Yeah, this is more of a sports medicine thing.
Oh man, that's funny as fuck. I love everybody in here except Wildheart.
Oh.
I always get him with that.
Every time, yeah, it's always me. I was just eating soup. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing wrong.
You know what, Jill? You suck.
I hope it's the best soup you've ever had.
Soup.
Everybody loves soup.
Oh God, Jill's here.
Yes.
What type of soup is that, by the way?
Why do you think Jill's the god?
I never said that. Who did that?
No, Wildheart just said it. He said, "Oh God, Jill's here."
Oh God, comma, Jill is here. I think that's what he meant to say.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I'm sorry.
Like, do we need to start
Hold on.
saying?
I think it's important. Like, what? Like, there could be a comma there, and you could be like, "Oh God, Jill." Like, God, Jill is here. Like, I mean, like you could have the comma there, and it could still be, "Oh God, Jill." Like, God, Jill.
Well, would you
Right?
say,
I
"Oh,
mean,
comma, God, Jill"? You know, God.
No,
like,
no, no.
God.
No, the comma is implicated by the pause. That's what a comma means. It's just a pause.
Yeah,
God.
but like, couldn't that mean like you were specifying a specific god? Like you could have been like, "Oh God, praise," like that god.
I love the two sentences they use. I'm helping my Uncle Jack off a horse. I'm helping my Uncle Jack. the comma is important. Okay.
Wait, Cat, you could be right, but it would need to be a period, not a comma. It would have to be two separate statements, both referring to the same thing.
Okay, so it could be a
if you put
period
comma
or a
in the center of it-
semicolon, right? Could it
Yeah,
be a
it could
semi,
be-
or
okay,
would it have
yes.
to be a colon? All right, okay,
No,
I'll take that.
Yeah. Okay.
I
it
will
can't be
take
a
my
comma because
30%
the comma
point.
is the comma is there to separate saying I'm saying two different things.
No, I'm not. No, I'm with on this. I'm going to stick with comma because comma is a pause. Oh God, comma. Jill is here. I'm happy with comma at that point.
All right, on. Because you don't think that Jill is your god.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
As long as there's a sufficient break in between the two, I think that's fine.
I do think that since Jill agrees with everything that Jill's God believes and espouses and all the value systems and everything, that in fact Jill has made up Jill's own God and Jill is Jill's God.
Yep. But by the way, I don't know if you were there when Wildheart gave his trade for what a god is, but he believes I'm a god.
Right, you're gonna have to run me through that one more time. I don't believe you're a god.
Okay, well, don't. I know I am. I just lost my power being born. Okay, who here likes cats?
I'm ambivalent on cats. I'm agnostic on cats.
I hate myself, especially multiple of me.
Cat, you need to stop. You know what? That's fine. Hate yourself. You're a fucking bitch and no one likes you. Are you happy?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. You are the poster child for self-defeating personality disorder. God damn.
No, I'm just realistic. I'm not saying I'm a bad person or anything. I just don't particularly like me. I mean, except when I do, because I mean, also, I am the best. But like, I mean, come on.
Yeah. No, I go through that. Yeah, you go through periods of thinking you're the greatest, but God on earth, kind of the greatest person ever.
Well,
And
I mean,
then-
I am.
Yeah.
I
know
am the
you are.
greatest person. I'm
Well, then
just smart enough to realize I can still learn from others.
Yeah. But that quickly turns into, I'm a piece of shit. Yeah.
I mean, that's what you are, but I'm not.
Cheers.
I know I am, but what are you?
You know what, Cat? Cat, if whatever you're doing is working for you, then you go, girl. Girl boss cat. That's.
I will. I will gaslight, gatekeep, and girl boss, and gatelight too. Fuck it, I'm gonna gatelight too.
Far too many G's in that sentence.
Okay, no, hold on. You gaslight the gatekeep. You gaslight the gatekeeper. No.
The gay people, I think so.
No,
gatekeep gaslighting.
Yeah, gatekeep gaslighting. Oh, and the
Yeah.
host left again. What the fuck is this?
I think Kevin's still at work.
Probably.
Yeah.
By the way, Kat, I don't know if I told you this before, but I have missed you.
Yeah, me too.
I
miss you a lot.
am slowly coming back around to doing things. I mean, I was on Nox stream, last week? Richard was there.
I have this. Well, go ahead, finish, I guess.
No, that was the end of it, unless you want to hear the end of the stream. But yeah, go ahead.
The end of the stream. Okay, I'll just say my thing. I am still working on this, but I have this this take about me to where if I don't talk to somebody for a long time, I assume, oh, they must hate me. But then I'm like, no, they're just busy. Shut the fuck up, asshole. Go ahead. You can now talk. You can now talk about the ending of the stream. Oh, you can address what I said, or respond, I should say, not address.
Okay, I am notoriously difficult to contact when I'm in a situation where I'm not really contacting anyone.
Individual.
If that makes sense.
Sorry, I had to reference Brett, but go ahead.
And then I'm notoriously individual, notoriously difficult individual.
Why is that still funny after all these years? Anyways, continue.
I don't know, but I will drop off the face of the planet for 2 months, and then I'll be back for a while.
Yep.
A long while, and then I'll just be like, yeah, I got shit to do. To be fair, in my defense, but I suppose that's besides the point of the end of the Nox stream from last week. So, me, Richard, and Cerberus Hex were in Nox stream, and
the holy
Richard
trinity
left.
of bullshit that pissed Doc off. Pisses Doc. Well, actually, no.
Yes.
Actually, no. I
Okay.
think he actually liked Richard. Sorry to interrupt, but go ahead. I just wanted to comment.
Well, we had a perfectly good conversation for a while. I mean, Knock was being upset at Cerberus, and I was
Being Knock, of course.
trying to explain, hey, Knock, I don't agree with Cerberus on things, but this particular thing he's explaining is just he was trying to explain Matt Walsh's What is a Woman documentary and why that's a thing that's pushing people to not like trans people or something to that effect. I was just trying to explain to Knock in Knock terms, because Knock and I speak incredibly similarly in a lot of ways. I am very good at speaking stupid because I am stupid. I just speak smarter than I am.
You're
Well,
very
it's
good at
true.
speaking. I had to laugh at that because you're not stupid.
Yeah.
Uh,
And he was getting upset. Yeah. But teach their own. But Richard left like a smart person. I stayed in, and I was like, all right, I need another drink. Then Serb asked Knock, and Knock
wait, hold on. You're
would
breaking up.
not
What
answer
did
the question.
what did Serb? Oh, okay, okay. Serb
He
asked. Okay, Serb asked whether you were
thinks
trans, but Knock couldn't answer, right? Because you are breaking up.
if he asked Knock if Knock thinks that I am trans,
Yeah, okay. I guess
and
I
Knock
didn't hear
wouldn't
that part,
answer.
but
Okay.
it's a fucking simple
Yeah.
question to answer. I literally answered it before. Like, is Cat trans? Yes. I mean, I could have been an
Yeah.
asshole and say no, but
And
I was trying to be nice.
he wouldn't. And well, here's the thing. Knock, do you believe trans people are real? Do you believe trans people exist? Do you believe I'm trans? The entire time you've known me, I've claimed to be trans, which is 5, 6, 7 years now. Knock.
God, it's been forever. Holy shit.
You wouldn't answer, so I started yelling. I know, right? But I'm yelling, answer the question, coward. And Sir's like, pretty easy question to answer, Knock. And Knock. And anyways, it kind of devolved very quickly because I'm an incredibly calm and chill person.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Yeah, sure you are.
Yeah. That has
back,
zero.
Kyle.
I never react. Kyle. But like, it devolved into me being like, hey, remember the last time you mentioned someone wasn't trans? And I, remember the whole, I don't know if you've seen that video. Thank you to Basement Dweller for putting that together on his channel on the Forbidden Gur stream. Where Knock accused my ex of not being trans. And I ripped him apart. I brought that up. And I'm like, hey, and I also remember the time you said I was on a stream, I wasn't. You got all your friends to say that I was there, even though I wasn't. And then on the stream I was on, you said I said shit that I didn't do. And it ended right before he cut me off, I believe. I yelled, I was just eating soup.
I love that. It became an entire meme. I was just eating soup. I was just eating soup. I love that.
I was though. Literally, that entire stream.
I know. Okay, also something else. Do you remember when Knock made a video on both you and I? Like, remember, he was a video like the shit cat, but he also mentioned me because unfortunately I was retarded enough to go on Smokey's stream when they were doing the goddamn unholy thing that they were doing. I'm not gonna,
Yeah. You were on that stream and I wasn't. And he somehow, I don't even remember what the fuck he said, but like somehow it was my fault that you were there and also you're a Nazi? It was such a weird nonsense thing.
The whole Nazi thing has to do with like it's whatever. That happened like 5 years ago. Some people can't bring can't
Shit, yeah, you are Will Kincaid's friend, right? Just so I make sure I have the right person.
Yes, she is.
Okay, how you doing, sweetie?
Yeah, yellow.
How you doing?
Shit cat here, reporting for duty.
And Kev and Rich and Wildheart, Midnight.
Hey, Stixie. How was your
Hey.
day?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm
I
surprised
would
Kev
like
kept this
to
going so long.
just say though, real quick, Will and I think Kevin's at work, but I will just say, Will and I not on great terms for a while, and worked it out. So I mean, there was a while during that saga where I was not a big fan of Mr. Will. We worked it out, dude. So good.
You were not a big fan
I
of
kinda
me
got
either.
thrown under
Like
the
Ace
bus
One.
by everyone. Yeah, well,
Again,
okay.
you were not a big
You
fan.
existed in the wrong place at the wrong time, and everything was fucked. I'm not defending myself. I'm sorry. You just
fine.
you said the exact wrong thing at the exact wrong time. That's my fault. I was on the warpath.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry I
sorry.
brought it up. I mean,
I-
we're talking about old.
I was wrong.
We're
I mean,
talking about old shit. So, you know, like it's not to bring.
Yeah, that's so
It's
a
not to
year
bring it up
ago.
because you're an asshole. Well,
That's so
yeah,
a year ago.
I
2
know,
years
but,
ago.
but I am an asshole. I
Yeah.
never denied I'm an asshole. I will admit that wholeheartedly. I just only want to take credit for the things I did. God damn it.
No,
Thank you very much.
Jill is here. Run. He's a man. He beat Richard. He destroyed his religion. Run. Oh, I'm so man of God.
I wonder if Yahweh was like this in the Old Testament. He's like, man, I totally destroyed those guys. And, it was really the exact.
Except when he couldn't during like Iron
Iron Chariots.
Chariots or
Darn
something.
Read that text a little bit more closely. He actually that the battle was won, and then there was a sin committed, and then God then allowed them to lose. So you got to read that text a little bit more carefully.
Yes, these arguments are old. Yes, there's an answer for everything. That doesn't mean the answers make sense.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. It doesn't make sense to read part of a narrative and then form a narrative. That's called a false narrative. But that's what liberals do.
It's fundamentally dishonest to strawman someone purposefully.
Well, it's fundamentally dishonest to read part of a story and then create a narrative, a false narrative.
I was just making a reference to something. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. And the reference you gave was only part of the story. So when God does prophesy that they will win the battle, they actually won the battle. Later in the story, they fell into sin. They fell away from God. And then God punishes them. And then they lose the battle. So what atheists do is they take the end of the story and they say that's a failed prophecy. Look, that's a failed prophecy. Look, God lost the battle. Nice try, liberal.
I'm more interested to hear what Hillary says over you.
Post-Biden, post-COVID, we're not believing anything you say without demonstration. Nothing you say, even if you have a PhD, is going to be taken seriously without demonstration.
Hold on. How about this? We get your God and some Iron Chariots in the same room and see what happens.
Every day.
By the way, Hillary's fuck you. I just noticed the Midnight, the Biblical Scholar.
No. You were cutting me off.
Yeah, what I said to Jill was I was congratulating
Don't get
him
righteous
on
now,
totally
liberal. Shut up,
destroying
Hillary.
the very well-known and highly
righteous now.
acclaimed biblical scholar known as Midnight.
You were talking the entire time I was explaining myself, so don't get righteous now.
Right,
play the
Jill,
Christian card now, liberal.
Jill, shush, Jill.
Liberal. That's all you have, liberal. You say that like it means something anymore.
Every day I'm hustling.
So what it sounded like you just said was that they both won the battle and they lost the battle at the same time.
Right, and they ignored the entire story.
They won the battle, and at a later point in the passage, they lost the battle.
They lost the battle, right? God allowed them to lose because that's his way of punishing.
It's like when the 49ers won the Super Bowl by being 10 points ahead, but then they ended up losing in overtime.
So look at 70 AD, for example. The Jews were wiped out, and Jesus predicts that this would be their punishment for their unbelief. So the Jews don't always win. The Jews don't always win in the Bible. Keep reading the story.
Yeah.
Get the
Yeah.
entire story, and then formulate your narrative. Don't be like CNN and MSNBC and the rest of the liberals here in America. Get the entire story and formulate your story. Your reporting, that is.
Question is, how can you win a battle and
Actually, here.
Cat, you got a really bad connection.
Just saying.
It's very staticky.
Yeah. Fuck.
While there's a pause, while there's a short pause, guys, if we just let Jill finish and say everything 3 times, then we won't run over Jill, and Jill won't retaliate by constantly talking. I'm just saying it's worth a try.
Yeah. Go on, Jill. Right, so my question was, how can you both simultaneously win a battle and lose a battle, the same battle? That's surely...
No, it's not the same battle. That's a false narrative. There were 2 battles. There's different battles. If you're looking at any war, there are several battles, not just one. So they lost they won the battle that was prophesied that they would win and they would be victorious. Then they fell into sin. Then God allows the chariots to destroy them, because that's how God punishes his people. He chastises those that he loves. So if you dare fall into liberalism and you consider yourself to be a liberal Christian and you create churches and promote LGBTQ, God will send Biden. Don't complain now, and he will have you vote for Biden. Don't complain now. You wanted Saul, you got Saul. He did the same thing to the Jews. Oh, we want a king. We want a king like all the other nations. We want a king. Okay, here, you take Saul. Now you're whining and complaining. Oh, look, all the immigrants are taking over our schools.
Right, that's fine. It's just
God isn't having laughing at you, liberal, black liberal in particular. He's laughing at you right now. Ha ha ha.
Finish.
I love the God of the Bible, isn't he? Isn't he great, Hillary? Isn't he great? It's not God great.
I mean, that's fine that you described it, but the first time you said that they lost the battle and they won the battle, the same battle.
It's 2 battles. 2 battles.
Right.
Yeah. You still got 2 brain cells left. 2 battles. 2 battles. Right. One was won. The second one was lost.
Okay.
All right. Got it? Okay.
Yeah. Trust it.
Could I share screen, please, Monkey?
I think he's driving.
Oh,
so I
yeah.
don't...
I should be able to approve it. Yeah. Just you should be able to put it up there. Give it a shot. See what happens.
It's at the bottom of StreamYard. It just needs added to the stream. Okay, so here's the part. If we could just review briefly, I won't make this too long. Okay, so the one you're referring to is Judges 1:19, and the Lord was with Judah, and he drave out the inhabitants of the mountain, but could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley because they had chariots of iron. However, in Hosea 17:18, despite the fact they had iron chariots, also Judges 4:3, Judges 4:13, and Revelation 9:9. Okay, so it's not universal to say that chariots of iron defeat the God of the Bible. However, in Judges 1:19, it seems that way at casual glance. So it's an inconsistent argument. That's my whole thing. All right. Thank you.
It's also an inconsistent argument to suggest that when God cannot do something, that it's because God does not want this, because God is trying to do something and he can't do it. God
So you-
could not prevent Rome from destroying Israel because that's what he prophesies. So if God prophesies that you're going to be destroyed, and Jesus said, one, you see these stones, not one would be stacked upon another. God's not going to go against his word. It doesn't mean God is trying to destroy the chariot and he just can't. Oh no, the iron is too hard. Shut up, liberal. Okay, get a bit of a Hebrew text analysis on this topic. Okay, instead of just going off of the atheist memes. God
Jill,
cannot destroy iron. Oh wow, maybe titanium would have been easier.
Okay. So
metal.
Jill, you do realize that you just admitted the problem of omniscience and omnipotence. You know that you just
when
just
God
admitted
says
it.
that he cannot do something, he cannot lie. It doesn't mean that he is struggling with the issue of morality and he just doesn't. No, it's saying that God cannot go against his nature. God cannot go against his prophecy. If he is prophesied that a nation will be destroyed and you come to him and say, please, God, please, he's going to say, no, I cannot. It doesn't mean that he's powerless against the chariot. How ridiculous does that sound? God is powerless against a tiny piece of scrap of metal on a tiny piece of dust we call planet Earth, which makes up a tiny piece of what we call the solar system. He's powerless against that little tiny bit of material in your wheel in your chariot. How ridiculous does that sound on its face? 8-man doesn't even believe something so ridiculous, and he's an 8-man.
But it's
obviously you need to go into the text a little deeper than the surface level atheist memes. That's all.
Dude, can you stop saying it 3 times, please? I keep waiting for you to stop, and then you finish the idea, and then I try to speak, and then you start again.
It bears repeating. Hey, I'll put a bit of a Hebrew text analysis in the chat for you.
That's lovely. So now 3 times you have reiterated the problem of omniscience and the problem of omnipotence and why they're self-defeating and why they can't be maintained. So thank you for saying it 3 times now, but could I ask you if you believe in the quad omni God?
You don't understand what omnipresence and omnipotent means. Omnipotent does not mean that your favorite people always win. If God wants them to lose, they will lose.
He didn't
So
claim
what is your
that.
definition of omnipotent? Go ahead. What is your
He can
definition?
do whatever he wants.
Okay, then he can even allow chariots to defeat his army.
But
Thank
not
you.
if he claims that they won't.
Thank you.
That's
All right, next
really
topic.
not it, Jill. Jill, that's really
Next
not
topic.
it. If you don't mind me clarifying.
Okay. What's your definition of omnipotent? Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I didn't say omnipresence at all. You did.
Omnipotent, all powerful. Go ahead.
And I brought up omniscience.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is able to do anything. I'm sorry, able to see the future. I'm
no,
sorry. I'm
that's
trying to
no.
correct myself. Let me. Jeez, man. Omniscience, that is knowing all things, past, present, and future. Right, and then omnipotence, the ability to do anything. Okay, so what you said was he had pre-decided in omniscience to allow them to lose a battle.
False.
That's correct, yes?
False. That's nothing to do with his omniscience. Nothing at all.
Would he have known that they were going to lose?
He did not predict. I already explained to Wildheart that these are 2 separate battles. These are 2 separate battles.
So he knew they were going to lose one. He knew they were going to lose one.
They were going to win the first battle, yes.
Okay, and he couldn't change that because he already knew what he was going to do, correct?
Once the Canaanites, if the Israelites would follow God faithfully and be confident in his promises, then the angel of the Lord would protect them in battle. If not, the angel of the Lord would not protect them in battle. It's just that simple.
Yes. No, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. So in your view of God, God knew that he was going to allow them to lose that battle, correct?
Yeah, God knew that they would fail eventually. That his unconditional guarantee, or it was a conditional guarantee, that the children of Israel would win the war. But they would not win the war because they would not obey him. So God's promise through Joshua was not an unconditional guarantee that the children would possess all of the land or all of the battles. So
Right.
this was conditional based on the faithfulness of the Israelites and their obedience to God's commandments.
Yes.
So if you're faithful, God promises to bless America. God bless America. But if you're not faithful and you bring in Biden and you bring in Obama as your king, that which was your choice, which was your free will choice, then he is forced now, almost, quote unquote, we'll say tongue in cheek, he's forced now to allow the iron chariots to conquer you.
Sorry, Joe, can I ask you a question? Doesn't it say in the Bible that every government is put in place by God?
Oh, of course, yeah. So think of God's will. Think of God's will as the wind. Your eye is always blowing.
When you say that he was your
I'm gonna ask you another question. I answered. Yeah. So think of God's will. Think of God's will.
Yes, that was
as
a good
the
enough
wind.
answer. Now he's got to move on with his question.
Think of God's will as the wind. It's always blowing in the same direction.
A lot of hot
You can either
air.
be facing the wind, and it can be blowing in your face, or you can be going with the wind. That's God's will. Okay,
So
it never changes. God's will never changes. It's how you react to the will.
I think that was 4 times.
Because
My
while I was
goodness.
talking, you were talking over me. So go ahead and
That
ask
was
your
4
question
times
and
there,
listen to
Jill.
silence.
Right. So when you say it's your free will choice to vote in Joe Biden, it's not your free will choice because God has already predetermined it. So you're not making a choice. Which one is it? Either you have a free will choice to vote for Joe Biden, or you don't because God has already preordained that Joe Biden will be in office. So which one is it?
You know, I thought that there was a really good chance of taking an opportunity to show why the quad omni God cannot logically exist. And I know I was only like 1/8 of the way there with him.
I know it's tricky though, but carry on. Sorry, yeah, that was a.
But you know he can't handle being honest. You can't get him to admit to anything. He's gonna say he destroyed no matter how badly he failed.
Yeah, well, I know it's a lot like end times teacher. You just declare victory. I get it.
Yeah.
But and some people will believe that as well. Some people are that gullible. But
Now, when it comes to Jill,
and maybe I'm foolish. I don't know, but I have hope in people, especially people of average to high intelligence, that at some point, okay, it's kind of like when you have a teenage kid and they just object to everything you say, no matter what. That doesn't mean they won't think about it later.
Well, this is a very important topic for Richard because his religion relies on finding contradictions in the Bible. So when I destroyed all of his contradictions, thus his religion is now destroyed.
You know,
So that's
yeah,
why
quick show of hands. Does anyone really believe that Jill is introspective and will ponder things later? No, me
I don't
either.
believe that.
A second plausible
Because zero
solution
self-awareness.
could be that the children of Israel did conquer the mountain. And they did succeed in driving out the inhabitants, as I explained to Walhart earlier. But they were not able to maintain control of the cities. So that's God can judge you. He can reward you for obeying and then later take away that reward by taking away the control that he once
Kind of
gave.
sounds like a liar.
That
Saying,
doesn't
"I'll give
mean
it to
that
you, but
you
I'll take
lost
it
the
back."
battle. You won the battle. We won the battle. We won the Revolutionary War. We won the battle. But we lost the war. Well, hopefully, November is coming soon, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll get back on our horse in a few more months. Okay. Don't worry.
Okay,
Don't panic.
Jill, you understand that I'm granting all of that, right? Everything you just said, I've already granted.
Okay.
So I don't need you to argue with me against that.
No, I was arguing.
Again.
I was answering Wildheart. I wasn't arguing with anyone. I was just answering his question about the
Wildheart has been muted this
Iron
whole time. I don't
Chariots.
think he really asked a question. But
And the
all right.
Yeah,
atheist
no,
meme.
Joel, I'll answer Richard's question. That's a much better question. Sorry.
So it's really unnecessary to go into any other explanation. If you can't find a contradiction, then we really don't have anything to talk about. If you just want to talk about the different details and harp on the fact that there are different details, then you're just wasting everyone's time.
Okay, I'm going to a big overview here, and I'm trying to pull you along with me and show you the overview. So I'm not worried about the tiny details. I'm not, and I've granted everything you've said, everything. Okay, and it's fine as an interpretation of the Bible and an understanding of the Bible. It's fine, but if you look at the overview of that, what you're essentially saying is that the God that you believe from the Bible is both having knowledge that they are going to lose a war, and it's fitting. Never mind whether or not it's justified. Just forget that for now. But also cannot change that because he knew ahead of time.
He cannot change that because he decreed ahead of time. It is
Right.
his decree. That's
fine.
his decree. So why would he change his mind? Our God does not change his mind. He's not a man that he should lie, or the son of man that he should repent or change his mind.
I'm not saying he should.
Okay, then. So what's your point? You're just wasting time.
I'm not wasting time.
Okay.
I'm trying to talk about why the quad omni God is not logically plausible. That's what I'm talking about.
Not logically plausible. Well, that's another discussion. That's nothing. You can't prove that here because God says that this is going to happen. He decrees something to happen, and it happens as he decreed it. That's not proving God is illogical. That's proving that God keeps his word. If he makes a conditional statement, yes, if you follow the conditions, you will prosper. When you start to do things that don't follow the conditions, then you will fail. It's like the wind. The wind is blowing in one direction all the time. If you decide to run against that direction that the wind is blowing, you will fail. If you decide to turn around and run in the direction with the wind at your back, you will succeed. That's an analogy of God's will in Scripture. It's just that simple. It doesn't mean God contradicted himself because you decided to turn around and face the wind, or you decided to piss in the wind. That's your fault. That's not God. God's not going to change his will because you decided to piss in the wind. It's not God changing his will. That's an atheist meme that has been crushed since Google Plus days. I don't know why it's still in the mind of some liberals.
No one said that.
Midnight.
I didn't say that.
Wait,
no one
what
else
the
said
fuck
that.
Is that about me?
I said, I don't know why this meme is still in your head.
I do want to know why God hates liberals. Why does God hate liberals?
Oh, come on. We were almost getting somewhere.
Do I have to show you Dr. Josh's writings and his books and how he lies on the Bible? And do I have to show you all of that? Do I have to go through that? It's another hour or two. We can do a stream on it. Just me and you.
This is all distracting, but it's
we can do that later. You guys go ahead. That's fine.
Yeah, we'll set that up. Send me an email, rebukeandreprove@gmail.com.
Okay, so Jill, I'm aware that I went onto a new tangent. That is, the conversation evolved over time. I think that's okay. I'm not saying I'm still on the same topic, okay, as the original conversation. Conversations can move forward. It's okay. But what I am saying is I observed that you made a meta statement about God, and I was showing you that the meta statement cannot be true in reality. Now, if you don't want to have that conversation, it's okay.
What's the meta statement? That God is willing, he's decreeing, and if you go against that decree, you are pissing in the wind. God is not changing his mind, but you are going against his conditions. There's no unconditional guarantee. Okay,
I'm
so
saying God
so
didn't
what's
change his
the
mind.
God didn't change his mind? Okay, so what is
God
the
didn't
meta
change his
narrative?
mind.
Okay, so what is your art? What are you trying to suggest?
Okay, so if God knew ahead of time and didn't change his mind, that's because he had knowledge ahead of time, had no intention of changing it. We agree?
That's because that's what he decreed.
Because that's what he
It's
decreed.
not
He's
because
going to
he
do
had
it.
knowledge of. God is not a learning knowledge. He's not learning things.
I
He's
didn't
not
say he learned
obtaining
things.
knowledge. Okay, that's his decree. That's
I
his.
said he decided something.
Okay.
Before the event, he decided something, yes?
Right. You could say, you can call it deciding, but I wouldn't use that type of language. We would say decree.
Okay, decreed something. It's fine. All right. So if God decrees something ahead of time, then it becomes knowledge because it's true, right? It's not a
becomes
trick.
knowledge.
It's just, if something's true, it can be knowledge. If something's false, it's not knowledge. So, but God knew something, thereby it's true, right?
God decreed it, yes.
He decreed something
Therefore,
and
it
thereby
would
knew
happen.
it.
Therefore, it would happen, yeah.
Therefore, it would happen. Okay,
Right.
cool. We're in agreement. It's not a trick. It's not a joke. Okay. Just try to
All right, let's get
see
on with
my
your nothing
argument.
burger because I gotta run. Come on, let's just get the nothing burger all out. You're trying to give me the nothing burger in bits and pieces as if it's actually something profound. But go ahead.
That's because 3 times you argued something I wasn't saying, and I'm trying to just reiterate it for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So then, since he knew it ahead of time, he decreed it ahead of time, and it was going to be. Could he then change it?
No.
Right.
Because God is
Right.
not a
He
liar
can't.
like a liberal. So he's not going
Right.
to change his decree and change what he says and talk about illegal immigration being something we need to fix and now saying, oh no, well, let's let them all in.
Right. So he's not going to change over time. He's not going to change it. Okay.
Right. As I
So the
gave you the
change.
analogy of the wind. Yeah.
Right. I got you. I'm with you 100%. Okay. So then as you go forward in time and that time happens, he's not going to change it. Right. That is, he's not going to decree a new thing. Do you think that decreeing something is an ability?
Decreeing something an ability.
Decreeing. I'm using the word you used.
Decreeing something is an ability.
Is that an ability?
It's an order. No, anyone, yes, it's an ability that anyone, it's not really an ability. It's just an order. It's a legal authority. He has the legal authority to decree things into existence as if they were, according to
right. Okay, so
Romans 4.
So that's an ability that God has to decree something, yes?
Right.
Okay. Now, could he decree a new thing, considering that he already knew KNEW something before it happened? Could he change it?
Could he decree a new thing? No. What do you mean by decree a new thing? What does that even mean?
Could he change it from what his original intent was?
No.
Okay. So he just lost an ability.
He lost an ability.
Yes, he had the ability to decree something. He cannot decree something new.
Because it would contradict what he said earlier. That would be
It
a
would
lie.
be a contradiction.
If
Yeah,
I decree that it's okay for
correct.
illegal immigrants to come in, and then I decree that it's not okay, then I'm contradicting my first decree.
Mm-hmm. Fair. Okay. So does anyone think I have a chance of actually completing this argument and him getting it? Let me get a survey here. Am I just wasting my time?
I think you are. Go ahead. Bud.
If I could assent to
Let's give him 5 more minutes. Let's give him 5 more minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, but
okay, so in a for instance, and yes, I'm lower than God, so all analogies fail, but this is just talking about logic, so it still works. Right now, I have the ability to choose. I also have the ability to change my mind. So that would be like making a new choice. Of course, if I change my mind and I think I was going to do something, then that thought is not any longer true. It's no longer knowledge. So you can't both say God has pre-knowledge and choice. To have pre-knowledge is to defeat choice in the future. So if he has pre-knowledge, he cannot choose something different later, or he didn't know the thing in the first place. The decree did not happen. So that's a logical conundrum. You can't
No, it's not,
have
because
both.
his decree already, for instance, his decree before the foundations of the world already included both old and new covenant. So he's not waiting until the end of the old covenant and saying, let me decree something new. That was already part of his decree. To both
You're
have
making my
both
point.
covenants is part of his decree. So you're
making my
looking at
point.
a timeline and trying to put God, who's eternal, in a time box and saying, well,
No.
look, he didn't say this previously, but he's saying it now. No, that was already part of his initial decree.
You're making my point. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so he cannot
So that's not
change it later.
that has nothing to do with logic. That doesn't violate any logic, because the decrees, if you want to say decrees more than one, you could say that. Or you can say it's multifaceted. You can say that. But there isn't one decree and then God is waiting and then decides to do another decree. God is not in heaven with a Rolex watch saying, what time is it?
I now feel that I'm not going to succeed from here, because you're reiterating my point and simultaneously not getting the point. So it should either end or someone else should take over.
Exactly. Game over. Game over.
Yeah, no, Richard, if I can try and take over, making the same point. But if God knows every decision he's ever going to make in the future, then he cannot change his mind. If he cannot change his mind, then he's not omnipotent, he's not all-powerful. If there is one thing that God cannot do, he is not all-powerful. If God...
because you're defining... Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Let me finish. If God is omniscient, he will not... Oh, no, I'm just repeating myself. But
right. Well, you have a different definition of omniscient. That's what I was trying to bring out, or omnipotent, all-powerful. You have a different definition than what the Bible suggests. So that's the point I was trying to quote out. That's why it's important to define your terms before you get into these discussions with Christians. But if you want to be a dishonest interlocutor like Richard, you won't define your terms. And then you'll just assume your terms, your definitions onto the Christian. The Christian definition, for instance, God cannot lie. So then they'll interpret that as he being therefore less powerful because he cannot do something. William Freeman tried that argument. That fails. The definition of omnipotent has nothing to do with God doing evil, moral things. He cannot lie because it's not in his nature to lie. The pig cannot fly, not because there's anything wrong with the pig, because it's not in the pig's nature to fly.
Jill, one sec. So all you're saying is that God can do everything that it is in his nature to do. How is that different from me? I can only do the things that are in my nature to do. But why is God special?
God can destroy both the body and the soul. You can't destroy him. So that's what it means. That's what we mean by all powerful, meaning that there is no power, whether it's an animal's power, whether it's an ape who is, what does the Bible say about Leviathan? Right? Read the story of Behemoth and Leviathan. These are the most fearsome creatures on the planet, and the Bible says that God has them on a leash. Shit, I was in the middle of a sentence. But thanks for having me on, Ape Man. I got to run. See ya.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he left in the middle of his own sentence so that he could tell everybody how he wasn't done talking. Oh, man.
And I don't.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, so Jill is only saying that God can only do what it's in God's power to do, which is the same as every other creature. Like I can only do what it's possible for me to do. So omnipotence doesn't mean shit. It just means you can only do what you're able to do. That's a weak ass definition of omnipotence. That is piss poor. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it became obvious over time that that higher level of thinking about what he had already said was not evident to him. So I failed. I had to just quit.
No, I appreciate the effort. That was a good run. I mean, yeah, you gave it your all. You can't. What is it they say? You can't fix stupid, right? I mean,
Right.
Well, it's a poor kindergarten teacher that can't bring themselves down to the 5-year-old's level and explain something.
Yeah, but that you're depending upon the 5-year-old to be honest and introspective. Joe lacks introspection, so he'll never be able to comprehend any argument that goes against what he predetermined he wanted to be right.
Yeah.
No, I don't even think it's that, because I don't think he could even see the argument the way he was replying to it. He kept acting as if I was arguing with his assertions when I wasn't. I'm accepting his assertions. I was.
Yeah, but he's not willing to listen to what you're saying, though. That's the point.
Yeah. Well, that's too bad. Maybe someday.
Yeah, it's disappointing, Jill. If you're still watching, you've let us down. You've let YouTube down, and most of all, I think you've let yourself down.
What do you mean? He had to go. He can't possibly be still watching or commenting in the side chat with a pretty lengthy paragraph with emojis.
Yeah.
He had to go.
And Jill's saying lie, but the claim was change their mind. Can people change their mind? And if God can't, then that means that he's very limited in what he can declare.
Yeah, apparently I know how to. I can change
for us.
my mind. That's an ability that I have. And if God can't change its mind, then I'm more powerful than your God. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
And I can declare that I might like something for a limited time, but then tomorrow I want a different flavor of ice cream. And apparently God can't.
yeah, and it seems like there's like one of these loops has to be closed, right? Because like he can't if he's going to change his mind, he should know that he was going to change his mind, so he shouldn't have made the first decision in the first place, right? Like that wouldn't make sense.
Right. Either way, it's self-defeating. That's right, Kev.
Yeah. It's like when it says in the Bible that God regretted creating man. How can an omniscient, omnipotent God regret anything? He already knew what was going to happen. He already knew that he could change it, and yet he regretted something. How is that possible?
Since you're not Jill, I'd like to actually answer that.
Yeah.
Okay, so the way the Christians look at that, God regretted making man. Right? That's the way you're referring to it? Okay. You if you read the end of that, read it to its end, it's God regretted making man be on the earth.
Right, yeah. That would change it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure though, because
it changes it in a very subtle way. It doesn't change it completely.
Yeah.
But I want you. But I just said that to cue you to keep going. Keep going. You're doing great.
Yeah. But God did create humans to be on this earth. So again, it still applies that if he regretted making humans to be on this earth, he still regrets something. The problem is God can never regret anything because
right in omniscience.
Yeah.
Right in omniscience, he can't have repentance or regret. Right.
Yeah.
So what you're really saying is there's an argument in the Bible that's quite direct that says God does not have omniscience.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Omniscience is an assertion Who was Hillary's probably knows. Who was the one that came up with the quad omni description? Aquinas or who
No,
was
I
it?
think it was Plato.
Plato? That's right. That's right. It was
Yeah.
Plato. Yeah, Plato's quad omni God. Yeah. Yeah, so there's direct all within one verse defeat of the ideas of Plato, which many Christians assign value to. But then you have to ask the question, how can it be a God if it doesn't have those things?
Yeah, that is the god of classical theism.
Right.
I don't know how it came about, but that is the prophecies that basically everyone agrees that is to be defined as God. You have to have
Right.
those prophecies.
Now I just set lower standards that I think make better sense. Like
Yeah.
if I met a human being who was only twice my size, twice my strength, twice my intelligence, twice my wit, twice my all my abilities. If they just had twice that, that would be super intimidating. I would be scared to death of that thing. I would have huge respect for that thing. And if it were like involved in my life on a regular basis, it would change my life. That's essentially a God. And that's only 2 times me. So I don't think it's necessary that God has to be able to create universes. That's unnecessary. That's way over the top.
Yeah. But then you get into the problem of asking every theist, like, define your God and all that stuff, and they all come up with a different answer. So
Of course.
how do you do? Doesn't that mean that the word God has like no meaning? If you can ask,
Or really,
yeah, if you can ask 20 different people what God means, and they all come up with a different definition of God, doesn't that just kind of rule out the word God as a useful word?
well, yeah, that's why the word God is colloquially used in Western society, but it's not defined as you're pointing out. And the word God is actually a very, very, very general term used. It's just the English word for the highest, most powerful thing, and that's all it really means. Like the word El, which got translated, we would say that word God, right? The reason that EL is included in, or AL is included in the name Baal is because it's referring to it as a god. Beelzebub because it's referring to it as a god, etc., etc., etc. In a very long list. So what's the word God mean? It just means some kind of powerful singular being. Something like that.
So me being an atheist, if I said like the sun is God because it has more energy, it has more power than me, would I be fair in describing the sun as a god? And
Yeah, that goes right back to Cerberus Hex argument that as long as 2 or more people worship a thing and think that that thing is the greatest thing, that it is indeed a god.
Yeah.
So yeah, everyone's definition of God is different. Now, I try not to have an opinion on it, or at least you don't know my opinion on it. But I just try to stick with the description. And when I talked in English, I'm going to speak about the Bible. I just talk about the description of God and whether or not that makes sense in reality. My opinions aside, my opinions don't really matter. Like you'd be hard pressed to remember one time that I said something like, I love God. Like that's not part of it. That's not good argument. Come on, don't just let the show die. What's the
Oh,
next
yeah,
thing, Wildheart?
Let it die.
No, I'll let someone else go. My brain just died for a second. I'll be right back. Cat
Let's
though,
see.
shit cat. Yeah, we've not heard from you for a while. Are you still there?
Cat's probably drunk and passed out at this point, you know. He's like, Jill. Fuck Jill.
Excuse me, I am not drunk and passed out. I was talking to my beautiful, wonderful boyfriend while listening to y'all talk theology and shit. Thank you very much.
Right on.
There we go.
I mean, to be fair, that wasn't an out-of-pocket thing to say, but I'm going to pretend to be offended by that.
He was just eating food. That's all I was going.
What level of offended? Like pearl clutching offended? I think I'll go get a coffee offended. What?
I don't really. No, I'm gonna have to think about what level of offended I am. The kind where I put my hand like on my chest and go, oh, that kind.
That's
Oh,
level.
whew.
That exasperated gas, yeah.
Yes.
Seen this one before.
I will possibly classify that as mid offended. Yeah, mid. Not terribly offended, but not. Yeah, mention it. But...
I would tell Jill to just go look into the problem of omniscience, but I've heard Jill quote things read before and misunderstood it, and I wonder if that would even do it.
So it's actually a comprehension issue then.
Yeah,
Not the,
that's what I'm saying. I don't even think it's a will issue. I mean, the first time I said, oh, I grant everything, I grant all your assertions, I grant everything that you're saying about the text, then you know, a person with higher cognizance would have said, oh, that's not what they're arguing.
Yeah, that is weird that he didn't do that. Yeah. I think it's a mixture of things. It's like arrogance and ignorance, and like you said, maybe being a bit below par on the how his brain works and stuff. But yeah, cognitive distance, arrogance, ignorance, not willing to be able to admit that he's wrong. It's all these things. It's a perfect storm in many ways of Jill being a fuck up.
Well, you know, that's also like the number one rule of internet debating too, though. Like, even if you concede, you never actually admit out loud that you're wrong or that you're conceding, right? Like, you just kind of like quietly, you know, can slither away, and then you go on to the next debate. And you just never, you know, if you've truly been defeated, like you've lost your confidence, you just don't talk about that anymore. You're just like, oh no, yeah, I did that one last year with, you know, whoever. Yeah, that's the rule of the game. Like, you can't, like Darth Dawkins, perfect example. Like, you can't ever back down. Like, once you've decided to die on that hill, you literally have to die there. Like, this is the internet. You don't you don't back down off of that. You become like a total clown if you do that. So.
I'm glad you told me that, because I've actually learned things in debates, and you know, and said, oh, well, you know, that's interesting. I never thought about it that way. And, you know, you've added to me, and I thank you for that. That's actually happened several times for me. I think I missed, Kevin, according to you, I've missed the point of the internet. So I just learned something else. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, nobody's trying to be educated here. I mean, that's, you know, we want to see people get crushed, destroyed, defeated, annihilated. It's very biblical around here, you know, if you think about it.
You're a veritable thesaurus, man. That was amazing.
What's everybody doing today? It's daytime now. It's officially, I don't know where you are. It's 6:53 a.m. here, and it's exciting. It's Saturday. I have the day off. I get to sleep. So that's cool. I love sleeping. Sleeping's like been one of my favorite activities lately. What about you guys?
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. I've had appointments like every day this week, so with it being Saturday, yeah, I'm just planning on just sleeping as much as I can. Apart from being
I'm working on getting a approximately, I didn't weigh it, but approximately 200-pound condenser unit up on a roof. There's no way to get a crane to the area. So I'm building a tripod with boom, counterbalance weight of about 250 pounds with a roller and a battery operated car battery operated electric winch to pull the weight up about 30 feet.
Wow, that sounds way too difficult for a Saturday. Are you sure that's what you want to do?
Oh, it's definitely what I have to do. I promised I would.
Man of his word. See, it sounds like amazing. Though. Like that's a lot of work, but it also sounds like well, there might be some fun involved there. I mean, this is really kind of
For me, it is fun, and there's some interesting challenges. The roof is not perfectly flat; it's sloped for water drainage, so that means the legs have to be different lengths or adjustable. At the edge of the roof, there's a 2.5 foot tall wall that I have to get over. So the legs have to be it's a tripod for obvious reasons. But the legs have to be adjustable. The boom has to be swiveling on every plane because I have to be able to get it up that high, then over a wall, and then turn it over top of the roof. So I'm actually using an inverted trailer ball hitch and ball attached to the boom and to the tripod respectively. Did that make sense to anyone besides me?
Yeah, it made sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I get you. You're doing the thing where the grippy parts on the,
stop that. The grippy parts on the
what? But it is. You know what I mean? The grippy, claspy hitch part.
Oh, and another thing that's interesting about the roof is that it's rolled roofing and heat applied or what they call flame down roofing. Yeah. So it's a solid singular membrane that's both flexible and it's on top of insulation, which is very soft.
Oh yeah.
Right. So the total weight of the apparatus, the counterbalances, and the roof unit has to have big enough feet that are grippy enough that they don't slide down the roof and yet don't pierce the roof. There's an interesting challenge for you.
Okay, so it's not okay when I say grippy.
It was fine when you said grippy.
You know, say grippy. Not around here.
So the insulation, would that be fiberglass? Because that is annoying as hell.
Actually, in New Mexico, what they do and what they're shooting for is the most insulative properties as possible because it's high desert. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have extreme temperature differences day to night. So what they did is they built traditionally really, really thick walls. I mean, like a foot thick of nothing but like adobe, dirt, straw, clay. Okay.
Yeah.
And then sand, straw, clay. And then the idea is to hold heat in the wall that disperses overnight. So the roof has the same idea, but it's not adobe. So they put blown insulation polystyrene pellets about 1/3 the size of a pea, and they'll do that for like a foot thick. And then on top of that, they use spray foam expanding polyurethane for about 4 inches thick. And then on top of that, they put rolled roofing, which is tar sealed and torched down. So it's like 1.5 feet thick of mush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just as much stuff as you can fit in there. Yeah.
Which means it's really easy to damage. I mean, if you push down with just your heel and all of your weight with just your heel, you would dent it and maybe damage it.
Yeah.
So you, like, when you're up there, you have to walk flat-footed, even at normal human size. Peace and respect, Pixie Storms.
Oh, I have pizza. That's it.
Hey, Pixie, big hug. Good to see you. Yeah, I guess, going on like almost 8 hours. Is that me echoing through? Oh, it's your fault, Kat. With this monstrosity of a stream. Sounds like you're in transit now. I might shut it down unless y'all want to keep going. I know it is. It's almost 7 a.m.
I have to go to the bank and then sleep because I have work today. And
Yeah,
it's already 10 a.m. So.
Oh, Kat, are you still working in the same hospital that does cocaine? Because.
Am I working in what?
The hospital cocaine is.
I wound up not working at the hospital. It was there was every nightlife was fucked for a while. I work at a restaurant now. It's life.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's less cocaine.
Yeah, there was a whole year and change worth of bullshit.
Yeah, but it's been really good to see you. I have missed you a lot. Cheers.
Always good to see you too, Wildheart.
Yeah, I was talking shit when I got on here because I hadn't talked to Wildheart, I hadn't talked to Kat, I hadn't talked to. There was a few people I hadn't talked to in quite a while, and then like they all started showing up, and so it's like, okay, that's cool. We can do that too. I was listening to myself, having a conversation with myself from 9 months ago, and some of y'all were here at the time, or at or around the time, whatever the case may be, and so I was like trying to like kind of like check in because I realized that I was still like, repeating some of the same, conversations over and over again, expecting different results or whatever, like, Dr. Phil bullshit or something. I don't know. So then, we just started talking and now we're here. And, yeah, it's like one of the longest streams on the channel. That's cool. That's fun. It's amazing.
Yeah. And yeah, cheers. Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, you get some of the best people on the show. It's been good. That's what.
I know, right? Remember that time? I think it was you. It was me and you and Krishna. I think I was on the Kevin Chaos channel. That wasn't even on this one. That was on the other channel. You remember that night? And Jill was there as well. God, I wish I'd saved that stream, man. That was great. You might not remember it. I think we were we might have been pretty drunk that night, and there's no evidence of it. It might not even have happened, really, Wilder, but.
I try to forget every stream that I'm in with Jill. Yeah, I try to forget that as much as possible. Yeah, I'm sure it was brilliant.
And that's why we depend so deeply on uniformitarianism, which is logically flawed and cannot be shown.
Oh, yeah, explain that.
Uniformitarianism, what has happened before will most likely happen in the future. In fact, we depend on it for science.
Yeah.
Like we started having chemical reactions that started producing things that we didn't know they would produce. from the same chemical reactions, we wouldn't be able to do science anymore at all. It would just be over, right?
Yeah.
If you dropped, an object with mass in a gravitational field and it did not get pulled toward the center, it just hovered there or went the opposite way, yeah, it's over. You can't do science from that point forward. So we have to depend on uniformitarianism, but it's the same as the what is it called, the white swan or the black swan fallacy, or the red barn fallacy?
No, black swan. Yeah.
Black swan fallacy. Okay. So we know that past events cannot predict the future. We know that logically, but then we have to live as if it's true, or else we couldn't do anything.
Yeah. I get you. Yeah. So it's flawed because it shouldn't be reliable, but it is. And
it is so far.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is so far because the stuff continues to work.
Yeah. Yeah. I get you now.
Yeah, I was going to say it's like you're the most reliable up until this point, like your best educated guess.
Right.
Yeah.
And since I have a computer, it's pretty consistent so far.
Do you guys have any thoughts on like artificial intelligence or what's just the thing? It's what's that thing called? I can't even think of it now.
Anti-disestablishmentarianism, is that the thing?
No, we could talk about that too, though. It'd be great. Artificial intelligence, anti-disestablishmentarianism. Yeah. I was trying to think of the program with the shit. What do they call that thing? The Chat GPT. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Yeah, there's also like Gemini and that. I don't really see the point because obviously they're just getting like answers from Google and just putting it. I mean, does that count as artificial intelligence?
No.
If you're just looking at Google.
No, you're right. It's just a search program, and it's going to give the most average response. So it's like think of it as talking to a huge group of people at the same time that can only give one response per response. They can't give multiple responses. Think of it that way, because it's not artificially intelligent. And by the way, anyone who thinks it's just wrong, you're wrong. It's not an AI. They're not. If it was an AI, you could ask it a question and it would go, bug me later, but for now, piss off. It might say that.
Plus, I don't know how it works, but if you ask it the same question twice, will it come up with exactly the same answer? Because that would exclude it from being intelligent.
Yeah, if you ask it the same question twice, but on two different conversations, it will give precisely the same answer.
Yeah.
If you ask it two questions in a row in the same, it's programmed to act as if you're asking for more information. It'll add to it.
Yeah. Okay. Which would also exclude it from being like artificial intelligence.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, and bike up. Yeah, that's it.
I mean, if it could just do anything unpredictable, then it's intelligent. And what's that guy's theory where if you're tricked by it, it's intelligent? That's a bullcrap theory.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's Turing.
Yeah.
Turing.
Yeah, that's right. The Turing test. Yeah. The Turing test is bullcrap. Just because I have biases and I'm stupid doesn't make the other thing intelligent.
Yeah. Hasn't that got something to do with chess as well? Like if a computer can beat a person at chess, that makes them intelligent or something. Isn't that similar kind of argument?
No, that was just like a common theme for programming, I think. They were just trying to use those programs to kind of refine what the learning curve for the machines are.
Yeah.
Like if you just teach them the rules and let them play, well, they basically develop strategy just by knowing how the machine works. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, it's the same as abiogenesis experiments, where in a laboratory in controlled conditions with an expected result and creating an environment that is conducive to that expected result, proteins can form. Yeah, well, like, no crap. You just made it happen, but you're the intelligence that made it happen. It didn't happen by accident. It didn't happen because of a certain set of random circumstances. That's for sure. It's completely not random. Laboratories are made to be not random. So the only thing you're really showing there is that you have a theory. That's really all you're showing.
Yeah, but isn't that dangerously close to? I know a lot of creationists say that, like with the biogenesis thing. Like it's not a genuine experiment because it includes intelligence. But if you're trying to find out how life began, how could you possibly do that without doing some kind of experiment?
It's just showing it's plausible, not that that's what actually occurred.
Right. But I mean, it stands to reason. Like the laboratory didn't exist prior to, so like you would assume the laboratory is not there, right? Like for the sake of, don't necessarily have to be to the like specifically to those conditions, right?
To answer to Doubting Thomas, no one has something better than a theory. I'm not strawmanning or misusing the definition of theory. I'm not big on misusing definitions. Usually I go and actually look things up and learn them correctly and then use them correctly. So I'm not saying hypothesis when I say theory. I'm saying theory in the scientific sense. And the larger problem here is that the most successful experiment we've had in creating living proteins was Urey Miller. And Urey Miller used an environment that has never and cannot have existed on this planet, which only supports my overarching theory that life came from somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, that observation spurned other hypotheses like panspermia, and I would be more likely to agree with directed panspermia.
And I just want to take a minute to say hello to King Bone, remind you wherever panspermia is real. Okay.
Yeah, I can go. Yeah.
DT clarified.
You said it was just a theory, like your theory. What I said is it just shows you have a theory. I didn't say it's just a theory. I wasn't strawmanning the word theory. I said if an intelligent can create an environment where something plausibly could happen and even sometimes does happen, that just shows you have a theory. It's not the same thing as saying it shows you have just a theory. That's not the same thing.
And Richard, if I can ask you a question, and we've probably talked about this before, but if you're saying that abiogenesis didn't happen on this planet and it was like panspermia, isn't that just putting it off one step? If you believe in aliens, then at one point on one planet, abiogenesis must have happened. If you don't believe in a god in the traditional sense, what created everything, if you believe in aliens, then at one point on one planet, abiogenesis would have had to have happened, even if it
I
wasn't.
agree completely. I believe it did. I just don't believe it could have happened here because science shows it couldn't have happened here.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, there is plausible such an environment where lightning is striking continuously for 2 weeks through a gaseous mix of ammonia and methane gases. That's possible. In having both salt water and fresh water readily available, with wind currents that would blow the newly formed proteins only into a saltless body of water, or very, very light salt water. That's totally plausible. I have no problem with that. We just know it didn't happen here.
Yeah, that's right.
Are there planets like that? Yeah, there's some environments pretty close to that in this solar system.
Yeah, the ammonia one you mentioned, that's Venus. The electrical storms, that's Jupiter. And I think some moons also are like you described.
Yeah, there's freshwater moons. The moon Europa has 5/3 as much fresh water as the Earth. Yeah, so we know those things exist. We just don't know where they exist all in one place.
But mathematically, they probably do all exist someplace.
Yeah, probably multiple places.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you had an average of only one planet per star, I mean, the likelihoods just get ridiculous. I mean, it's very, very likely.
But of course, the problem becomes that we don't have any examples of other life elsewhere, just here.
Yeah,
think with
but
the
we do
life-
have an example of one, that is, there is life here.
Yeah, true. I always think it's interesting with the design argument. Somebody says that it's interesting to think that God designed like everything, the whole expanse of the universe, but only put this one inhabited planet out here in the middle of freaking nothing or
Well,
everything
that's just
or whatever.
extreme pride. That's just extreme pride and tribalism. That's all that is.
Yeah, which is another interesting thing as well. Like, if we did discover that aliens existed definitely on another planet, what would like religious people do about that? Would they stop being religious because they currently believe that God only created like intelligence on this planet, or what would happen with that? I'm guessing they would just carry on believing and say, yeah, aliens exist now, but they would have to change their argument somewhat, I would imagine.
Yeah, there would be some people that would deny, the reality that's facing them. Sure. Presuppositionalists, probably.
Yeah.
Presuppers. Go ahead.
Both early in Genesis and in Job 20, verse 4, knowest thou this of old, since man was placed upon the earth?
Yeah.
That is, say, translated here from somewhere else, and it says it also in Genesis, that man existed off the planet according to the claims in an internal critique. That man was off planet and put here, and it says it more than once.
Well, that's tricky because, like, Christians will just say, yeah, they were created by God, like, technically somewhere else. Do you know what I mean? and then place upon the earth. They won't take it as. I know what you're saying, but there is kind of an out to that. Do you know what I
Well,
mean?
they think the garden is a specific place on the earth, and that man was created on the earth and then put into the garden.
Yeah.
But in my reading, and I'm not saying my reading like it's special, but in the reading frame I've adopted, when you translate the words that are the descriptors of the 4 rivers and the lands of Hiddekel and blah, 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 Tigris, Euphrates, translating all those words turns into something that Christians don't read, that a Hebrew speaking person would read.
Yeah.
And that is that it's a spinning pearl where there is clear air and sparkling water, where there is family building blocks of tones of black all the way through the browns and into pinks, which is orbiting a singular light with a very specific what is it? What is it you call like a very specific light signature? So all that is true of this Earth or any Earth-like planet. All those things would be true of it. I mean, so long as there's mankind there.
Yeah, Bojo brings up a good point. It does say in the Bible that humans were made of the dust of the earth. So how could they have come from a different planet if they were made from the dust of the earth?
Well, for the reason that he just pointed out, the word Earth doesn't just mean the planet; it means the stuff we grow plants in.
Yeah, dirt. Sorry.
Like what do you do for a living? I farm the earth. That doesn't mean they own the planet. It means they have some dirt.
Yeah.
Okay. So the reason it's the same word is because it means the same thing. That is, this is the location where there's dirt.
And I have a question as well about, the Garden of Eden. And like you say, it says in the Bible that it's the crossroads between 4 rivers. Was it Euphrates and the other one? So does
Kishon,
that
Heshon, Tigris, and Euphrates. What about them?
Yeah. So, like, that place cannot exist anymore because we have Google Maps and, satellite.
What do you mean anymore? It never did. But the Bible isn't claiming that was a place.
Right.
It's claim. Let me give you a for instance.
Yeah.
The word Pishon. In the Hebrew, the way the Hebrew referred to that river was spinning. Their Hebrew word was spinning. But when in that sentence, the translator saw the word spinning, they said, oh, I know enough about that culture that refers to that river. So they wrote Pishon. Perhaps they should have written the word spinning in English. Because when you put the rivers together, it's spinning, pearl, orbiting, light.
Right, so you're saying that none of them were the actual rivers? They
Just okay. You know the word Egypt, for instance.
Yeah.
Okay. The Hebrew word, and you know that if I say spaghetti, spaghetti's the same in all languages because it's like belongs to one certain language, and you just keep it. Like Chinese people pronounce it spaghetti.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you're supposed to do is keep the word. You're not supposed to change it, right? Yeah. The Hebrew word that got translated into English into the word Egypt is actually Mitzrayim, which means a separating wall. So it shouldn't read in the English Egypt. It should stay consistent with itself and read separating wall or separated or divided or something that means the same thing.
Yeah, but going back to the rivers, that's one hell of a coincidence.
That it
I
means
mean,
spinning pearl orbiting light? That's not a coincidence at all. They're not talking about rivers.
no, but there must be a point on Earth where those four rivers cross or meet or
No, they
whatever.
don't. They never did. We know that the rivers don't work that way.
Right.
However, the actual Hebrew words are, I mean, I could just read it to you and it makes sense because I'm just like, I'm doing it by topic instead of, because it mixes topics, because it says like in the land of Hiddekel where there is gold and the onyx stone. And I'm doing it by topic instead of the flow that it actually does it in. But like the four rivers are describing a planet orbiting a sun. The descriptions of each of the lands is describing where humans are and humans that build family and where humans can live and survive.
Yeah.
Saying things like it was clean and peaceful to start with, and which means it isn't now. What I'm saying is all those things are absolutely true in reality. It's just flowery language that's been translated in some ways, over translated, in some ways under translated. Which I'm not saying they were dishonest. I'm just saying the self-pride and hubris and tribalism that exists in Christianity today existed all the way to the beginnings of it. And in Judaism.
Yeah.
Like when you do a word for word translation, without thinking that, I don't know, maybe pride has something to do with it, where you go, oh, I know what the Jews mean by that. I'm going to write this other word.
Just to annoy them. Yeah.
Well, I think the translators were trying to be honest. I'm not saying they weren't.
But yeah, again, this is annoying. I know this argument isn't going to work against you, Richard. I've just put that out.
But
again, but like, what kind of God would make it so difficult to understand? Like, if what you're saying is correct, what kind of God would write a book in 3 different languages, being translated like thousands of times?
Right. That's why this is one of the reasons I believe in an intended reader, because otherwise it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Officially down my headphones. I was trying to find the other pair, but I don't see them around here. It might be at the other house.
Sometimes you just have to give up.
I never give up. I wait till I get knocked unconscious.
Just ask Jesus to help you find your headphones. You know, like he helps people find their keys. You know what I mean? It'll be fine. Jesus has got your back.
All right. Well, on that note, I think I'll give up. But thank you to everybody in the side chat, everybody on panel, everybody who's there or here or anywhere you are. Whenever this is a record-breaking stream. We've broken records. We've broken ourselves. Hopefully, we're all housebroken.
Did we break any cassette tapes?
Yes, I'm breaking one right now.
Awesome.
Let me
Crunch.
Shoot. All right, yeah. We'll give him one of those. Give him the old 1, 2. All right. And that's where I do the thing. Press the button. Press the button. Good night. Good luck. Good morning.
Thanks for the
Good
show.
afternoon. Good evening.
Cheers,
Thank
man.
you for being here. Love ya.